In this video, you are going to learn how to build a full stack application using the MERN stack. This is a complete tutorial on how to use the MERN stack, which is MongoDB, Express.JS, React.js, and Node.js to build modern web applications. Now, my focus in this course is to teach you how to build any CRUD application using the MERN stack. That is create, read, update, and delete. So by the end of this tutorial, you should know enough to create any MERN stack project that needs the create, read, update, and delete functionality. There's going to be a blog application which is going to be responsive. That means it's going to look good on every device. We are going to use React to build the front end, which is the client side, and we are going to use Express.js with Node.js to build our API and then connect it to our MongoDB database. Now, before I walk you through the finished project, let me quickly tell you some of the things that you are going to learn in this tutorial. On the client side, we are going to use the most recent version of React, and that's going to be React 18. And also, we are going to write our CSS, or we are going to style our project by ourselves using CSS. Right, so of course, this project is going to be responsive, and that means it's going to look good on every device. So for the React side, we are going to make use of hooks, of course, and we are actually going to create our own hook. We are going to make use of the context API to have global variables or our global state. We are going to use the local storage to save some items in our browser or in our client. Right, so for the CSS, of course, we are going to make use of CSS variables. You are going to learn some tips and tricks when it comes to CSS. Now, if you are not a fan of CSS, I'm going to have timestamps in the description, so you can use that to skip all the CSS parts in this video. All right, so you are going to learn a lot. You are going to learn how to use the media queries to create responsive designs and all that. Okay, so that's for the client side. Now for the API side, of course, we are going to build everything from scratch using Express, and we are going to test our routes using Postman. We are going to have our own authentication. We are going to build our own authentication. We are going to use Jason Web Token to help us with the authentication. We are going to create our own routes. We are going to use the MVC. In this case, the view is going to be our React application, but we are going to create our controllers. We are going to create our models, and we are going to connect everything to our database. Okay. We are also going to create our own routes as well. We are going to learn things like file upload and a whole bunch of stuff in this course or in this project. So these are some of the things that you're going to learn in this tutorial. Now let me walk you through the finished project. So this is the home page of the blog application that we are going to create. And as you can see, we have a navbar with some links. This brings us to the authors page, which shows all the registered users. Okay, so if you register an account, you automatically become an author. You can go ahead and create your own post and all that. We have the login page. You can sign up and all that. We are going to explore that in a minute, but let's see what we have on the home page, right? So as you can see, we have some articles by the authors, and each article has a thumbnail, a title, a body, the author, and then the category this particular article or post belongs to, right? Now we can click and then read more about the post. Okay, so you click on the title and then it brings you to the detailed page of the post so that you can read more, right? We can go back. Let me actually exit full screen, and we can click the author of the post, and that brings us to this page where we can see more posts from that user, right? We can also click the category to see more posts that belongs to that same category. So we have one by NS Achiever, we have Mahama, and then we have Haji Bintu, right? So they all have created posts in this category, right? Of course, we can click to read more. And even here, we can also click the links of the authors, okay, to see more posts from them, right? Great. All right, now down here, as you can see, we have our footer section with all the categories that we have, and we can of course click on any of them to see more posts that belongs to any of these categories. And there is no post for the entertainment category. That's why we have this message. we have investment with 1 post, we have weather with no posts. Let's go to art with 2 posts, and that's how it works. Okay, and this is very simple. All right, let's get to the authors page, and we can also click any of these. Okay, these are all links. We can click any of these to see more posts from any of the authors. So we have an achiever with 3 posts, right? So we can of course click to read more. Just click the title and then you read more about any of the posts, right? And of course Jendo has 0 posts, as you can see, and it's achiever 3 posts, Nanado 2 posts, of course, and then 112, right? Perfect. All right, now let's get to the login page and then see what we can do. I'm actually going to log in as let's see, as Hajia Bintu. She has 2 posts, right? So let's go on Hajia, come on, at gmail.com. That's the email. And we have some authentication checks. So if this password is not correct, okay, so if I should click to log in, it's going to give me invalid credentials, right? Now if I should enter the correct password and then click login again, I'm actually logged in, right, with the correct credentials. So, okay, so we can check out our profile. We can even change our details here and all that. We are going to explore that in a minute, but let's come back and let me actually delete 1 post, or let me first edit 1 post that belongs to Hajia Bintu. Okay, I can actually come back to my profile and then click this link, my post, and it's going to show all of my posts. In this case, I have only 2 posts. I can view them individually, as you can see here. I can edit them. Okay, so with this, let me actually, you know what, I'm going to open this in a new tab just so we can see what is happening. Of course, once I edit it, it's going to take me to the home page so that I can see what's going on. But you know, let me just say this post has, come on, been edited. All right, I'm going to change the category to business. Okay, I don't need to add a thumbnail in this case. Okay, that's how I coded it. I don't need to add a thumbnail, but I can add a thumbnail if I want. Okay, now let's update this post, and of course this post has been edited. It's a new title, right? And we kept the thumbnail. Okay, right, it should work here as well. I just wanted you to see that everything is live, of course. Now let's go ahead and change the thumbnail this time. Okay, so since I'm logged in as Hajia Bintu and this is my post, once I click this, that's the title, it's going to give me these 2 buttons. Okay, these 2 action buttons to edit or delete this post, right? And in this case, I'm going to actually edit it with a thumbnail, a different thumbnail, and the category, I'm going to keep it at business. And let's change this back to, this is edited again. Okay, and this time I'm going to choose a different this should be related to business. You know what, let me just should I, let me use this, and then I'm going to update, and as you can see, we have it. Okay, so this is edited again. That was the title, and the category is now business, and as you can see, the thumbnail is also changed, right? Of course, I can go ahead and delete it as well. So let's click and then delete this post, and it's gone. Great. So if you come to authors, Hajia Bintu has only 1 post now, which is cool. Now if I come back here, go to my posts or view my posts, I can only see this one. That's the only post I have. Cool. Now I'm going to log out and then create a new user. Okay, let's call this person John Doe. That is going to be John, come on, at gmail.com. And for the password, I'm going to do John123 and John123. Now what? I'm going to make a mistake here by adding 4 for the confirmed password. And since these do not match, let's see what happens. We get passwords do not match. And if I should do hajia@gmail.com as the password, let's see what happens. And did I change this? Let's see. So this should be John123, right? So now the passwords match, but the email already exists. Okay, so let's see what happens. We get email already exists. Okay, so we have some authentication functionalities that we are going to integrate. Okay, and I'm not going to use any third-party package or anything like that. We are going to do everything by ourselves, at least the bare minimum, right? So let's change the email to john@gmail.com, which does not exist. Okay, so if I should hit register, I am registered. Okay, and I've been redirected here to login. So john@gmail.com. As I said, we have some authentication. So fill in all fields, the password John, which is not correct. I hit and I get incorrect credentials. So the password, the actual password is John123. I hit it and then I'm logged in, which is really cool. Now, since I'm logged in, of course, I can do everything that I want. So that's the CRUD functionality. And of course, I can go to my page. I don't have any profile. So let's go ahead and then upload a profile for John Doe. Okay. And let's use this. And then I'm going to hit this. And I have a profile. Cool. I have no post yet. So let's go ahead and then create a new post. Let me come to this page, lorem ipsum. Okay. To grab some dummy text. I'll copy this for the body, paste it, and I'm going to use this for the title. The category, let me make this education, and then I'm going to use this, okay, the chameleon or whatever it is. All right, before that, let me actually remove the title. We have some checks here as well, right? So I'm going to hit create and fill in all fields. Okay, I don't have a title, right? So once we have everything set, I'm going to go ahead and then hit create. As you can see here as well, we have WYSIWYG editor here as well, which let me try that. Okay, let's use that. We can use the italic, bold, and all that, right? But then we have everything set, so we can go ahead and then hit create, and our post should be live. Okay, so we have John Doe, and as you can see, we have the timestamp for each of the posts. So this was just created. That's why we have just now. And of course, we can hit it to read more. And since we are the author of the post, we have the edit and then the delete. Okay, so let's go ahead and edit this. You know, what do I even use? You know what? I'm just going to say this is okay. Just some dummy stuff too. I don't want to think right now. Okay, so I'm going to change this to agriculture, and I don't need to have a thumbnail when I'm editing. Okay, so let's hit it, and now we have it. It's edited. Okay, now we can go ahead and then add a thumbnail or change the thumbnail. So you know what, this should be uncategorized, and for the title I'm going to use this, and this time this is going to be my thumbnail. Okay, so let's update, and we have this. Okay, so everything is working exactly as expected. And you know what, let me actually delete this post from here. Okay, so we can come to our profile, go to my posts, and then we can perform some actions here as well. Okay, so I can hit delete and the post should be deleted. Okay, so if I come back, I don't have any posts as John Doe. Okay, let's go to authors. We have John Doe, all right, but with 0 posts. All right, and all these are going to persist in our MongoDB database. So yeah, everything is going to be perfect. Okay, and I may have forgotten some features to show you in this short demo, but of course we are going to integrate everything. Okay, everything is going to be perfect. I'm going to show you how to do everything. All right, and we have a lot to do, so let's get started. Let's go ahead and set up our hosting and domain name. And having used or having worked with many hosting providers, the one that I always recommend for everyone is Hostinger. Now, in the description of this video, you are going to find a link that's probably the first link that's going to bring you to this page. And that's an affiliate link that's going to give you the best deal for your hosting purchase. Okay, so go ahead and then click that link. That's going to bring you to this page. And if you visit this page and the design is a little different, that's because it changes from time to time, right? So there's Hostinger. Let's go ahead and then check out some of the hosting web hosting packages that they have. And right here is their premium shared hosting. Okay, so for only $2.80 per month, you are going to have, or you are going to be able to host 100 websites. They give you 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, as you can see here, free weekly backups. They give you free domain name. How cool is that? For most of the hosting providers, you actually buy the domain name separately. Okay, here they give you a free domain name and a free email as well. So they give you a bunch of other stuff that are very cool and very helpful as well. Right, so this is a perfect deal for me. I'm going to go ahead and then click add to carts. And as I said, make sure you use the link in the description to get the best deal on Hostinger. All right, so this is very affordable. So I'm going to go ahead and then use the 48 months. Okay, and that's going to give me the best deal. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and then enter my email. Right, so that's my email. I'm going to use PayPal. As you can see, my total is $133. Okay, now I have a coupon for you. Okay, and this is the best coupon on Hostinger. Go ahead and enter the coupon code EGATO. Okay, that's right here. Enter that and apply and see what you get. You get 10% discount. So that is a very cool deal, and this is a very reliable hosting. That is why I went ahead and then got you this very important deal. All right, so we are going to go ahead and submit our secure payment. All right, so after the payment, make sure you check out your email to finish up everything, confirm your email and all that. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and then log in. So right here, I just logged in and I'm going to go ahead. As I said, they give you a free domain name, so you can go ahead and then claim the domain. Okay, which is really cool. On most platforms or with most hosting providers, you actually have to buy the domain name separately, which will cost you probably $10 or more, right? So the domain name I'm going to buy is Dami Egator, and I'm going to use the .com. Okay, so let me quickly check if that's actually available, and it is. Okay, so let's go ahead. As you can see here, that would cost me $14, but here they are giving it for me. They're giving it to me for free, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and then claim this domain name. Yeah, I forgot to mention, but they give us a free SSL as well. So let's go ahead and install that. Yep. And that's installing. And that's going to make sure every traffic on the website is secure. All right, so now let's proceed to work on the project. Let's go ahead and then create our project. I'm going to call this MERN blog. You can call it whatever you like, of course. Right, so I'm going to open this with VS Code. That's the text editor I'm going to use. And I'm going to do control backtick to open the integrated terminal in VS Code. All right, now we are going to start with the client or the front end, that is React, and we are going to use create React app to create this React application. In the next project, we are actually going to use Vite, which is faster, but for this one we are going old school. Okay, so let's do npx create React app and call this client. Okay, That's going to be our front end. All right, so our React app is being created. We have happy hacking. That means everything is set. Okay, so let's cd into our client. All right, we can even see everything here, right? So source, we can see everything. We have our HTML file. I'm going to clean this up real soon. Let me actually make this bigger. Okay, but before I clean up, let's do npm start to see what we have and make sure we don't have any problems. Right, everything is looking great, so we can proceed to clean up the files that we do not need. Okay, so let me get everything out of here, and in our HTML file, which is the only HTML file that we need for this project, I'm going to remove all these comments, right, and the manifest link as well. Let me change this title to MERN Stack App. Okay, so MERN Stack Blog App, and I'm going to remove these comments, and that should be it. Okay, can close this, come to our source, and in the source I'm going to remove all these except for the index CSS and then the index JS. Okay, so I'm going to delete all these files. Perfect. Now in the index.js, I'm going to get rid of these and these. Oh, come on. Right here, get rid of these. And of course, we don't have the app. So for now, let's just do h1 hello world. All right, let's save and see what we have. We have hello world. Now in the CSS, of course, we have some styles here. Let's remove them so that we can start on a clean slate. All right, so you should have this. Okay, and that's where our project starts. All right, now we could go ahead and install all the packages that we need for the React app, that is the front end, but I want to install them as we go along. Okay, so that you know when we need any package, like you know why we need any package in case we come across any problem that that package is going to solve. But first and first, let's go ahead and then create the pages that we need for the whole app so that we can have the full structure down. Okay, so I'm going to have a file. First, let me create a folder and then a file of home.jsx. I'm going to do rfce, and that's going to give me this function, an arrow function right here. Okay, you know what? And the rafce that I did, it worked because I have this extension which you probably know of, so I think we can just go ahead. Okay, so it just helps me with the shortcuts. All right, so we have home. What else do we need? We are going to have author posts, come on, .jsx. The next is going to be authors.jsx, rafce, category post.jsx, rafce, create posts.jsx, rafce, dashboard.jsx, rafce, delete post.jsx, rafce, edit post, come on, post.jsx, rafce. And for the naming of the files, you can see I'm using the Pascal casing, okay, which you don't need to do it like this, but I prefer it this way, right? The next is going to be error page.jsx. That's going to be our 404 page. I'm going to do rfce. Did I do okay? Yeah, good. All right, next we are going to have our login page. We will have logout.jsx, rfce. We will have post detail. That's the single post page, right? rfce. and let's see, let's have register.jsx rafce, and lastly we have user profile. Okay, so user profile.jsx rafce. Now of course some of these files may not really make sense, but as we develop everything we're going to understand them. Okay, all right, so Control W to close all these files, and we come back to these two. Right, so let's go ahead and then install cd client. We are going to install React Router DOM. So npm I React Router DOM. You can add -- save to make sure it's actually included in the packet.json, right? Okay, so it's installed, and our dependencies for it, right? So we have React Router DOM right here. Perfect. Right, so we can go ahead and then create all our routing in here. That's the index.js. Before we work on our routes, I'm going to have our components folder, and then inside this I'm going to have a layout component. Okay, so component, and then that's the folder. I'm going to have layout.jsx, which is the file, right? The component. So this component is going to wrap around everything on the page. Okay, we are going to have our header, our footer, and then in between that we are going to have our children prop, right? So let me actually do that right now. I'm going to have a header component, header.jsx. I'm going to do rafce, and let's have our footer as well. So footer.jsx rafce, right? We have both. Now in here, as I said, let me actually wrap this in a React fragment and have a header, which is the component we just created. And as you can see, it's automatically imported, okay, using an extension called path intelligence, right? And we are going to have our footer as well, footer.jsx imported. Up here, I'm going to import, I like this to come before. I'm going to import outlet from React router. Okay, so React router DOM, and that's going to be here. That's going to be the dynamic part of our application. All right, so let's come back to our index.js so that we can create our routes. All right, so with React router 6, this is how we are going to go about it. We are going to have a constant called router. You can name it whatever you want, and then we are going to use the create browser router, which is coming from React router DOM. Okay, we are going to have an array inside of that, which is going to have the different routes that we need. First off, we are going to have the home, which is the slash, and actually let me make this more beautiful. So path, and the element, okay, the component that renders when we get to this path is going to be the layout. Now it's going to have error element as well, which is going to be the 404 page in case somebody enters a route that doesn't exist. This error element, which is the component that you assign to this, is going to render. Okay, it's going to be saved to that unexisting path, right? So that's going to be this component. That's the error page, right? And you should make sure that is imported, and it wasn't able to import, so let me do that manually. So we import error page from, that's inside our pages, error page. You know what, we don't need this children prop. Okay, the outlet handles everything. All right, so let's come back here and then have our children prop, and in here You know what? For now, let's try what we have so far. We should have a router provider, which is coming from React router DOM. And this component should have a prop called router. And then we are going to assign the routes that we've created. Okay, we are going to assign that as the value to this prop. All right, so we come back to our page, and of course we have our layout, which is what wraps around everything on the page. So as you can see, we have the header, the footer. Now for the outlets, we don't have any route in the children prop. That's why we don't have any outlets. Okay, so let's go ahead and then first let's have our index. So that's going to be our home page. The element is going to be home, and that's going to be our index page. Right, if I come back, we have home as well. Right, down the next one, posts with ID. So that's going to be the post detail. These have to be imported automatically for me, so I don't know why I have to do it by myself. Let's see. Interesting. All right, so let's do it. So post detail, register. That's going to be sign up page. That's going to be register for the path, and the component is going to be register. Come on, this should be path. And we should have a login element is going to be the login component. Of course, we should make sure the login component is brought in. The next is going to be profile ID. So that's going to be user profile. The next is going to be authors create. That's where we create post. I hate to do this by myself, man. Create post, post ID, edit post, and duplicate this a few more times again. Okay, so log out, the logout component. Perfect. All right, so now these are all the parts that we need, or the routes that we need for our whole application. Okay, so if we come back here and authors is not defined. Okay, so let's bring that in quickly. Right, so now if we go to the register page, we should have register here. Okay, now notice the header and then the footer are going to be everywhere since the layout has it, right? Since the layout has the header and the footer, but everything else is in between that. So yeah, that's basically it. Now we can go to, login. We have the login components rendered in between that. We can go to create. Here's the create post page. Now if we go to a route that doesn't exist, we get the error page, right? Here's the 404 page. This error element renders the error page right here. Okay, we are going to make it better, but for now we can start with the header. Okay, so that we have the full structure of the page. All right, so let's get to the header. After this, we're going to deal with the footer, and then we'll deal with the 404 page, the basic structure of the application. Now for this header, let's have a nav tag, and in here we are going to have a div with a class of container, which is a general class. We are going to write that when we get to the CSS, and another class which is going to be specific to this navbar, and that's going to be nav container. Now let's have a logo. Now our logo is going to be a link, or is going to be inside of a link. so that on click of that, it brings us to the home page, right? So let's import link component from React router. So we import link. Come on, this should be, yeah, link right here. And this is going to go to the home page, as I said. And inside here is where we are going to have our image. Now, let me actually give this a class of nav logo. And then we'll have the image, right? Okay, now I'm going to bring in some assets. Okay, so right here you can see I have these images, and I'm going to leave a link to this so that you can use them in the practice. Okay, so I want you to follow along. Now I'm going to paste this in the source, and yeah, we have the images here. Now when I scroll down, you're going to see that we have logo.png, which is what we are going to use, right? And that's pretty big, but we are going to use CSS to style it. All right, so let's import logo from, let's go back up into images and then logo.png. Okay, so that is going to be our source, and let's just say Navbar logo for the alt. A sibling of the link, which is the logo link, is going to be a UL. Okay, and let's actually give that a class of nav menu, and we are going to have our list items. Each is also going to have a link inside of it. The first link is going to go to profile. For now, let's just have a random name there, right? And I'm going to duplicate this a few more times. The next link is going to go to create, so /create, where is going to take us to the create post page, right? So create post is going to be the caption. We will have authors, and that should take us to a list of all the authors or the users of the page. And lastly, we are going to have logout. Okay, so in this case, I'm assuming that we already logged in. Okay, we have an account and we logged in. So these are the links that are going to show up. Later in the video, we are going to check if the user is actually logged in, and depending on that, we know which links to show and then which ones to hide, right? But for now, we are going to assume that the user is actually logged in. A sibling of the unadded list is going to be a button with a class name of nav toggle btn, and this is going to have an icon. Okay, now I didn't show you in the demo, but this website or this app is fully responsive. Okay, so on mobile phones we want to have that big icon that we can click on to show these menus, right? So that is what we are going to have, and of course we have to install React icons. You have to bring in React. You have to install React icons real quick so that we can use these icons. And for React icons, you can go to this website to search for the icons that you want. One big icon or bar, you know. Okay, it is installed, so you just search whatever icon that you want. You click on it, it's going to copy to the clipboard, and then you can go ahead and then use it, right? So I have the icons that I want, and the first one is going to be FA bars from React icons /FA, and the second one AI outline close from React icons /AI. Okay, so these are the two icons, and of course you are going to have some logic to know which one to show. but for now we are just going to have one. Okay, so AI. Good. And that is it for our header. Okay, so if we come back to our project, okay, so the image is too big, and that is why we have this overflow. Okay, the image is too big, and we are going to resize it real quick, right? So let's get to the CSS part of this video. All right, so we should make sure the CSS is linked to our project, and that should be in the index, right? Index.js and the CSS. Yeah, we have the CSS here. Good. Okay, so let's get to the CSS, and to make sure we see everything on the page, I'm going to right away resize our nav logo. Okay, I'm going to give it a width of 3 rem so that we see everything on the page. And of course, let me target the image. So every image, I'm going to have some adjustments, but for now I just want to see everything. Should be displayed. Every image should be displayed. Block object fit of cover and width of 100% of its parent. Okay, and this is not too bad, I guess. I'm going to display the link block as well, and that should solve the problem. Okay, so now this is what we have. Okay, I just want us to see everything on the page. Perfect. So we have our links and all that coming from the header. Now I actually don't like this font. Okay, I don't like it. So let's go to Google Fonts to grab some better fonts from here. Now I'm going to search for Poppins, and yeah, that's what we're going to use. So I'm going to grab from the light, the regular, medium, semi-bold, and then bold. Right, let me actually grab the extra bold as well, and I'm going to import it into my CSS. So since we are going to have only one CSS file, it makes more sense to import it in the CSS, right? And that's going to be way up top. So I paste that, I save, come back to our project, nothing happens because we are not using it. All right, so let's target our body, and the font family is going to be Poppins, and the backup is going to be sans serif, any sans serif font. All right, so that changes. Okay, now we are going to use CSS variables. Okay, so I'm going to paste some variables which are going to be the root variables. That means we can use them anywhere in the page, okay, anywhere in our project. So to declare a CSS variable, we can do color primary, and for instance give it a hex code of 6f6a-f8. So there's an example of a CSS variable, and that means wherever you use this variable, this color is going to take effect, right? And in the future, if you want to change, all the elements that has this color, you can just make the adjustment here, change the color here, and then all the elements that uses this variable is going to be updated to the new color. All right, so I'm going to just bring in all the variables that we need. Just going to paste them here. Perfect. So we have primary color, we have color white, which is FFF, we have red, we have all that. Okay, so these are the colors that we are going to need. You can see that we have color for the background as well. We have transition, I want every transition to be the same style, That is why I have it as a variable here. We have the width of the container for different media queries. We have some border radius for our cards and all that. So these are the variables that we need. Okay, good. Now let's proceed, and I'm going to target every element on the page. Okay, I could also target the before and after, but you know, let's just okay. And let's zero out every margin. You know, if we come back to our project, you can see that we have some margins, you know, some paddings and all that, right? We have some bullets, some underlines. We don't need that. You know, you can see that we have some borders with the button as well, which I want to reset to 0. So the paddings is going to be 0 as well. The border is going to be 0. Outline is going to be 0. And most importantly, I'm going to have box sizing set to border box, right? So that everything fits its container. For now, let's proceed, and on the body I'm going to have some more styles. So let's actually give this a background of the variable color bg. Okay, so we save, and we have a slightly gray background, right? Let's change the font size to be 0.9 rem, and let's do color. So every text color is going to be color gray 700. Now this is not going to take effect for the links. So if we come back, of course the links really don't change, but we are going to target the links separately so that we can give it some more styles. Let me have some more space here. You know, these are specific to, you know what, let me bring this up. That's the images. The image or the img style is a general style, so I want to bring it up. Now from the body, let's target every link and give them a color of the color gray 700. I'm going to give them a text decoration of none. So in that case, we remove the underline. All right, let's target the unadded lists and give them a list style of none. Okay, in that case, every bullet is going to vanish. They are not going to have any bullets, right? I don't think you can see them because of the padding that we removed. So if I showed comment out the padding, you can see we still had the bullets, right? But this removes all the bullets, as you can see. And now we can bring the padding back to 0 again, right here. Perfect. So now, of course, there's not going to be a CSS tutorial, but for the beginning, like for now, I'm going to take time to explain some stuff. But as we move on, I'm just going to paste some of the code so that we can speed things up. Okay, now let's have some styling for our headings. Okay, so every h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, and h6 should have a color of color gray 900, which is the darkest color that I have in the variables, and the line height is going to be 1.1. Now let's target them individually. So h1 should have a font size of 2.2 rem. h2 should have, let me duplicate this. So this is going to be h2 should have a font size of 1.9 rem. h3 should have a font size of 1.3 rem, and the line height here is going to be 1.25, right? Save. Of course we don't have any headings here, but of course they are going to this should be h3, but of course they are going to take effect as we proceed. Right, let's have h4 font size of 1.1 rem, and lastly h5 font size of, actually I'm just going to change the line height here to 1.4 rem. Perfect. 1.4, no unit. Let's use a few more minutes to have some more styles that are going to be general. So let's target every section on the page and then give them a margin top of 6 rem. And I'm going to make reference to these styles once we start having the tags in the React, okay, so that you see how it is working with the CSS. But for now, let's just proceed. All right, now remember we had a general container class in our header right here, and this class is going to be on a lot of elements as well. Okay, so let's style that. Let's give that a width of the container with LG, and then a margin inline of auto. So margin on the horizontal axis is going to be auto. I want to have some styles for our buttons. Okay, so every button is going to have a btn class. They are going to be displayed inline block. They are going to have a width of fit content. They are going to have a padding of 0.5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. They are going to have a border radius of the radius 2, which is a variable up top, and the background of color white, which is FFF. Font weight of 500, making it a little bolder, and a cursor of pointer so that it looks clickable. Now let's give it a transition because we are going to have some hover effects, and it's going to have that variable transition. Okay, now the radius here is a variable up top, which is 0.6 rem. We had what else? The transition, which is all 300 milliseconds ease. Okay, and yeah, the variable for the container is going to be 86% on desktops. Perfect. All right, now let's have some more styles for the button. Now some buttons are going to have another class of primary, so these are going to be the primary button. They are going to have a background color of the primary color, and then the text color is going to be white. Some buttons are going to have another class of category, which are going to be the category buttons on each post. Okay, and they are going to have a background of color BG. They are going to have a text color of color primary. The font size is going to reduce to 0.75 rem, and the font weight is going to be 400. Right, now of course some more styles for the buttons. Some buttons are going to be very small, and for them we just have to decrease the font size to 0.8 rem, and then the padding is going to be 0.3 rem, and then 0.7 rem, top and bottom, and then left and right. Perfect. And then font weight is going to be 400 rem. 400. All right, last but not least, you are going to have a danger, which is going to be for the delete button. Okay, when we want to delete posts, this is the style that we want on the button. Now it's going to have a background of color red, and then the text color is going to be color white. Perfect. And lastly, let's have a hover effect for these buttons. Okay, so on hover of any of these buttons, we want the background to be color gray 900, and the text color to be white, and that's it. Okay, that is it for our general styles for our buttons. Perfect. So now I think we can proceed to focus on our navbar. So in all, that's what we have. And now you can see that the navbar is a little bit centered, okay, and that is because of the container class. We gave it a rate of 84%, right? So that centers it, and also we gave it a margin inline of auto, so it's horizontally centered. All right, so now we can focus on the header section and then style it, or the navbar. All right, now I'm going to target the nav and give it a width of 100%. Remember, our navbar, of course, you could go ahead and actually name this or rename this to be navbar. Maybe if the header doesn't really make sense, right? But I'm just going to keep it like that. Now the nav tag is what wraps around everything in the navbar. Okay, so let's target that and give it a width of 100 viewport width, and that's also a unit. Very helpful when it comes to responsive design. Now the height is going to be 5 rem. We are going to display grid just because I want to place items to the center, and that's going to place the direct child, which is the div. That's a nav container. Is going to be placed exactly in the center. Okay, perfect. Now let's give it a background of white with some transparency. Okay, so with an alpha of 0.5, we are going to position it fixed so that it's always visible on the page or on the website, and from the top is going to be 0, and from the left is going to be 0. Let's give it a z index of 1 so that it sits on top of everything on the page, and the border bottom of 4 pixels solid, and then the color bg. Perfect. So let's see what we have. We have another element that wraps around these different elements on the page, right? That's the nav container. Let's give it a backdrop filter of blur 20 pixels. I'm going to pull up the completed project so that we see how these work. Okay, so because of the configurations that I did for the completed projects, I have to restart this server. That's the current project on another port. Okay, so let's do npm start here, and that's going to run on port 3001. Yep, port 3000 is taken by the completed project. So yeah, so basically the styles that we had, that's the CSS, yeah, there should be, yeah, so these are the styles that we just wrote. That's how it should look like when the project is done. Okay, so it sits on top of everything on the page. You can see that we have that 4 pixel border at the bottom right here. Okay, and we have the z index set to 1. That means that it sits on top of everything on the page and all that. Okay, so we have the height, everything, so you can see it is somehow or somewhat transparent. Okay, it has some alpha to it so that we can see the elements behind it, and that blur also gives it this cool effect. Okay, which is really really nice. Perfect. And since there isn't really any elements on the page, you can't really see the effects, right? That is why I had to bring this up to show you how it is going to look like. Okay, so we can proceed with the current project, and let's target the nav container. Okay, so that's the div, the direct child of the nav. So nav container should have a display of flex. So now the elements should be side by side, just like that. I'm going to justify content to be spaced between, align items to the center, and give it a height of 100% of the parent height. Perfect. And this is what we have. Okay, now there is going to be displayed none since we don't need it on desktops. So let me go ahead and do that right away. Okay, so nav toggle btn display none. And if you have forgotten, there's this button right here, where is going to be the bigger icon that we can click on mobile version. Okay, so that we can show the nav elements. But on desktop, of course, we don't need it. That's why I've displayed it to none. All right, we have a style for our logo, and now what we should take care of is the nav menu. Okay, that's nav menu right here. So we give that a class of nav menu. That's a unadded list, Let's display that with flex and align items to the center, and also give a gap of 3 rem between the elements. We save, and this is what we have. Perfect. Okay, now if I should come to the project, let's say if I should go to our layout, and then in here have some lorem ipsum text, let's see what happens. Okay, that's not enough. 3000 should be good. Okay, so now you can see the effects a little bit better. Okay, you can see that we have that blur, we have that, you know, alpha, that transparency, we have that bottom 4 pixel border and all of that. So everything is working perfectly. Nice. Can remove this. All right, so that is it for the header, at least for now. We can move on to the footer so that we can have that done as well. This footer section is going to be pretty simple. We just have a footer tag and another list of, you know, the categories, right? And let me give this a class of footer categories, and of course our LIs. Let's bring in our link from React Router DOM. Okay, the first one is going to go to, you know, these routes are specified here already, right? So it should take us to one category. Okay, so this is going to be the route. So footer, I'm going to paste this in. So you should go to posts or / posts, categories, and then the category ID. Now this ID is going to be agriculture, and the caption is going to say agriculture, right? And we are going to have a lot of these, so I'm just going to paste it in. All right, so we have one for business, agriculture, and all that. I should remove this. Right, so these links are going to lead us to the different categories that people can write and assign their articles or posts to. Below that, that's below the on other lists, we are going to have a div with a class of footer copyright. All right, and that's going to have the copyright message. Perfect. So this is what we need for the footer. Really, this is all we need. So we can go ahead and install this real quick. Let me copy the comment here. Let's check what we have. All right, so this is what we have from the React. Now let's get to the CSS part and install this real quick. Let's get the footer tag and then give that a background of color gray 900, margin top of 6 rem, and then the padding top of 6 rem as well. We save, and this is what we have. Not too fancy, I guess. Now let's get the footer categories, you know, the unadded list. We are going to display flex, align items to the center, justify content to the center, and give a gap of 1.5 rem between them, and a margin top of 4 rem. Sorry, that should be margin bottom. Right, I'm going to give it a margin bottom. Perfect. Now let's proceed, and the links. So footer categories, and then the link is going to have a background of color gray 700. I'm going to have a color of white, padding of 0.6 rem, 1.4 rem, border radius of the radius 2, and a transition of the variable transition. We save, and that's what we have. Perfect. We can make it more interesting by giving it some hover effect. So copy this, come down here. On hover, I want the background to be white and the text to be 900. Okay, perfect, nice. All right, now let's target the copyright. So footer copyright, and give it a text align of center, border top of 2 pixels, solid color gray 700. I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem, color of white, and the font weight of 300. We save, and this is what we have. Perfect. So our footer is also done. We are done with our footer. So now we can proceed to work on the main stuff, the posts and all that, right? But even before that, I want to have some some styles for our arrow page, right? This should give us the arrow page, and I think it's not really showing because you know what, yeah, we are going to start this arrow page. So let's go ahead and do that before we get to the more exciting stuff. For the arrow page, I'm just going to have a section. Remember, we had some styles for every section on the page, right? We gave them we gave every section a padding of 6 padding top, margin top rather of 6 rem. Yeah, so that should take effect immediately we have a section here. All right, now I'm actually going to give this a class of arrow page, and let's have a class here, a div with a class of center, and we are going to give this a general style as well. Okay, there's a general class that we are going to style in the CSS, and let's have a link tag, okay, coming from React router DOM, where it's going to go to the home page. And I'm going to give this a class of btn and the primary class as well. So that should be this right here. Okay, so we have the btn class, and then we have another class of primary, so that should take effect on this. All right, so this is just going to say go back home. Let's have an h2 that says page not found, and that's all we need here. Okay, that's all we really need here. All right, so we save, we come back to our project, and this is what we have. Now we can go ahead and then have the the general styles, that's the center and all that. Okay, so below the buttons, I'm going to have some more styles here. So the center is going to have a text align of center. It's going to have a padding top of 5 rem, margin in line, come on, margin in line of center, display block, and a width of 100%. Now let's target the arrow page itself and the h2 inside of it. Give it a margin top of 3 rem, and arrow page, yeah. Okay, so these are simple 404 page. Okay, so we can click it and it brings us back to our home page, right? 404, click to go back. That's very simple. All right, you could of course make a prettier version of the 404 page, but we don't have time for that, so we can now proceed to actually work on the home page. All right, so now let's work on the posts. Okay, now in the home page, I'm going to render, I want to keep the home page very clean, so I'm going to have a component called posts. Okay, that's where everything is going to happen. So let's create that component, post.jsx, AFCE, perfect. And I have some dummy posts that we're going to use. So yeah, okay, so there's an array, of course, and each of these objects is a typical post. There's the typical structure of a post or an article. So we have an ID, a thumbnail, and as you can see, all of the thumbnails are images from the asset that I pasted earlier. Okay, so we have ID, thumbnail, category of the post, we have the title of the post, description, and then the author. Okay, so the author's ID. All right, so we have about 4 posts in all, and because we are going to create our own API, I want to have that structure down before we actually get there, right? So I'm going to have a state of this post array. All right, so let's have our state variable or state value, and then our state updating function. Okay, so set posts, which is going to be equal to your state, which is the array that we have here. Perfect. Now I'm going to have a section. So the posts is going to be a section with a class of posts, plural. We're going to take our posts array and then map through it. Now for each iteration, we are going to return another component called post item. All right, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and then create our post item.jsx RAFCE. And now if we show check posts is not defined, of course we should make sure we import posts. Come on. And here too we should make sure we have post item. So as you can see, we have them. Perfect. All right, so what we are going to do next is actually destructure all the properties that we need. We are going to destructure them right here and then pass them as props to this post item. All right, so first off, we need the ID, we need the thumbnail, we need the category, title, and then the description. We also need the author ID. And of course, since we are mapping through, we should give this a key, and that's going to be the ID. Let's give it a thumbnail of the thumbnail that we destructured. Let's give it a category of the category we destructured. Let's give it a title of the title we destructured. Let's give it a what? Description, author ID, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so we can go ahead and then work on this post item, and this is going to be the individual post. When we come to the finished project, this is the post item that I'm talking about. Okay, that's what we are going to work on. Now one thing I didn't do is pass the ID as well. Okay, so we need the ID. I'm going to say post ID. That should be passed as prop as well to this post item. All right, perfect. Now each post is going to be an article with a class of post singular. All right, now we are going to have a div with a class of post thumbnail. We're going to have the image, and the source is going to be, you know what, let's destructure everything that we passed as the prop, right? So let's get the post ID, let's get the category, the title, the description, the author ID, and what else? Yeah, that's it so far. Oh, the thumbnail, of course. This is going to be the thumbnail that we passed. And if you want, of course, the alt can be the title of the post, right? Next, we are going to have the content itself, you know, the title, the category of the post, the author, and all that. All right, so a sibling of the post thumbnail is going to be post content, and of course the title is going to be a link so that we can click on it to read more about the particular post. So let's bring in the link component from React Router DOM. Okay, and it did not auto import, so let me do that. Let's bring in link from React Router DOM, and this is going to go to posts and then the post ID. The title is going to be inside of an h3, Perfect. Next, we are going to have a paragraph of the description. And of course, we are going to shorten this, okay? If the description of the body is long. And one thing, I think it would make more sense to call this body, okay? The actual body of the post, right? But for some reason, I just called it description. Okay, so if we come to the finished project, once we click to read more, there's the actual body of the blog or of the post, not the description, but that's what I called it. So yeah, you can name it body if you want. I'm going to have a div with a class of post footer. Okay, and that is where I'm going to have my post author, which is going to be a component, and a link, okay, which is going to take us to the category of that post. So that's going to be /post categories, and then the category of that post. All right, so for now, let me just create the post author so that we don't get any errors. But there is a structure of a post. Okay, so let's come back to our project and then see what we have. Post author is not defined, of course. We should make sure that is imported. Import post author, and that's it. Okay, so everything is looking great except for the description, I think. Oh, okay, I shortened it in the array, right? Perfect. Okay, so if you come back, we show it's not defined. Wait a minute, that should be here, right? Yeah, perfect. All right, so everything is looking great, as you can see. So what we need to do right now is style this, okay? And even before that, I think we should work on the post author before we actually get to the CSS part. Okay, so let's go to our post author. What we are going to do is make this a link. That's first and first, right? Make this a link. Okay, and that's going to go to /posts users, and then the ID of the author. And inside of this is where we are going to have the avatar of the user, and there's going to be a div with the class of post author avatar. We are going to have our image, and for now I'm going to just import an avatar. So avatar, and I can leave the alt for now. And next to this, we are going to have a div with a class of post author details, and this way we are going to have the timestamp and all that. Okay, so first off, let's have the name of the author. So let's say by Achiever, and in a small tag we are going to have our timestamp. And yeah, okay, I think that is all for the author or the post author, so we can go ahead and then actually style this whole thing. All right, so right down here, that's below the footer, let me actually copy this comment. So this is home, right? And we are styling the posts. Let's target the for the actual posts, we have this, and then we have wait a minute, you know what, I'm going to put this inside div with a class of container, okay, and another class of posts container, right, before we actually map through. So the posts container, let's grab that and display grid. The grid template columns is going to be 3 1FR and the gap is going to be 4. Right now, you know what? Let me put this side by side so that even if not side by side, I want you to see what is happening live. Okay, especially with the CSS. All right, now let's target each post. You know, in the post item, we gave the article a class of posts. So let's get each one of them and then give them a background of white. Let's give them a padding of 1 rem, border radius of radius 4, padding bottom of 2 rem, transition, because we are going to have a hover effect, right? So let's give it a transition of the variable transition. And lastly, I want to change the cursor to default, which is this, right? All right, now let's go ahead and then have the hover effect. Let's give it a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1.5 rem, for the y-axis 2 rem, for the blur, and an RGBA of black with some alpha, 10% alpha. Okay, so 0.1. We save this, and on hover, that's what we have. Let's grab the thumbnail. So post thumbnail. Let's give it a border radius of radius 3. Let's give it an overflow of heading and the height of 16 rem. I want it to have a fixed height. Let's proceed and grab the post content, which is a sibling of the post thumbnail. Let's give it a margin top. You know, there's no room here. Okay, we don't have enough space here, so let's give it a margin top of 1.5 rem. Perfect. All right, now let's grab the title, which is the post content, and then the h3, and give it a margin of 1 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 0.6 for the bottom. Okay, so let's grab the post footer and display flex. We justify content to space between, align items to be flex end, and give it a margin top of 2 rem so that we have some space there. All right, now we can target our author. Okay, we give that a class of post author, which has, you know, the avatar, the name of the author, and then the time. Let's display flex, give it a gap of 1 rem, and align items to be flex style. Okay, post author, is that what I named it? Post author. All right, so let's actually give this a class of post author. Okay, and that should take effect, of course. And now let's target the avatar itself. So post author avatar. All right, the avatar is going to have a fixed width of 2.5 rem, and it's going to be the same for the height. So the aspect ratio is going to be 1/1 or 1:1. Border radius of the radius 2, which is a variable, and then an overflow of heading. And that's it, guys. Everything is looking amazing already. Now we should give these some classes. Okay, this button right here should have a class. It's a link. This link, yeah, should have a class, and we already styled it. If you could remember in the buttons, okay, when we were styling our buttons, our button classes, we had btn and then category class right here. This category class is what we have to put on all the links of the category. Okay, the category link. So let's give this a class of btn and another class of category. So we save this, come back, and that takes effect. Perfect. So it now looks just like the finished project right here. Okay, so this is looking exactly as the finished project. Of course, oh, we should be able to click the link to go to the post detail. But even before that, why is it not working? Maybe we made a mistake with the browser. Okay, so post the ID, post detail. Oh, okay. So post detail. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so on click of any of these links, it should take us to the post detail page. Okay, perfect. So, um, with the description or the body, I want to shorten it. Okay, so in the card, it should not exceed some length. Okay, and on click of this, then of course we can read all the text or the full body. All right, so back here in our post item, and even with the title too, I'm going to have a very simple logic to check that. Let's have a constant called short description, and let's check the length. If the length is more than 145, then we are going to shorten it. Okay, we are going to use the substring and shorten it. And when we shorten it, we have to give it that ... so that people know that that's not all the text in there, or there is more to the body or the text, and therefore they should click to read more. Okay, so basically, if the text is more than 145 characters, then we are going to shorten it to that 145 and then add these 3 dots. Otherwise, all the description should show. And I'm going to duplicate this and do same for our title. So post title, that's what I'm going to call it. And I'm going to check if the characters in the title is more than 30. If so, then we are going to shorten it to 30 characters. Otherwise, we show the full title. That makes sense, right? So we save this, and of course, in here we should be showing the short description, and for the title we should be showing the post title. So we save this, and this is what we have. Okay, if I should come back and then change, that's in here, right? If I should change this to, we should have that. Okay, so now since this is not more than 30 characters, we have the full title without the dots. Okay, so that's basically it. So now let's move on to work on the details. Okay, the post detail. All right, so I'm going to close all these, and yeah, of course, after we create our API, we will typically have to use, the parameters in the path to fetch the post from our API or from the database, so that we can actually show it here, right? But for now, we are just going to use some dummy text and the images that we have. Okay, all right, so let's proceed, and this is going to be inside of a section. So a section with a class of post detail. Let's have a div, the class of container, and post detail container. Now in here we are going to have post detail header, and that's going to have our author. Okay, so of course we have that component already, so that's the post author. Let's bring that in. That's imported. Good. And then let's bring in, and I'm going to have a div with a class of post detail buttons. Okay, if you are logged in, that's from the finished project. If you are logged in and you click your own posts, okay, so there's John Doe, and sadly John Doe doesn't have any posts. I'm going to log into an Achiever real quick. Okay, yeah, perfect. So, and okay, so there's my post, right? If I click it, I should have these buttons, right? and that's what I'm doing here. So post detail buttons, these are going to be links. Okay, so a link that goes to, the first one is going to go to the edit page. So post the ID and then edit, and they should just say edit. I'm going to duplicate it. Let's give this a class of btn sm and then primary. Duplicate this. This is going to delete. Should just say delete, and this is going to be danger. We save, come back to our project, and this is what we have so far. Great. Let's have our thumbnail, which is going to be next to our post detail header. So you have, actually, let's first have our title, okay, which is going to be inside of an h1. Let's just say this is the post title, and then we have the thumbnail of the post. So let's have a div. We have our image. We should make sure that is imported. So import, let's say thumbnail from, I don't know what image that's going to be, but, and for the alt, you could do, you know, for now we are not getting anything from the database, so let's just leave it. And below the thumbnail, we are going to have our body, okay, and that's the full description. And for now, let me just do lorem 40 alt Z to wrap. I'm going to do another paragraph with lorem 55, another paragraph, lorem 111, another paragraph, lorem 20. All right, so we save this, come back to our project, and this is what we have. Perfect. What's going on? Just outside of the div. Okay, it's actually too small. Okay, so let me have another paragraph, lorem 200. Save. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay, so now let's go to the CSS. You know, some of the styles have taken effect already, you know, the buttons, the author, and all that. Okay, so there's not going to be too much. Let's start it real quick. So let's go to our CSS. I'm going to, of course, I need to copy this comment, come back down, and there's going to be the post detail or the single post page. All right, now let's grab the post detail itself. Post detail, that's the section. Give it a width of form width, okay, which is I think 50%. It's a variable up top. Yeah, 50%. Okay, and I'm going to give it a background of color white, margin inline of auto, and give it a padding of 2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Great, that's what we have. Let's target the post detail header, which has the author and then the buttons. Okay, display flex, justify content to be space between, and give it a margin bottom of 1.5 rand. We save, and this is what we have. Perfect. Now let's target our buttons. You know, these buttons, they're inside the div with a class of post detail buttons. I'm going to display flex, give a gap of 1 rem between them, and align items to the center. We save, and we have this. Pretty simple. Let's grab the thumbnail. So post detail thumbnail margin. I'm going to give it a margin of 1 rem for the top and bottom, 0 for the left and right, a height of fit content. Let me actually give it a maximum height, okay, of 30 rem. and an overflow of heading. I want to target the paragraphs, so post detail and then the paragraph. I want to give them a margin bottom of 0.7 rem. Okay, so that the paragraphs actually show well. And did I make any? Wait a minute. What's going on? Okay, there's no in a paragraph. So let's have a paragraph tag and then put it in it. We save and now we have the space. Great. So that is all for this post detail page. Of course, it is not dynamic right now because we are not fetching anything from the database, but we are going to work on that. Now, on click of this category or any of the categories, we should be taken to the categories page, right, to fetch all the posts that belongs to that category. And on click of the the author, we should be taken to a page that has all the posts of the author. All right, so it's going to be very similar to this page. So let's quickly go ahead and then work on that. But before that, I want to come back to our posts, and I'm going to cut this. Okay, that's the dummy posts array. I'm going to cut that and then put it inside of our source. I'm going to create data.js and then paste it in here. Okay, now I'm going to export this, come back to our posts, and then import it. So let's import dummy posts from data right here. Okay, so that we can use it on other pages as well. And also I want to have a message if we do not get any post. Okay, that's in case we come to the website and for some reason nobody has created any post. We should have a message there. Okay, so next to our container div, we are going to have a simple check and see if the post length is greater than 0. If so, then we should show the div. Okay, that's a container class. Otherwise, we should have an h2 that says no posts found. Okay, this should be a question mark, of course. All right, so we save this, come back to our project, thumbnail. Yeah, of course, this should also go to the data.js. Okay, and in this case I'm going to remove the dot. Come on. All right, so we save, come back to our project, and everything should be working. Okay, so of course the array is not empty right now. We should have the message. Okay, and I'm actually going to give that a class. So let's give this a class of center. Remember we had a center class that we started in the CSS. Let me show you real quick. And that was around here, right here. Okay, so we had that center class that we styled, and that is what is giving us that effect right here. Okay, perfect. So let's come back and then let's put in our dummy posts. Of course, everything should be working now. And as I said, from the finished project, we come back to the home page and then we click either the category or the author. It's going to show us all the posts that belongs to that author, right? Or all the posts that belongs to that category. Okay, so that's what we are going to do next. All right, so first let's deal with the author posts. And this is going to be very similar to our posts here. So I'll just copy that, come back here and then paste it. Okay, I'm going to change this to author __ posts and author posts. Oh, okay, so that's going to be author post container, right? Perfect. And of course we should have the array. Okay, so const and the state value, let me just call this posts as well, and then set posts as the state updating function. And also we should bring in use state and then pass in our dummy post. Okay, perfect. And that should be it, guys. That should be it. So if we come back to our project and then we click post item is not imported, good. We should make sure post item is brought in. Let's import post item, and now if we click on any of the authors, we are brought here. Okay, interesting. Okay, you know what, I'm going to go back to our CSS. Where is it? And you know, for the post container, I'm going to have another class of author. It should be author posts container. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay. And also I'm going to do the same thing for our category posts. So that's going to be category posts container. You know what, let me change this. So this should be author posts. All right, so we save and everything should be working perfect. Okay, so we can click on the author and be brought here. Okay, now everything looks the same because we are fetching from the we are using the same data. But of course, once we start working with the database, you know, the API, and creating our own posts, we are going to have different posts. Okay, all right, now let's move on, and I'm just going to copy everything here and then paste it inside of the category posts. And of course I'm going to change this to category posts. And from the finished project, as I said, on click of the category, it should be taken to a page that has every post that belongs to that category. Okay, that's how it works, and that's what we are going to do right here. So we have the dummy post, everything, and of course I'm going to change this to, you know what, I could just have one class for all of them. So post container, right? I don't even have to have any class here because I don't think I had any styles for this particular class. So let me just say post container here as well. Okay, and for the author, I'm just going to do the same thing. Post container. All right, now back in the CSS, I can go ahead and then remove these two classes. The post container should take effect on both on the other two. Okay, so we click on the author, then we get this. We click on the category and then we get the same thing. So the next thing I think we should move on to is going to be the register and the login pages. Okay, now in this case, as I said earlier, I assume that we are logged in. That's why we don't have a login link. We are going to just work on it. I'll enter the path manually. Okay, so let's go to register.jsx. For the register page, manually going to navigate to that route. And of course, we don't have anything here. Great. All right. So of course, we are going to have a section. Let me give that a class of register. I'm going to have a container class in here and an h2 that says sign up. Okay. Below that, I'm going to have a form and give it a class of form and another class of register underscore form. Come on. Okay, no action yet. In case we have an error or we enter an invalid input, we have, a small message at the top. That was the error message, right? So let's have a paragraph and give that a class of form underscore error message. Okay, for now, let's say this is an error message. Yeah. And below that, we are going to have our first input. Let's give that a placeholder of full name. Let's give that a name of name as well. We are going to use state here, right? So user data, that's the state value. Set user data to be the state updating function. We are going to use useState, of course. It's going to be an object with a name, going to be an empty string, email, an empty string. We have password, an empty string, and then password 2. Or you can do confirm password if that's what you want, right? So password 2 is going to be confirm password. So the value for our full name is going to be user data dot name, right? And of course, we should be able to type in the input so that we can update it. Okay, so on change, we are going to call a function called change input handler, and that's going to be a function up here, and it's going to take in an event. We are going to use the state updating function, get the previous state, and return a new object. But of course, we have to spread the previous state and then get what we are trying to update, right? In this case, it's going to use the name that we assign to the input, and the value is going to be the target value. Let me try this real quick before we continue with the other ones. Of course, everything should be working. Now I'm going to duplicate this a few times so that we have the other inputs as well. So let's just say email for the placeholder. The name is going to be email, and we should make sure the name that we give to the input matches the key or the property that we have in the state object, right? So of course, this is going to be the email, and yeah, that's it. The next one is going to be password. So password, and actually the type is going to be password as well. There's going to be password, and lastly we are going to have the confirm password. So the type is going to be password, the placeholder is going to say confirm password, there's going to be password 2, and that's it. Okay, perfect. Lastly, let's have a button, a submit button. It's just going to say register. Right, let's give this a class of btn primary, and that's it. Okay, so we save this, come back, this is what we have. Not too bad, I guess. All right, so we can move on to style this, but before that I should have a very simple message outside of the form, and that's going to be inside of the small tag. I'm going to ask, already have an account? If so, then I'm going to use the link tag. Come on, link, which is going to take us to the sign in page, and that's the login, right? And it's going to say sign in, right? So let's go to our CSS and style this real quick. I'm going to put this side by side so that you see what's happening. Register link. Oh, of course, we should make sure that is brought in. So let's import link from React Rotterdam. Great. Okay, so let's start with the styling of this form, and let's first grab the general form class. We are going to display flex, but the flex direction is going to be column, and let's have a gap of 0.8 rem between the inputs. So we save this, what we have. Every input or select and text area element should have these styles. We are going to have 100% of their parent width and give them a padding of 0.6 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. Border radius, I'm going to do radius 1, and let's see, perfect. And I'm going to set the resize. In the from the finished project, let me show you something real quick. When we click on this, we have a text area here, right? And I don't want it to be resizable. Normally when you have a text area element, it has some little thing here that you can click to resize by dragging. I don't want that, so I'm going to set resize to none. We are going to use the same elements on the create post page. So yeah, now let's have some styles for the form error message. Okay, and let's give that a background. Yeah, this right here. Let's see, that could be too much, but I'll just keep it. Color red is cool. I'm going to do color white for the text color. Font size is going to be 0.8 rem. I'm going to give it a padding of 0.6 for the top and bottom, 1 rem for the left and right. Border radius of radius 1, and I'm going to display block, and lastly give it a margin bottom of 1 rem. We save, and we have this. Not too bad, I guess. All right, now let's target this register form specifically, and you know what, I'm going to target the login class, which we don't have yet, and the create post class as well. All right, now I'm going to give them a width of the form width variable that we have up top, which is 50% of 50 viewport width, I think, right here. So 50%. Okay, so that gives us 50%, and let's bring it to the middle. Okay, so margin inline should be auto. I'm going to give it a height of, let's do a little calculation here. So 100 viewport height is the full screen or the full browser viewport, and then minus 12 rem. And the reason why I'm subtracting 12 from the 100 viewport height is because I gave every section a margin top of 6 rem, if you can remember that. And also I gave the footer a margin top of 6 rem as well. So I just want it to fit the whole screen. That's what. And I hope that makes sense. I'm going to display its grid and then bring it to the middle of the page by saying place items to center, and we have it. Simple as that. Perfect. I'm going to target the h2. So register h2, login h2, and then create post h2 should have margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so we have some space here. Cool. What else? I'm going to target the small tag that has this message and then the sign in. I'm going to target that real quick. So register small and login small tag. Okay, we are going to display a block and give it a margin top of 1.5 rand. Without a display block, this margin is not going to work. Do we have a problem? It's not working for some reason. Let's see. Okay, display block. Right, as I said, without displaying a block, it is not going to work. Now let's target the, I'm going to target the links. Okay, so the link inside of the small tag, I'm going to target that and give that a color, text color of color primary. Okay, so that it looks like a link. And I think that's all for now. That's all for form, register form. Of course, we have a problem here. So let's go back and correct this real quick. So password, confirm password, password 2. There should be password 2 as well. Okay, so now everything is working independently. Perfect. Okay, so let's come to the sign-in page or the login page and work on that as well real quick. Therefore, I'm going to grab everything from the register and then paste it in here. I'm going to change this to login. That is going to be the same, but of course here we don't need confirm password, we don't need the name, we just need the email and the password, and they should be the same. They should be sign in, they should be log in. So login form, we don't need the name input, we don't need the confirm password, and this is going to say login. And here you're going to ask if you don't have an account. Okay, so don't have an account, sign up. Right, and they should bring us to the register page. We can type. Right, so we save this, come back, and we have it. Okay, we have our beautiful login page. So everything is working exactly as expected. All right, that's it, guys. I'm going to now proceed to work on the authors. Okay, the authors page right here. So let's move on to that real quick. For this page too, I have some data that I'm going to use as some dummy data for now. And right here, we are going to have a section with the class of authors. Let's have our container class and give it another class of authors container. Right now, we're going to have a state. So let's call this authors and set authors as the state updating function. Use state, of course, bring that in, and then pass in the authors data. Okay, now we are going to map through this, which is the array here. We are going to map through that. So authors.map. But before that, I have to check if we actually have any registered users. Okay, so I'm going to do some small check here. Check if the authors length or the length of the array is greater than 0. If so, then I'm going to show the container depth and everything in between and everything inside of it. Otherwise, I'm going to have an h2 that says no users or authors found. All right, so for the mapping, of course we can go ahead and then destructure everything that we need, but for now, for each iteration we are going to return a link. So it's going to be a link to posts, users, and then the ID of the user. So in this case, we can go ahead and then destructure everything that we need. So we have the ID, the avatar, the name, and the posts. Okay, that's the number of posts they've created. Okay, so in this case, this is going to be the ID of the user. And I have to close this, and everything is going to be in between this. We have to give this a key, and that's going to be the ID, and we'll have the avatar of the author. So let's have that inside of a div. Give this a class of author avatar, and the image, of course, is going to be the avatar that we destructured avatar. For the auth, we can say image of, and then the name of the author, and we are going to have a div called author info, which is where we are going to have the name of the author itself. So name, and a small tag, or let's actually do a paragraph tag that's going to have the number of posts that the author has posted. All right, so we come back to our project, and okay, so let's go to authors, and this is what we have. Perfect. So everything is looking amazing. You know what, let's actually give this a class. That's the link. Let's give that a class of author. Okay, so we save this and then go back to our CSS. Now, of course, if we should pass in an empty array here, we should get this message. Okay, and of course I have to give it that center class so that it is centered. Perfect. So this is what we want. Okay, so let's get to the CSS and install this real quick. I'm going to copy the comment here, paste it, and that's going to be right. I'm going to put the side by side so that we see what's happening live. Let's grab the authors container and display that to be grid. The grid display grid. The grid template columns is going to be repeat 4 times 1fr. We save, and this is what we have. Perfect. And I clicked on 1. That is why it brought me to this page. Of course, they are all links. That's why we can just click them. So yeah, come on, make this bigger. I'm going to leave a gap of 3 rem between them. Perfect. Now let's get the author, which is the link, and I'm going to give that a background of color white. Give that a padding of 1 rem, border radius of radius 3. I'm going to display it flex and a gap of 1 rem. I'm going to give it a transition as well of the variable transition, since we are going to have a very cool hover effect on it. Okay, so let's quickly have the hover effect. The box shadow is going to be 0 on the x-axis, 1 rem for the y-axis, 1.5 rem for the blur, and the color is going to be black with 7% alpha. Yep, so we have it. Okay, we have that cool hover effect. Now I'm going to target the avatar. So author, did I give it that class? I don't think so. Yeah, okay, I did. So author avatar, right? Avatar. Let's give that a width of 5 rem. aspect ratio of 1:1. So the height is going to be the same as the width. Border radius is going to be 50% to make it a circle. I'm going to give it a border of 0.3 rem solid color BG, and lastly set the overflow to hidden. We save, and this is what we have. Perfect. Now lastly, I'm going to target the paragraph, so author info, and the p tag I'm going to say margin top of 1 rem. And that's all, guys. That's all for this page. Nice. It should look exactly the same as the finished project, right? Okay, now let's move on to the profile page. So this link, let me change it real quick. So I'm going to go to my header, and on click of that, okay, we should have an ID. That's the path that I set for that. Okay, so for the user profile right here, profile slash something. Okay, that's why it took us to this 4.4 page, because only the profile path does not exist, right? So it should be profile slash something. So when we come back and then click, we actually get taken to that route. Perfect. All right, so let's work on the user profile real quick, and then I think the last two are going to be the create posts. Okay, they're actually more to work on. So let's quickly work on the profile, the user profile. I'm going to close all these. User profile. In case you've forgotten, this is the page we are going to work on. This is the user profile. Okay, and it's pretty simple. Of course, I don't know if I tried this in the demo, but of course you can go ahead and then change your user profile. Okay, so now if I come back to the project, every post by an achiever should have the new profile picture, and that's how it works. So this is what we are going to create. Of course, there's a link to the dashboard where you can see all the posts, and you can take some actions here as well, but we are going to take care of that later on. All right, so let's quickly work on this, which is the user profile right here. All right, so we are going to have a section with a class of profile and a container class and a profile container class as well. Let's have the link that goes to the dashboard. So that's going to my posts slash, for now let's just have something random there. Okay, and I'm actually going to give this a class of btn. Now a sibling to this is going to be profile details, and I'm going to have the avatar. Okay, that's the image that we have, this one. And also it's going to have a form. This is actually a form, right? It's going to have a form that is going to help us update the or change our profile picture. Okay, so let's have avatar wrapper, and that's first going to have the profile avatar or the current image. Okay, so let's, for now, of course, we are just going to use a dummy image from our images or assets folder. It doesn't really matter right now. Okay, next to this, we are going to have a form. So we are going to have a form, and I'm going to give that a class of avatar form, no action. And inside the form, I'm going to have an input, a file input, and the name is going to be avatar. I'm going to have a label next to that, where it's going to have avatar as the HTML4. It should match the ID that I have in the input. This is going to be an icon. The label is going to be an icon, and that icon is going to be this right here. So let's search that icon real quick. I think they should do it. Just copy this, come back to the project, paste, and use it here as a component. We save, and yeah, we have it. Good. Now for the inputs, I'm going to have an accept prop here, and that means this input should only accept PNG files, JPG files, and then JPEG files. Okay, that's the only files I need. And of course, I should have on change prop. Let me first have a state value up top. Okay, so avatar, and then set avatar, and that's going to be equal to use state and an empty string. Now on change, I'm going to set avatar to the event target files, and then get the very first image that we have in the array. Perfect, because of course people can select multiple images at once, but I want the very first one that they selected. Below the form, I'm going to have a button, and I'm going to give that a class of profile avatar btn. It is going to have, let me get this real quick from the icons here. It's going to have a check icon. Okay, so maybe this works. It's going to be perfect. I'm going to paste that. Paste it in here as a component, and for now that's all we need. Okay, so if we come back to our project, yeah, that's all we need for now. Okay, now let's start this, and then we'll come back to work with the form. Okay, and I don't think I showed you how this works in the demo, but basically you can update your data as a user. You can update your data right here, right? But we are going to start the top first, and then we'll come back to this. Okay, let me actually have the name. So below the button, or even outside of the avatar wrapper, I'm going to have an h1, and that's going to say the name of the current user. Let's say next achiever. We save this, and now let's move to the CSS. Guys, you know what, I'm just going to paste the CSS for this one. Okay, so you can just go ahead and then type from here, right? I don't want the CSS to take too much time, so there you go. You can just pause and then type all this out. It starts from here, right here, so you can just pause here and then you start typing. Okay, right. So if I should save this, this is what we get. Okay, this is exactly what we get. All right, perfect. So now we can go ahead and have the form, just like in the finished project. We can have the form here, and I think this is too big. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to remove this font size. I guess it's too big. Actually, let me just make it 1.5 RAM. All right, so yeah, that's better. That's still too big, so maybe 1.3. Yeah, this is okay. All right, so that's the check button. If I should remove that, this also doesn't look bad. Let's see. That could be bigger, 1.3 as well. So let me just remove this one, okay, so that they both have the same font size. Bring this back. Yeah, perfect. All right, so I started in such a way that this sits on top of the edit icon or the edit button. That's the label. Okay, that's how I styled it. Right, so on click of this, this gets replaced. Right, so if I show change this again, I click, it gets updated, and then this comes back, so that in case I want to make another change, I can click it. That's how I started. All right, so let's work on the form. So let's get back here and then work on the form, which is going to be right here. All right, so we are going to have a form with a class of form and then another class of profile form. We're going to have a paragraph with a class of form error message that register in the login form. And let's just say this is an error message. Right, now we can have our inputs. The first one is going to, you know what, in the login form, I don't think I did this. I want to have autofocus on the first input. So in this case, that's going to be this. That's the email. Perfect. Here I'm going to have the full name, and we are going to have some state values up top. Here I can actually have this avatar in here and then pass it in right here. Where is it? Yeah, okay. So yeah, we could do this instead, but then I want to have some state values here as well. So we will have the name, so const name, set name. It's going to be go to use state and empty string. We will have some for email, that will be set email. Another one for current password, and this is going to be set current password. You will need a new password, so this is going to be set new password. And lastly, confirm new password, so this is going to be set confirm new password. All right, so we need that, and here the value is going to be the name, and on change we have a function here and set name to event target value. Perfect. I can duplicate this a few times. You have email, there's going to be email, so this is going to be set email, and that's it. Next we are going to have password. The placeholder is going to say current password, the value is going to be current password, and set current password. We'll have another password field, so new password, that's going to be the placeholder. There's going to be new password as well, and then set new password. Lastly, we are going to have confirm password, so the type is going to be password. There's going to say confirm new password. Confirm new password is going to be the state value, and then set confirm new password. Let's have a button with the type of submit. Give it a class of btn and then primary, and it's going to say update my details, or let's just do update details. Okay, and that's it. That's all we need here. All right, so let's go ahead and then see what we have. Perfect, everything is working. Okay, because if you can remember, we have all the styles done already, right? If we check our register, you can see that we had some styles for every form. Okay, so everything is styled, it's looking exactly as expected. We can type and we have no problems here. Okay, perfect. Now let's move on to this page, which is the dashboard page. And in the finished project, that's how it looks right here. So let's move on to that real quick. So dashboard. I'm going to have a state value here. For this post, set posts. Use come on. Use state should be empty. Okay, for now at least. You know what? Let me actually bring in the dummy posts. So let's import dummy posts and then yeah, bring that in here. Perfect. All right, so in here let's have a section with a class of dashboard. Let's check if post length is greater than 0, or you can just do post length. Okay, if it is 0, then that means it's going to be false, so you can just do post length. If it is greater than 0, then that means it is going to be true. Therefore, we can go ahead and then return a div with a class of container and another class of dashboard container. Otherwise, we are going to have an h2 with a class of center, and that's going to say you have no posts yet. Perfect. Now in here, that's in the div, we are going to map through our posts. Okay, so posts.map. I'm going to call each one post, and let's return an article tag, and I'm actually going to give this a key of post ID, and I'm going to give this a class name of dashboard post. Now from the finished project, we have this side of the post, right? And then this side, which is where the buttons are. Okay, so let's have dashboard post info and dashboard post actions. That's where the buttons are, right? And let's work on the info side, and that's where we are going to have our image or the thumbnail of the post. So dashboard post thumbnail, where it's going to have an image, in this case post avatar, right? And let's see, for the odds, let me just leave it. Okay, so we have that. Let's have the title of the post, where is going to be the post dot title. Great. Now for the actions, we're going to have a link first, a link to the detailed page of the post. So this is going to go to /post/post ID, so post.id. I'm going to give this a class of btn sm, and it's going to say view. So this will just send us to the detailed page of the post, right? This is going to go to the edit page, and it's going to have the primary class as well. It's going to the edit page, right? And this should delete the post, so delete, and should have danger class, and then delete. All right, so we save this, come back, let's see what we have. Perfect. All right, now, and the thumbnails are not showing for some reason. Should be thumbnail, right? All right, so I think that's all. We can just proceed to the CSS and install this. Let me grab the comment here. There's going to be dashboard, let's grab the dashboard container and display flex. The flex direction is going to be column, and let's have a gap of 0.7 rem in between them. Okay, nothing has really changed. Now let's target the dashboard post itself. So come on, dashboard post, and let's display flex. Align items to the center. Justify content to be space between. A gap of 1 rem. Background of color white. Padding of 0.5 rem, 1.2 rem, and border radius of 0.5. Actually, I'm going to do border radius of radius 3. So we save this, and did I not give it that class? Let's see. Alright, so what we return should have a dashboard post. So what's happening? Go. Right. Dashboard post, yeah. So this is what we get. Okay, this is what we get. Now I'm going to move on and then grab the dashboard post info. That's the left side, right? I'm going to display that to be flex as well. Give a gap of 2 rem and a width of 100%. Okay, I'm going to align items to the center. Now let's grab the thumbnail. So dashboard post thumbnail, width of 4 rem because they are too big, and border radius of radius 1, and I'm going to set overflow to be hidden. Alright, so we save and we have this. Okay, now let's take care of this side. That's the actions side. So dashboard post actions, we are going to display flex and leave a gap of 1 rem between the buttons. They should be displayed. Alright, so we save and we have it. Okay, very simple, and that's it. So we click, it brings us to this page. Of course, the edit and the delete pages are not did I not create a delete page? Interesting. Let's see. Let's get back here and see if we created a delete post page. Alright, so I'm going to create that real quick. I actually have it here. So what happened? Delete post. Okay, just duplicate this. This would be delete post. Alright, wait a minute, delete post. Right. Alright, so yeah, everything is working now. Okay, so we have the delete page, we have edit page, and then the post detail page. So now I think we can go ahead and then work on the create post and then the edit post pages as well. Right, so let's work on the create post page. Alright, so let's go to the create post page, and here we are going to have a section, the class of create post. Let's have a container class and an h2 that will say create post. Below that we are going to have a paragraph with a class of form error message, just like we had earlier. in the forms. And let's just say this is an error message. Yeah, I'll just leave it. And let's have our form. Now I'm going to give this a class of form as well, and another class of create post form. Now in the form, first we are going to have an input for the title of the post. So placeholder title, and the value is going to be title. Okay, so we are going to have some state values here. Set title is going to be equal to state, and yeah, we'll have description, category, and all that. Let me do that right now. Category, set category, and use state. Actually, by default, the category is going to be uncategorized. Okay, so if you don't specifically choose a category for your post, it's going to be uncategorized. All right, now we have description, which you could call body. Okay, so set description. Yeah, so it would make more sense to call this body, but for some reason I'll just call it description. Okay, so you state there's going to be an empty string. Let's have our thumbnail. So const thumbnail, set thumbnail is going to be equal to use state empty string as well, and that's it. Okay, at least for now. So here we are going to have title as the value, and on change we are going to have a function passing an event and set title to be the event target value. And I'm also going to make this auto focus. All right, now we are going to have a select, and I'm going to give this a name of category. The value is going to be, and on change we're going to have a function here as well, set category, and then target the value. For the options, we are just going to map through some array that I have, okay, which has all the categories that we need. All right, so I'm going to paste this. Now this is what I need, but as you can see, we have formats and then modules here as well, which we are going to use in a minute. Okay, on the React quill, that's going to give us that WYSIWYG editor. Okay, but for now, this is what we need. That's post categories, and that's what I'm going to map through. So post categories, the map, and I'm going to call each iteration cut, and then we have our option returned. So option, and of course we need a key. Come back to our project, and we have it. Okay, so we can see the different categories, and we can select them. Of course, we can type in the title as well. We are going to have the text area, but then let's have our thumbnail as well, which is going to be file on change event set thumbnail e.target.files, and then we get the first file, which is the 0 index. Now I'm going to have an accept prop here as well, and it's going to be PNG, JPG, and then JPEG. Lastly, let's have a button, a submit button, and this is going to say create. Let's give it a class of btn and then primary class. And to have the text area that we need for our body, let's install React Quill. Okay, so of course you can read more about React Quill, but we're not going to waste too much time on that. So let's quickly install that, and we are going to import that in our project. React Quill from, okay, we should import the CSS as well. React Quill /dist quill.snow.css. Okay, I should make sure that is imported as well. Right now, let's render the React Quill that we imported as a component here. and pass in the modules. Okay, the modules that we have and the formats that we have. Okay, so we have formats and the modules. We're going to pass them in as props. So modules is going to be the modules array that we have up top. The format is going to be the format that we have. Okay, the value is going to be the description state value, and on change we are going to just say set description. That's all you need. All right, so if I come back to all right, so we have a problem. This should be modules right here, and I'm actually going to add more of these. So for the headings, we need heading 3, 4, 5, and 6 as well. Okay, perfect. What else? Let's see. Let me rephrase this. We still don't have our React queue. Oh yeah, this should be outside of the select, of course. Okay, so yeah, we have text area, and then we have the file picker right here. All right, so we come back to our project and we have it. Okay, so we can type anything we want, and change it to heading 3, heading 4, whatever. We can type even more, change this to italic, bold, whatever you want. Okay, so you can go ahead, read more about React queue, and it's pretty powerful when it comes to creating some dynamic body. Okay, now I want to add some custom style to this React queue. Okay, this text area. So let's get back here. Let's go to our CSS, scroll up to where the form is, where we have the register and all of that right here, and I'm going to just paste this. Okay, so we target the React queue editor, we give it an overflow, give it a background to be white, and then a height. Okay, now for the height, you can go ahead and then increase it. Let me just save and see. Still not working, right? So I'm just going to use the important flag here. Okay, at least for now, just so we can proceed. Later on, I'm going to figure out what's actually going on with the CSS. So that is all for our create post page. I think you can select any heading you want, right? Have underlines, italic, or make them bold and all that. That's all perfect. But now let's move on to the next, which is going to be I think that's going to be the edit page. Okay, which is going to be very similar to the create post page. So I'm just going to copy everything from here and move them to the edit post page. All right, so of course this should be edit post, and let's export edit post as well, and this is going to say edit post. Yeah, I'm just going to leave these classes. Okay, and this should be, let me check from the finished project real quick. So there's an SGR. Okay, so edit post, this is just going to say update. What else do we need to change? We really don't need to change anything else, right? Everything is going to be the same. So let's come back to our project and let's see from the edit post what we have, right? So we have everything set. Everything is exactly as it should be. Okay, so we are really done with everything for this app. Okay, at least for the design. Now if we should check how this is going to look on mobile, let me put this to the side. Yeah, this doesn't look good on mobile phone. Okay, so as you can see, the navbar isn't looking good, even the posts are not looking good, and the footer as well. So of course we should have some responsive design to make everything fit on different devices. Okay, so I'm going to close up all these files except for our CSS, and we are actually going to work in the header. That's the header component. We are going to work in this file as well, right? But first we are going to work in the CSS. Great. So let me copy a comment, come down. There's going to be the media queries for mobile phones. So we will say a media screen and max width of 800 pixels, meaning any device with a width of less than 800 pixels should have these styles. First off, let's target our heading ones to have font size of 1.5 rem. We are just reducing the font size here. Every H2 should have a font size of 1.4 rem, and every H3 should have a font size of 1.2 rem. Right. Now, lastly, for the general styles, we are going to target our general container class and change the width to be the container width MD, which is medium. Okay, which is also a variable way up top right here, which is 92%. And you can see that we have some changes already. Right now, let's move on and then target our nav or our nav bar, and we are going to target the nav container class. I'm going to position that to be relative, and that's because I'm going to position the direct child, which is the nav menu. I'm going to position that absolute, and I want it to respect the container class. Okay, it's going to be relative to the container class. That's why I have to position this relative first. Right, so let's target the nav menu, give it a position of absolute, and it's going to be 5 rem from the top, and that's because our navbar is 5 rem. Okay, that's why I want it to be exactly at the bottom of our navbar. I'm going to give it a right of 0. I'm going to change the flex direction to be column. It is already displayed flex, right? So I'll just change the direction of the flex to column. And also let me give a gap of 0 rem. I'm going to remove the gap, and yeah, that's it for now. Let's move on to the nav items. So the nav menu and then the list items, give them a width of 100% and give them a box shadow of -2 rem for the x-axis, 4 rem for the y-axis, 4 rem for the blur, and an RGBA of 000 and then 0.26. right? So 26%. Now let's target the links. So nav menu, li, and then the links inside of them. Let's target them and give them a display of block, background of color white, and give them a padding 0.85 for the top and bottom, and then 2.5 for the left and right. So we save, and that's what we have. Now of course we need the buttons. Okay, remember we had 2 buttons for closing and opening the nav menu. We need them now. So nav toggle btn, that's the class we gave it. We are going to display inline block. The background is going to be transparent. We're going to give them a font size of 1.5 rem. We save, and yeah, we have that. And lastly, I'm going to give them a cursor of pointer. Perfect. All right, now we are going to have some animation, and I have a dedicated video on how to create, different animations for your nav menus and so all your drop downs, right? So I'm just going to paste that animation and then make some few adjustments here, then we can proceed. Now we should be able to close and open this navbar, okay, using the icons that we have here, right? So let's come to our header, and let's actually have a state here. Okay, so we are going to use this state to determine whether to close or show. We are going to call this is nav showing and set is nav showing as the state updating function. Use state, of course, and in here we are going to check whether we are on mobile phone before we can make this happen. Okay, so window.inner width, if the inner width is greater than 800 pixels, then it's going to be true. That's the default. Okay, so by default, if it is greater than 800 pixels, then of course we are on desktop and we want this navbar to show. Otherwise, then we are on mobile phone, and by default we should have it set to false. Okay, so down here where the icon is, we are going to use the state that we just created to determine which icon to show. Remember, we had two icons right here, so we are going to check whether the nav is showing, and then with that we can know which icon to show. So is nav showing? If so, then we are going to show this. Otherwise, we are going to show the FA bars. Okay, so we save, and this is what we have. There's going to be an arrow function, and of course here too we should check if you are on mobile phone. So if window.inner width is less than 800 pixels, then this should work. What we are trying to do should work. Okay, so with that we are going to set a nav showing to be false. Otherwise, we are on desktops, therefore we want to set it to true. And on this button I'm going to have an on-click prop, and on here I'm going to set is nav showing to be the opposite of the previous state. Okay, so let's get the opposite of is nav showing, and that's just what we need here. Okay, so if we save this and we start clicking, you can see that we change the icon. Okay, which is perfect. But of course, with this we should be able to show or hide the navbar, which is the most important thing. Okay, so right here we are going to check if it's nav showing. If so, then we should render the on other list. Okay, otherwise we should hide it. Okay, so we click, we hide it, we click, we show it, we click, we hide it, we click, we show it. And that's simply by putting an on click prop here and setting the new state to opposite of the previous state to hide or show it. Perfect. So now, of course, if we click, so now we should be able to close this drop down or the nav menu whenever we click on any of these links. Okay, and even when we click on the logo, and there's the function to take care of that. Okay, so we are going to add on click prop on all the links in the nav menu. So on click, we want to call the close nav handler. On click, close, come on, close nav handler. On click, close nav handler. On click, close nav handler. And lastly, on the logo as well. So on click of the logo, close nav handler. All right, so we save, and React doesn't recognize close nav handler. Interesting. Let's see. close nav handler. Of course, this should be on click and then close nav handler. Okay, so we save, come back to our project, and now when we click to go on any of the, all right, now I'm going to have an animation for the drop down. Okay, let's have some animation for the drop down. So let's go back to our CSS, and below the li I'm going to have my animation right here. So let's paste. So we have our keyframe for the animation, and there's the end state of the animation. Okay, we're going to have some styles for the starting state right here, our animation here. Now let's get the keyframe, which is drop down, which is this. The duration of the animation is going to be 500 milliseconds. The timing function is going to be is, and the fill mode is going to be 4 words. And this means the element should keep the end state of the animation. Okay, now let's have an opacity of 0 for the start, and a transform rotate on the x-axis of 90 degrees. And lastly, the transform origin is going to be from the top. All right, so we save this, come back to our project, and now we have this. So this is our animation now. I'm getting some deprecation warnings regarding the event that I'm using, but for now I'm going to ignore it and then finish with the whole responsive design. Then we'll come back to what we can do, okay, to resolve this deprecation issue. All right, so let's start the rest of the home page. Let's grab the post container. Okay, so the post container, I'm going to change the grid templates columns to be 1fr. Perfect. And I'm going to reduce the gap. Okay, I'm going to reduce that to one rem. And I guess that's enough. We can move on to the footer. As you can see, we have some overflow. The footer categories, I'm going to change the flex direction to be column, and I think that should resolve everything here. Perfect. Right, and I think we are done with the home page. Let's get to the detailed page, and that's post detail. Let's grab the width. I'm going to set that to 100%. Let me save and see what I get. Perfect. I'm going to change the background to be transparent and give it a padding of 0. I'm going to remove the padding that we had on desktops. All right, that should be it. Now let me see. I'm going to have some styles for this page, and that should take effect for the register and the login page as well. Okay, so register, login, and then the create post. Let's give them a width of 100%, and I guess that should be it. Okay, so if I should go to the register page, everything should be fine. Even the post detail, I think we can do more with it. Okay, so post detail h1, I'm going to give it a margin top of 1 rem. I'm going to reduce the margin there. Let me go to the profile page, and that didn't really get those effects because we had a profile form class as well. I'm going to give that a margin top of 2.5 rem and a width of 100%. Perfect. All right, now let's move on to let's see. Yeah, this is done. Let's move on to the authors page. all this. Let me grab the container directly. Okay, the grid templates columns here is going to be 1FR. Perfect. Now let's reduce the gap to 1.2 rem. Yeah, that works. And I guess we can move on to the start the dashboard. Let me make some adjustments to the dashboard. So dashboard, I'm going to grab the posts. Dashboard post. The flex direction is going to be column. Perfect. And I guess that's it. Let me grab the dashboard info. Dashboard post info. I'm going to leave a gap of 1.5 rem. And lastly, the dashboard post thumbnail. That's going to have a width of 5 rem. So we save this and everything is perfect now. Everything is exactly as expected, exactly as done in the finished project. You know what? I'm actually going to increase the H1, the size of the heading 1. I'm going to increase that to 1.7. Okay. And also for the H3, actually this should be 2. The H2 is going to be 1.5 or 1.6 even, and then this is going to be 1.35. So we save. Okay, so we are done with the React side of the project. Okay, we are done with the React. The next thing we have to do is to create the API and then make sure everything communicates back and forth with the API and our database. You need to have a few things installed before you can follow along in this project. Of course, the first thing is VS Code. Also, you need Node.js. There's a Node Express API, so you have to install Node. Any of these, that's the long-term support or the current version, should be all right. Also, you need a MongoDB account and a cluster as well. So you go to MongoDB and then you create an account, you create a cluster as well, and then you should be all set because you are going to be saving everything to a database. Okay. Now, last but not least, you need Postman, and this is what we are going to use to test our API, right? So we are going to use Postman to be testing the API, and then when everything is done, we are going to connect it to our React frontend. Okay, now this is my base project. This is the MERN block, and as you can see, we have our client, which is the React application, and I'm going to create a server folder next to it. Now let's open the base project, change directory into our server. All right, now I'm going to do npm init and then -y. Okay, so we should have package.json file in our server directory. Okay, now let's install some very important packages for our API or for this project. First, we are going to install Express. So npm install Express, mongoose, we install course and then .env. And these are the packages that we need for now. Okay, the other packages, there are more packages that we are going to install, but I'm going to install them when the need arises. So now let's wait while these packages get installed, and when it's done, we should have a dependencies object in our package.json. Perfect. So everything is said. We have course.env, express, and then mongoose. Nice. Okay, now let's go ahead and then create a very simple Express server. I'm going to create index.js, and let's bring in the package that we just installed. First one is going to be Express. We require Express. Let's bring in course. we require course. And for mongoose, I'm not going to bring in the whole mongoose package. I'm actually going to need only connect. This is what we are going to use to connect to our database, our MongoDB database. So that's going to come from mongoose. And lastly, our .env. For that, I'm going to do require.env and have the config method initialized on that. Now we should initialize our express. So I'm going to do app express and we initialize that. And here I can do app.listen. The port is going to be 5000. And when we are connected, I'm going to have a message in our console. Server running on port 5000. Alright, so we should have a script in our packet.json right here. I'm going to do dev and they should be node. Actually, you know what? I'm going to clear this and let's install a development dependency. Okay, so npm install -d nodemon. Alright, that is done. And now we can do nodemon index.js. So we save this. I should have a comma, of course. So now let's do npm run dev and see what we get. We get server running on port 5000. Okay, so our server is ready, and now we can actually start working on our project. I want to connect to our database right now so that we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so here on MongoDB, you can go ahead and then create a new account. I have an account, so I'm just going to sign in. Once you create the account, you should go ahead and then create a new cluster. And right here, database access, you should go ahead and then I'm going to delete this user. You should go ahead and then create a new database user, Igator. For the password, I'm going to auto generate it. I'm going to copy that to my clipboard. For the rows, read and write, I'm going to restrict to this cluster, and that's it. I'm going to create the user. Now head to network access and then create a new network. I'm going to allow access from anywhere, but you can go ahead and then add your current IP address. Okay, don't do this. It's not safe. Even this. All right, so let's go ahead and then create a new access and we should be set. It's taking too long. Okay, so that's done. Now come to database right here and hit connect. Okay, it will be next to your cluster. You're going to click on connect drivers and copy this link up to here. Okay, that's right before the question mark. Copy that link. We don't need the whole link, we only need it up to the /. Okay, and right after the /, we're going to add the name of our database. And once we have our model and the connection is done, that's the API connects to our database, the database that we named here should be created together with the collections. Okay, so I'm going to copy from here, that's including the /, and come back to my project. So I'm going to create a .env. I'm going to call this Mongo URI. The name of our database should be at the end. I'm going to call this MERN blog tutorial. This should be the name of your user, the user that you created. The password should be here. So go ahead and then, oh, where did I paste the password? I'm going to get the password again. Or just generate, copy, and then update. Perfect. That is going to be the password. and that's it. Okay, so right here I'm going to do connect, which is the method that we got from our mongoose. So to get this link, we are going to do process.env.mongo URI. If you're able to connect to our database, then we can go ahead and then start our server right here. And instead of hard coding the port, I'm actually going to have it as an environment variable here, and that's going to be 5000. Okay, so server started on port process.env.port. But if anything goes wrong, we should have a catch, and that's just going to log the error in our console. As you can see, server running on port 5000, meaning everything is working smoothly. Our database is connected successfully as well. And when we come to MongoDB, go to database and then browse collection. We won't see anything right now because we don't have any model, okay, for our database collections, right? So for now we won't see it, but once we have a model for our users and our posts, we should have everything in here. Okay, so we should have the database, which is MERN block tutorial. That's the name of our database, right? So that would show here. Then we have our collections inside of it. Okay, but for now, let's go ahead and then proceed. Okay, I'm going to create a folder called uploads. This is where all the files that we are going to upload to the server is going to be. And for now, let me have the basic structure of application down. Right here, I'm going to do app.use express.json and passing extended to be true. I'm going to do app.use express URL encoded. I'm going to have extended set to true here as well. I'm going to do app.use passing calls. The credentials are going to be true, and the origin is going to be the URL of our frontend, which is going to be localhost 3000. But of course, for the testing, we are going to use Postman, so we won't actually need this. But let me have it here. It's going to be http localhost 3000. All right, now let's have our routes. Okay, so our first route is going to be the user's route, and let's do app.use, and every path that starts with API users should direct us to the user route file, which we are going to create in a minute. I'm going to have another one here, and that's going to be posts, and this is going to be post routes. Okay, so let's create these routes right now. I'm going to have user routes.js and post route.js. Okay, so for the user routes, I'm going to import router from Express, and I'm going to initialize our router that we just imported. The first route, this is going to be just for test. So I'm going to have a get route here and just have a very simple function in here. So we have our requests and then a response and maybe next as well. This is the user route, right? Of course, we should make sure that is exported. So module export router. Perfect. For the post route, we are going to do something very similar. So I'll just copy and then paste this. We have a get route. So this is going to be the post route. And of course, we should make sure these files are imported. So let's import user route. So let's go into our routes and then user route. I'm going to duplicate this. There's going to be post route. inside our routes, we get post routes. And we are going to use Postman to test these routes out. So go ahead and then install Postman, okay? But I already have it and I'm signed in, so I'll just go ahead, click this, and then test this real quick. Let's have local host port 5000 API users, and let's see what we get. We hit it and do I have an error? Let's see. Let's see the error. Post routes is not defined. Oh, post routes. Okay, so we save that, come back to our project, come back to Postman, and then we try this again. And now we have, this is the user route. Okay, if you go to the post route, we get this, the post route. So our routes are working. Our routes are working. Okay, so now let's go ahead and then inside our routes, of course, we are not going to have all the logic in here. So we are going to create a controller folder or controllers folder and have all the controllers in here. Then we are going to import them inside of our route to make things very, very simple. Actually, I'm going to create a middleware folder here as well. And lastly, I'm going to create our models folder. Okay, so this is the structure, and let's go ahead and then create all the controllers for our users setting the post as well. Now let's go ahead and then create our first controller file. This is going to be user controllers.js, and our first controller is going to be the one to register a user. Okay, so const register user, going to be a function request response, and then next. You don't need the next here, but I'm just going to have it in case you need it. All right, so here I'm just going to send a very simple response just so we know what this is. Right, so this is going to be for the register user, and I'm going to have a comment here. There's going to be a post request. That's when we get to the routes. Okay, it is going to be a post request, and the path, and this is going to be unprotected. The route is going to be unprotected, and the rest of the controllers are going to be very simple. So I'm just going to copy and paste. The second one is going to be for the login. I'm going to say login a registered user. The path is going to be API users and then login. Is going to be unprotected as well. We are going to say login user, and the next one is going to be a path to our user profile. So I'm just going to say user profile. The path is going to be users, and then the ID of that user is going to be protected, and this is going to say get user. We are going to have a controller to change our user avatar. So that will be change user avatar. API users and then change avatar is going to be protected, and this is going to say change avatar. Nice. Now the next controller is going to be the one to edit the user details. The path is going to be API users, and then edit user is going to be protected, of course, and it's going to say edit user. The next controller is going to be the one to get all the users or all the authors. So you can say get user or get authors, right? I'm going to do get authors, but I think get users would actually make more sense, right? So you can go ahead and then say get users, and it's going to be unprotected. So these are our controllers. We have the register right here. We have login, get user, change avatar, edit user, and then get authors, right? Now we should be able to get them from our routes. So let's export them from here. It's going to be an object, and then we pass in all the controllers that we have in here. Get user, change avatar, edit user, and lastly get authors. Perfect. Right, so we can come back to our routes. Now let's import all the controllers in here, and I'm actually just going to copy this object to make things simpler. So we destructure them from the file. So we require let's go into controllers and then user controllers. Perfect. So now we should have our controllers in here. So the first route that we are going to have is going to be the register route, and as I said, it's going to be a post. It's going to be a post request, and we bring in the controller, which is register user right here. The next route is going to be the login route. That's going to be a post request as well. It's going to be /login. And remember, we have /API/users here already. That takes us to our user route, and then we continue with the rest of the path, and then the controller that should take effect, or that should work on that path, right? So this is going to be the login user controller, and the next route is going to be a get request, and that's going to be / and then ID, and that's going to be the get user route. The next is going to be / so API/users / right, and that's going to get all the users or all the authors. It's actually get authors, right? You could make it get users if you want. I said that already. So router post, there's going to be a post request, and that's going to change the avatar. And let's bring in a change avatar controller. So router.patch, that's going to edit our user details. So edit user, edit user, and that's it. These are the routes we need for our users. And we are going to work on the controllers very soon, but before that, I want to have some middlewares before we proceed. Okay, I want to have a 4.4 middleware that is going to handle paths that are not supported, and I'm also going to have an error middleware, and that is going to handle every error that occurs in our application. Node.js, and here we are going to have the 4.4, and then the error middleware itself is going to be used to handle the errors. Let's first have a 4.4 middleware. And I'm just going to say not found. New error Now it's found. Request original URL, and I'm going to have a status of 44 and then pass it onto the next middleware. So let's go ahead and then create that error middleware. Request, response, next. And since this is an error middleware, we need errors or error. Okay, that's going to be the first parameter in here. Let's first check if a response is already sent. Okay, so header sent. If that is true, then we can go ahead and then return next and then the error. Right. Oh, I don't need this. But if a response hasn't been sent already, then we are going to send one. And the status is going to be the error code or 500. Let's have a JSON, and the message is going to be the error message, or let's have a default message of an unknown error. Okay, now let's export these two middlewares. Not found and error handler. Is that what I named it? And let me call it that. Good. Now I want our error handler to be well structured or well presented. So I'm going to have a very simple model or a constructor function for it. Okay, so in our models folder, let's have error model.js, and let's create a class here. I'm going to call that http error, and that's going to extend our error class. Okay, constructor get message and then error code. We do super and then pass in the message. There's the code, should be equal to the error code. Right, now we should export this. So module.export http error. Beautiful. Okay, so that's all for our error handling and our 4.4 page. Okay, so we should come to our index.js, and before we connect, we should have these two routes. So app.use, the not found, should make sure that is imported, and I don't think it is. Of course, I can go ahead and import the two error handler as well. We should make sure our server is started, and we have a problem. Require middleware function. This should be a spot. Right, so we come back and let's test this out. All right, so let's hit a route that doesn't exist, and we get not found. Okay, now let me comment this out. That's the not found and the error as well. We could only comment the not found out because that's what is taking effect here, right? And let's try this. We get this, which doesn't really look good. That's why we have to have our own 4.4 route. Perfect. So now we can proceed. Nice. And of course, we should test all these routes before we even work on the controllers, right? We should make sure these routes are working, right? So Let's come back to our Postman. Go to environment. I'm going to have an environment variable in here. I'm going to call this MERN blog, and the variable is going to be base URI. The initial value is going to be HTTP localhost, and the port is 5000/API. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it in here as well. All right, now let's save this right here and then make this active. So we'll set as active environment. Okay, so now when we come back here, we can go ahead and actually have the different routes. The first one is going to be our register, which is going to be a post request. So we are going to have our base URI. So that's localhost/API and then /users/register, right? So we check and we have it's not a function. Interesting. You know what? Let's see. It's a post register, and for the register user, we have register user as the response. Oh, Jason. Interesting. I'm going to have all of these Johns and make them Jason. My bad. So now we should have register user, okay, as a response. So I can go ahead and then save this route. So I'm going to save this as, let me create a collection for this. Okay, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to rename this to be register user. Okay, let's save. Yeah, so we have our register user. I'm going to close the environment variable, and the next is going to be the login user. Okay, so we have the base URL/users/login. That's the path, and it's also a post request. That's if you come to route. Okay, the login route is a post request. All right, so we send this request and then we get login user. Right, so that controller is also taking effect. I'm going to call this login user and then save in our MERN block collection. The next route is going to be get user. Okay, so that's a get request. Let's have a base URI/users/ and then an ID. Okay, so the ID can be any value, and we hit it, we get user profile. That is the get user. That's what we returned in the controller, if you can remember, right here, user profile. Perfect. Now on the next one, let me actually save this as well. Okay, now the next one is going to be get authors or get users. So let's quickly do that as well. It's going to be a get request, the base URI, users, and that's it. Right, so we do it, we send a request and then we get all the users. I'm going to save this, get users or authors, and we save. And I think this is going to be the last one. No, last but one. So we have change avatar, and that's a post request. So base URI, change the method to post. So we have users/change avatar. We hit it, and then we get change user avatar. Let's save this. And now the last route is going to be edit user, and that's a patch request. So patch base URI users and then edit user. I think we send this request and then we get it, edit user details, right? So our routes are working, okay, and our controllers are taking effect. It's now time to actually have the logic to register, login, and all that. I'm going to have some space, and actually, since you are going to be communicating with the database, all these functions are going to be asynchronous. Okay, so let me have a sync on all of them. And actually have enough space between them so that the difference are obvious. Okay, let me have some space at the top as well. Before we come back, we're going to go ahead and then create a model for our user. Okay, so let's bring in schema and model from mongoose. Let's first have our schema. So user schema is going to be equal to new schema and then pass in an object. First we need a name, of course, and the type is going to be string and it's going to be required. We also need an email. It's going to be a string as well and required. Come on. We need a password for every user. The type is going to be string and it's also going to be required. We also need an avatar. The type is going to be string and it's actually not going to be required. Okay, so that's enough. Now lastly, we are going to have posts. That's the post count of every user. The type is going to be number and the default is going to be 0. All right, so that's our schema. Let's create the model and export it. Let's do that directly. So we are going to say model and the name of the model is going to be user, and we are going to use the user schema that we just created, and that's it. All right, now so we are going to use this model in our controller to actually be able to create users. I'm going to have everything inside a try catch block, and if you are trying to register a user and we have any errors, we are just going to pass it on to the error middleware right here. Okay, and that will take care of it. Okay, so if you have any error, we are going to return next and say a new HTTP error, which is coming from our error model, and it takes in a message. We're going to say user registration failed and a code, an error code, and it's going to be 422, and this means the user input wasn't correct. Okay, so there could be empty fields that was sent, and in here is where we are going to have the actual logic. First, we need some things from the user. We need a name, an email, password, and then confirm password, which is password 2. If you watched the React, then you should remember this, and that's going to come from the request body. Okay, so once we have that, we should make sure these fields are not empty. Okay, so the name, we should make sure that it's not empty, the email, and the password. We shouldn't worry about the confirm password right now because we are going to make sure these two match anyway. So if these are empty, then we are going to return another error. So return next, new HTTP error. The message is going to be fail in all fails. And we are going to be able to actually extract these messages and then show it to the user for them to know what is actually going on behind the scenes, right? But if they pass, that means if all the fields were entered, then we are going to go ahead and then change the email to be lowercase. I don't want there to be a situation where you would enter all caps email and then it wouldn't be correct or it wouldn't log you in. Okay, so I'm going to make sure every email that comes in is converted to lowercase before we actually proceed with any other checks, right? So once we have the email converted to lowercase, let's check if the user already exists. Okay, so I'm going to have a constant here and say email exists, and this is going to be an asynchronous request, so I wait. Let's bring in our user model, and that's going to come from our models, user model. Perfect. All right, so user dot find one. And while we are doing this, when we come to our MongoDB, you should know that now it is connected, okay, because we are trying to communicate with the database. So now we have the database already created for us. So if the email exists or the user exists, then we can proceed, right? We're just going to send an error message. We say email already exists, and that's going to be 422. Right, now if they pass or if the email is brand new, then we are going to go ahead and then check the password, right? And the first check is going to be the length of the password. So first I'm going to go ahead and then trim the password, and after that I'll check the length of it and make sure it is more than 6 characters. So if it is less than 6 characters, I'm going to return an error. So new HTTP error, and you're going to say password should be at least 6 characters, and that's going to be 422 as well. Once we pass this check or the password is more than 6 characters, then we can go ahead and actually make sure the password and the confirmed passwords match, right? So if the password does not match the confirmed password, which is the password 2, then we should return an error, new HTTP error, and say passwords do not match 422. If everything is set, that's if the password also match, that's the password and the confirmed passwords also match, then we can go ahead and then hash our password. Okay, but to hash the password, we are going to install a package called bcrypt. So let's see it into server. Come on. And let's do npm install bcryptjs. Right, so let's bring that in. Okay, wait a minute. I'll put this up. Right, so let's bring in the bcrypt, the package we just installed. bcryptjs. To hash a password, we first need a salt. Okay, so let's create a salt real quick, and it's going to be asynchronous. So let's have a wait bcrypt.gen salt, and then it's good. Right, so this is like how hard it's going to be, how hard the salt is going to be. Now let's go ahead and hash the password. It's going to be asynchronous as well, and that's going to be bcrypt.hash. We pass in the password that we are trying to hash and then the salt. and that's it. Okay, so now we have the password, the email, the name, and we are good to go. We can proceed to add this user to our database. New user is going to be equal to await, since there is an asynchronous request. So await user dot create, and this user is the model, the user model that we created, right? So user dot create, we have name, email, which is going to be the new email. That's the lowercase, right? We changed it to lowercase. That's what we want. And the password is going to be the hashed password. All right, so we save this, and I'm actually going to send this as a response, at least for now. Okay, so response is going to be, let me have a status of 201, and that means a new resource is added, and the JSON is going to be the new user that we just created. So now let's go ahead and then test this out in our Postman, and that's going to be register user. And for the body, you can choose URL encoded or raw JSON. Okay, because if you come to the index.js, we have, where is it? Right here. Okay, so we have JSON and then URL encoded. Okay, so I'm going to use the URL encoded. To register, we need a name, and first we can check to make sure our database is actually empty. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this, and as you can see, there is nothing in our database, and in the user collection there are no documents. Okay, so we have a name of John Doe and email. The email, we can do john@gmail.com. And if I send this without the other fields, let's see what happens. We get the fill in all fields error message right here. Fill in all fields, right? Let's proceed, and for the password, we can do John, and there's less than 6 characters, so we should have an error message for that as well. But let's proceed and have confirm password. That's password 2, and for that one, I'm just going to enter a random string. Let's try and then send this. We get password should be at least 6 characters, and that's coming from this check right here. Okay, now the password here, I'm going to do John123, but as you can see, it doesn't match the confirmed password. So if you try and then send this, we get passwords do not match. Okay, so all these checks are working. All these checks are working exactly as expected. These checks are going to make sure the user isn't registered. Okay, so they should pass all those checks before the user gets registered. So now, if the password is John123, this user should be registered. Okay, so let's try and then send this, and boom, we have it. Okay, and notice our password is also hashed. And if we come back to our database, let's see, we have John Doe already in our database. Right now, since we have John Doe in our database, let's try and then register another user with, or the same user, John Doe, right? Let's try and then see what happens. We get email already exists. Okay, so even if we change this to caps, that's john@gmail.com, and then try and then register, we get email already exists, because we changed the email to lowercase before we actually proceeded to do the checks. Right, so that's it for our registration. And for the response, I'm not going to send this. Instead, I'm going to say new user, and that's going to be the new user email registered. Right, so new user John Doe or john@gmail.com registered. That's the response I'm going to send, instead of sending the new user, which will contain the password and everything. I don't want that. I'll only send this message. All right, so let's try and then register another user. I'm going to register Jane Doe. The email is going to be jane@gmail.com. The password is going to be jane123. The confirm password, of course, is going to be jane123 as well. And I'm going to use caps and even mix it. Right, so everything is correct. We should proceed and then register this user. And we get new user jane@gmail.com registered. Let's check our database real quick. And we have Jane Doe as well. Perfect. All right, so the registration is done. And now we can proceed to log in users. Let's have this inside a try catch block as well. For the catch, it's going to be simple. New HTTP error, login failed. Please check your credentials. Come on. 422 for the status. All right, we first need an email and a password from the request body. And let's make sure the email is not empty, as well as the password. If they are, then we are going to return a new HTTP error, and that's just going to say failing or fails, just like the registration 422 for the status. Right after, we are going to have a new email, which is going to be the lowercase of whatever the client brought, okay, whatever the user entered. We can go ahead and then fetch this user, okay, from the database. Okay, so const user is going to be await, since this is an asynchronous request. Find one. Email is going to be new email. If we have the person, then that means, okay, this user is actually registered. But if we don't have the user, then let's have a new error, new HTTP error, and that's going to say invalid credentials. Right, that means the email is not correct. So if he or she passes, then we can go ahead and compare the password that was entered to the password that came from the database. Let's await bcrypt.compare, passing the password that was entered and compare it to the password that is hashed coming from the database. If they do not match, if the password that was entered doesn't match the password coming from the database, then that means the user entered the wrong password. Okay, so a new HTTP error and say invalid credentials. Now, if they pass everything, then we can go ahead and then send them a token, okay, which is their ticket to log in into the application. So first, let's extract some things from the user. Let's extract the ID. I'm going to call that ID and the name as well, coming from the user that we got from the database. All right, now once we extract this, we can go ahead and then generate a token, and we are going to do that using Jason Web Token. Okay, so let's go ahead and then install Jason Web Token. Okay, so that's done. So let's bring in Jason Web Token. Acquire Jason Web Token. Come down here. The token is going to be equal to JWT.sign. It first takes in an object of the payload that we need to add. Okay, I'm going to use the ID and the name as the payload. or you can use even the email, since the email is going to be unique, right? We are making sure the email is unique during registration, so you can use that as well. But I'm going to use the ID now we extracted and the name. Okay, now the next is going to be the secret. The next argument that we need to add is going to be the secret to this token, and I'm going to put that inside of the .env. It's going to be an environment variable, so I'm going to call this JWT secret, and that's going to be any random string. So I'm going to copy this and paste, and I'm going to just add a few more characters, and this is going to be my secret. Since we've edited our JWT, we should go ahead and then restart our server. Perfect. And then come back to our login controller. So here, process.env.jwt secret. And the last is the optional, and the last argument that we will have is expires in, and this is the duration of the token, right? So we have our token, and we can go ahead and then send a response to our user or to our clients. So response, the status is going to be 200. Since everything went well, let's send our token. I'm actually going to send the ID and the name as well. All right, so this is all for our login. Now let's go ahead and then try this out in Postman. Okay, so we don't need the name. We only need, actually, let's go to login, of course. Okay, the body is going to be URL encoded. We only need email. So in this case, we have two users, right? So jane@gmail.com, and the password, for now, I'm going to give us an incorrect password, and let's see what happens. Invalid credentials. Okay, so let's have the actual password, Jane123. That was the password. Let's try and then sign in, and boom, we have it. So we are actually signed in. This is the token that was generated. And if you go to JWT or Jason Web Token website, you can actually see the payload that this token entails. Okay, nice. So I think everything is working. Let's try and then enter an email that doesn't exist as well. We get invalid credentials. Okay, let's try John Doe, who is also a registered user. We get invalid credentials because the password is not correct for John Doe. It should be John123. We send a request, and this is what we get. Okay, so everything is working, guys. That's for the login user. Everything is working. So now we should move on to the next, which is going to be get user. We are going to have this inside the try catch as well. And as usual, I'm just going to, you know what, I'm going to copy this and then paste it and just change the message, or just pass in the error. Okay, this is going to be very simple. Let's extract the ID of the user we are trying to get, right? So that's going to come from the request parameters, so params. And once we have that, we can go ahead and then fetch that user. And we are going to fetch by ID. Now, while fetching the user, we should be careful not to include the password. Okay, so select minus password. And if we don't get the user, then we should return next, new HTTP error, user not found, 44. If we get the user, then let's have a status of 200 and send a response. Now let's try and then get a user. And to do that, I'm going to come here and then copy an ID here, since we can only use these two users for this demo. Now let's get to get user and pass in. Now if I try to get a user that doesn't exist, I get this error. Okay, this is the error that we passed in, right? And I'm going to pass in a user ID that actually, wait a minute, let me copy that again. I'm going to pass in this ID which exists, and now we get John Doe, which is the ID of the user I copied. Okay, let me copy this one as well, Jane Doe, pass it in, paste, we get Jane Doe, right? So everything is working for get user. Now let's move on to I think the next is going to be get authors, which is going to be very simple as well. It's actually change avatar, but let's work on the get authors first, which is this. Of course, let's return in case of any errors. We are just going to return the error. I'm going to say authors is going to be Uuid user dot find, and we are going to find without the passwords. Okay, we find all the users, but make sure we don't include any password. And as a response, we are going to send the authors or the users that we just got. Very simple. So let's come back to Postman and yeah, get users. Let's see what happens. And we have Jane Doe, we have John Doe and then Jane Doe. Okay, and as you can see, no passwords were added, right? If I should remove this, so we get the passwords, which is not good. Okay, you should never do this. I'm going to come back and yeah. So that's it for get authors. And the next thing is going to be change avatar. Okay, we should be able to change the user's avatar. So that's the controller we are going to work on next. For this too, I'm going to have everything inside a try catch. And for the catch, I'm just going to return next new HTTP error, and then just pass in the error. Now for the actual logic, we should be expecting an image in the request that we are receiving from the client. So for now, for us to see what is happening, I'm going to send that as a response or log that in the console. Let's see what works, right? So request files, whichever works. We are just going to see what is inside the request files, right? So let's come back to Postman and try this out. So change avatar. It's a post request. We have everything set up. Let's go to form data, and here we can actually change the text to file so that we can upload a file. I'm going to choose this avatar 2 and then send this request. Let's see, and we get nothing. Now let's come back and check our console, and we have this. Okay, so okay, for this to work, we have to install a package that's express-fileupload. It's going to make things very easy for us. So let me come here, clear this up, and then npm install express file upload. Now the installation is done. Let's go to index.js and bring in express file upload. I'm going to call it upload, and let's require express file upload. Right here, I'm going to create a middleware app.use and instantiate the upload, that's the express file upload. And below that, I'm going to have app.use, and that's where we are going to have our path to the uploads folder that we created, where our files are going to be saved. So express.static their name plus upload. Okay, so this way our files or our images are going to be saved right here. Perfect. So with this setup, with this done, with the help of express file upload, let's try this again. I'm going to hit send, and now we have this. Okay, so as you can see, we have undefined. Of course, we didn't give this a name. I'm going to give it a name of avatar. Right, let's send this again, and we get this. Okay, so we have the name of the image that was sent. That was avatar 2, if you can remember. We have all these here, which don't really make sense, but let's scroll way down, and we can see the size of the image. We can see the MIME type and all that. So we're actually going to check the size of the image before we even upload. And also for the name, you know, people can have the same name for different images, right? So we're actually going to change the name as well before we actually upload it to our server, right? So let's come back to our user controller. I'm going to remove this, and now let's proceed. So the first thing we want to do is to check if the request coming in has the image that we are looking for. So let's check request files avatar to see if we have anything there. If we don't, then we are going to return an error. Next HTTP error, and say please choose an image. The code is going to be 422. If we have an image, then we can proceed and fetch the user from the database. Okay, now this route is protected, if you can remember. So what we are going to do in a minute is actually have an authorization middleware that is going to permit only logged in users to have some privileges. Okay, and with that authorization middleware, we are going to have request.user, and that is going to have an object of the current logged in user. Okay, so with that, we already should have a request.user object, which is going to hold the details. That's the ID, the name, and all that of the current logged in user. And that is what we are going to use right now to fetch the current logged in user, or the user that is trying to change this avatar. Okay, we're going to fetch that user from the database so that we can see whether he already has an avatar in there. Okay, and if he does, we are going to remove that avatar or delete it, and then upload the new one that is coming in, if that makes sense. Right, so let's find user from database, and let's await since this async, and we are going to find by ID and passing request user ID. Now that we have the user, we are going to delete hold avatar if exists. And to achieve this, I'm going to bring in two modules from Node, that's FS, file system, and also path. They both come with Node.js, so you don't have to install any extra package. Right, so with this, we are going to check if avatar exists in the database. If so, then we are going to delete that avatar. Okay, so let's do fs on link, passing the path. So path.join their name, back up into our uploads folder, and then we add the name that we got. Okay, the name of the avatar. Right, now this is going to take in a callback function, and in case there is any error, then we are going to have a message and then return next new HTTP, return next new HTTP error, and then pass in the error that we got. Okay, so that's for our if. That's if we already have an avatar in the database, if the user already has an avatar. Remember, by default, no user has an avatar, right? So if the user does, then that means it's already uploaded one. After this check, we are going to go ahead and then work on the new file or the new avatar coming in. First, let's extract the avatar from the request files, and let's check the file size. So if avatar.size, Let's check if it is greater than 500 kilobytes. New HTTP error, and say profile picture too big, should be less than 500 kilobytes. You can pass in a status of 422, right? But if the file size is okay, then we can go ahead and then change the name of the file that is coming in, right? As I said, some files can have the same name, right? And we don't want that conflict. So what we are going to do is to change the name of every file that is coming in. You know, somebody somewhere can have his or her file named as Ernest or John Doe.jpg, and I can also have my file named the same thing, right? And we don't want those conflicts during deletion or upload. So what I'm going to do is to change every file that is coming in. That's the name of the file that is coming in. I'm going to alter the name and then upload it, right? So first, let's get the file name. That's going to be avatar.name. Remember, we have that. Okay, so right here, we get the name from the avatar object. So once we have the name, we are going to first split it. Okay, so I'm going to say splitted file name is going to be equal to the file name dot split. I'm going to split it by the dot. So for every name using this one, for example, I have avatar2.jpg. This dot separates the name, the actual name, from the extension. Okay, now you could have some files that have multiple dots in it, but still we are going to be able to alter this in such a way that we won't have duplicates or duplicate names, right? So let's let the new file name be equal to the splitted name. So what I'm trying to do is to split the whole thing into two, extract this part, add a random string that is not going to repeat itself, and then I'm going to add the extension on top of it. Okay, right? So to actually have that random string, I'm going to install Uuid. Okay, so let's quickly install Uuid. Npm install Uuid. All right, that was fast. We are going to say let new file name be equal to the splitted file name and get the first index or the first element in the array. I'm going to add the, let me bring in Uuid real quick. Go up and then bring in I have to instantiate this, and we'll have our dots and then the extension, which is going to be the last part of the split, right? So let's add the extension. That's the splitted file name, and then we get the splitted file name length -1, and that is always going to give us the last element in the splitted array, if that makes sense. Okay, perfect. Now you could actually do 1 right here so that it always gets the second index, but you know, as I said earlier, some files may have multiple dots, so when you split it, they are going to have more than 2 elements in the array, so it's better to do it this way. So now that we have everything set, we can go ahead and upload the file. All right, so to upload, you're going to say avatar.mv, that is move, and let's get the path.join, the directory name. Let's go up into the uploads and add the new file name that we have. This is going to take in callback function, and in case there is any error, we are going to shout that error out. Okay, so let's return next, new HTTP error, and let's pass in the error. Right, so that's all we need here to upload our file. Now once the upload succeeds, we can go ahead and communicate that to our database. Okay, so updated avatar, that's what I'm going to call it. It's going to be await user dot find by id and update request dot user dot id, and then avatar is going to be the new file name. Right, now I'm going to add an object here and say new loading sync functions. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to make this an async function right here, so that this is how it works. So this new true is going to make sure what we get back is the new updated user. So if everything goes well, or in this case I'm going to say if we have a problem, that's if updated avatar doesn't work, then we are going to return new HTTP error and say 422. All right, but if everything goes well, let's just return the status of 200 and JSON of the updated avatar. Let's see what happens. Okay, all right, now let's come back to here. Let's try this. Yeah, the ID is not going to work because we don't have the authorization done. For us to be able to test this out, we should have our authorization middleware. So right here in middleware, let's have auth middleware.js. I'm going to bring in JWT, that's Jason Web Token, and also bring in arrow model. Request response next, and let's make sure this is exported. All right, here I'm going to first get a token from the request that is coming in. So I'm going to say authorization is going to be request headers authorization, and here we are going to make sure that authorization exists and it also starts with bearer. If so, then we can go ahead and extract that token from the headers, the request headers. Okay, so const token is going to be equal to authorization dot split, and we split by a space because we are going to have bearer. It's going to be like this, bearer, and then the token, right? So we are going to split it by the space and then get this, which is what we want, which is the token that we want. We get the second element, which is the one index. Okay, the first is going to be the bearer, and then the second index is going to be the token itself, if that makes sense. All right, now once we have the token, we have to verify that token. Okay, so JWT.verify, we pass in the token, and then we pass in the secret that we used to encrypt that token. So that is JWT underscore secret. If you can remember, that is in our .env. Now this is going to have a callback function, and if there is any error, we can just return next new HTTP error and say unauthorized invalid token and say 403. Okay, now if we have the token, that is if we pass this check, then we can go ahead and have that request user that I talked about earlier, and that is going to be equal to info, which is this right here, and that is going to be payload that was embedded during the creation of the token or the generation of the token. So once we have that, we can go on to the next middleware, and if we fail, let's have an else here and return next new HTTP error, no token. Perfect. Okay, so this the auth middleware that we need. So now we can proceed to test our avatar upload out. Okay, but before we do that, let's come to our routes. User routes. Bring in the middleware that we just created. Auth middleware, right? So right here, before the controller to change the avatar, we should have the auth middleware to make sure everything is checked. Okay, before we can proceed to let a user change an avatar, right? So let's come back to Postman and then test this one more time. And authorized no token here because we haven't signed in. I'm going to sign in. Okay, I actually have a token here, but I'm going to sign in as John Doe here and then copy this token. Come back to change avatar. In the authorization, I'm going to choose bearer token and then paste the token, right? Now let's go ahead and then send the request again. Split is not a function. Okay, we probably have an error in our controller. Oh, split, right? So now let's try this again. We have the token and wow, we have it. Okay, so as you can see now we have an avatar, which is perfect. And you can see the name as avatar2 and then the unique ID that we added. And we have the extension right at the end. All right, so we are done with the upload of avatar. Now I'm going to have this inside the try catch as well. And if there is any problem, you can go ahead and return next, new HTTP error. I'm just passing the error that we get. And the first thing I want to do is to get all the details from the user. So name, email, current password, the new password, confirm new password. And make sure none of them is empty. Current password. If any of them is empty, we are just going to return next, new HTTP error, and say fill in or fails. Now you can go ahead and get the user that is trying to update his or her details. Let's await user or find by ID, and that's going to be request user ID, if you can remember from the authorization. And if you don't get the user, if you don't find the user, then that means this shouldn't be possible, right? That means the user isn't logged in. So let's return next, new HTTP, and let's just say user not found, and 403, or you can do it 404. Now we should make sure the email doesn't already exist. Okay, so let's make sure new email doesn't already exist, right? We don't want to change someone else's email, if that makes sense. And of course, if we don't change our email, if you don't update the details together with a new email, we should keep the original one, right? So what I'm going to do is to check that real quick. So email exists. It's going to be await user find one and then pass in the email. And now if the new email exists in our database, then we should make sure it isn't someone else's. Okay, it should be our email. So if the email that exists isn't our email, then that means we are trying to change someone else's email, and that shouldn't be possible. So we are going to return next error, new HTTP error, right? I hope that makes sense. We shouldn't be able to change someone else's email. We should only change our email. Right. So once we have that check, we can go ahead and compare the passwords. Okay, so let's compare current password to database password. We're going to use bcrypt compare, of course, pass in the current password and compare it to the user password, the encrypted user password. If it is not valid, then we have a problem, and we can return next new HTTP error and say invalid current password. That's 422. But if we pass that, then we can go ahead and then compare the new passwords. So compare the new passwords. If the new password is not equal to new confirmed password, oh, should be new confirmed password. They do not match, then we are going to return next new HTTP error, and that's going to be 422 as well. Right, but if the passwords do match, that's the new passwords. If they do match, then we can go ahead and hash one of them. And now we can have the new hash. Await bcrypt dot hash new password and then the result. Okay, so let's go ahead and then update this user. Say new info is equal to await user dot find by ID and update. That's request user dot ID. The name is going to be the name, email is going to be email, password is going to be the hashed password. That's hash. Is that what I call it? Why did I make it capital? It should just be hash or hashed pass, whatever. Hash new true, so that it returns the newly updated user info. Right, so now we can go ahead and send that response. It's going to be 200 for the status, and then send in new info. Right, so let's try this out real quick, and I hope this makes sense. Okay, so let's go to, oh, I don't have that, so let's create that real quick. All right, so let's have a base URL or base URI, and that's going to be, let's check the routes real quick. User routes, edit user, that's going to be a patch request, right? And we get edit user, and that should pick the current logged in user. So let's go to authorization, bearer token, and then pass in the token. We have a token here, so we can go ahead. Not found. Interesting. Oh yeah, user. Oh, sorry, users. All right, let's hit it. Fill in all fields. Of course, we don't have the form, so let's go to body, form URL encoded. I'm going to have name, and the current logged in user is who? Jendo. Let me log in again. We are going to get a token. I'm going to copy this, come to our patch, and right here, authorization, bearer token. I'm going to paste in the token we just copied. Right, so for the body, of course, if you don't enter anything, let's see what happens. Fill in all fields. for the name, that's Jendo, right? So you are trying to change the details of Jendo. If you come to our database, is what we have. We have Jendo with no avatar or anything. Now remember, we changed the avatar. The first upload that we did, that was during the testing of the avatar. We uploaded an avatar for John Doe, right? So he has an avatar, but Jendo doesn't. But let's ignore that for now. We are trying to change the actual details. So for the name, I'm going to do Jendo Do. For the email, jendo1@gmail.com. For the current password, it was, wait a minute, is it current password? Current password, Jane123. The next is going to be the new password. That's going to be Jane123. That's for the new password. And the new confirm password, that's going to be Jane123. Right now, notice the current password is not correct. So let's try and then send this. We get wait a minute, but I have the ID. What is going on? This should work, but it's not working for some reason. Yeah, of course it's not working because we don't have the middleware, the auth middleware. We don't have that on the route. Okay, it should go through the auth middleware first before we actually hit the controller, the edit user controller. Okay, so let's get back to user routes, and for the edit user we should have auth middleware. Okay, if that makes sense, right? So do I log in again? I'm going to try and then log in again. Copy the new token given, come back to change user details, and that's going to be the bearer token. I'm going to paste the new token. Right now, let's come back here, and now notice the current password is wrong. So let's send this and see what happens. We get invalid current password. Okay, now let's make sure it is correct, but the new passwords do not match, and let's see what happens. New passwords do not match. Okay, and one more thing, I want to try and then enter an email that already exists. Okay, so in this case, that's going to be John Doe's email. We shouldn't be able to change someone else's email. So john@gmail.com shouldn't work. Let's see what happens. And we get email already exists. Okay, so everything is working exactly as expected. So now we should have jane1@gmail.com. That should be our new email. And then let's hit send. And now, yeah, the new passwords do not match. They do match now. So what's going on? Wait a minute. New confirm password. Oh, you know what? It should be new confirm password or confirm new password. You know what? I'll just make it confirm new password. Right. That should make things easier. So here should be confirm new password. Let's go ahead and hit this. And now, as you can see, we've been able to change the details of Jane Doe. If we come to our database and reload this, you can see that Jane Doe is now Jane Doe Doe. The email is Jane Doe1, and that's it. Okay, of course we can change it back to the previous, and now it should be jane@gmail.com. The name should be Jane Doe, and now the passwords here are going to be, and this password is going to be the current password. So I'm going to copy that and then paste it and the new password is going to be Jendo. Okay, I hope you are following along. So now let's send this and it should work. Okay, so now we have the old details. Of course, with Jendo logged in, we can go ahead and then upload an avatar for Jendo as well. So change avatar, let's come here and let's come back, copy the token for Jendo authorization. I'm going to paste in Jendo's token. Come on, I'm going to copy it one more time, paste it, and let's see, body, file. I'm going to choose this, that's avatar 10 for Jendo. Let's say send and see what we get. Okay, so Jendo should now have an avatar. Let's come back to our database, refresh, and now we have an avatar for Jendo. If we check our files, you can see in uploads we have first John Doe and then we have Jendo. Perfect. So everything is working. And for the delete, that's in the avatar. I don't think I tested that. Remember, if we already have an existing image or avatar, we should be able to delete that first before we upload a new one, right? So let's try and then upload a new avatar for Jendo. Remember, there's a current avatar. Let's try and then upload a new one. So I'm going to select this and then upload that. Let's see what happens. Come back to our files, and as you can see, we have this as a new avatar, and the old one or the previous one has been deleted. So everything is working exactly as expected. Okay, so now we are completely done with the user. Okay, so the next thing is to move on to our posts. We should create a model and have controllers and also routes for our posts. I'm first going to create all the controllers. And the first one is going to be create post, the same function, of course, request response, and maybe next year. And I'm just going to say create post. Okay, now let me have some comments just like we had for the user. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate this for the other controllers. The second one is going to be get posts. We should be able to get all the posts that we have. Get all posts. The next is going to be get single post. So posts and then the ID of the post. There's going to be unprotected as well. So get post singular and get single post. The next one is going to be to get posts that belongs to a particular category. Of course, here should be get. This should be get as well. And the path is going to be large categories and then the category. Right. Now the next one is to get posts by the author. Get author or get user post. There's going to be a get requests as well. And here is going to be posts users slash the user ID. There's going to be, this actually going to be unprotected. Same as this. It's going to be a get request. And you're going to say get user posts. Now we should have a date post. is going to be patch, and then the ID of the post is going to be protected, of course. Edit post, edit post, and the last one is going to be delete post. So delete post, the method is going to be delete, it's going to be protected, and it's going to have the same part, right? And that's it. Okay, so let's come to our routes, our post routes, and then have these routes. Now remember, in the index.js we already have API posts. Okay, so once we hit this route, it takes us to our routes in here, right here, post route, and then we can continue. Okay, so in here, of course, let's bring in the controllers that we just created. I'm going to bring in the controllers that we just created. Of course, we should export them. Of course, we should export our controllers. We have removed posts. I think that's all right. So I can just copy this, come back here, and then paste this. Coming from, let's go into our controllers and then post controllers. All right. Let's see what's wrong. Const. We first should be able to create a post. So yeah, the route is going to be slash, and the method is going to be post, of course, and that's going to first have the middleware. But for now, I'm going to ignore the middleware and then add the controller. I'm going to duplicate this a few times. We are going to have get to get posts, plural. We have another get request to get a single post, but we are going to need the ID of the post, of course. We are going to have a patch request to edit a post, and of course we need the post ID as well. We are going to need a get request to get posts that belongs to a particular category. Now we have to fetch posts by the user or the creator of the post, and of course we need users and then the ID of the user, get user posts, and I think that's all right. Now we have to be able to delete a post as well. Let me actually bring this here. You have a delete, and we only need the ID of the post we are trying to delete, and the controller is going to be delete post, and I didn't pass that in. Make sure that is brought in. Perfect. So now our routes should be working. So let's come back to Postman, and I should save this. There's going to be what? Edit user details. I'm going to save that and actually close all of these. So we Control W, I'm going to close all of these. Okay, and perhaps I can rename this to users. I'm going to go ahead and create a new collection. I'm going to call this posts. And our first route, let's see, is going to be a post request. Let's bring in our base URI posts, and then yeah, that's it. We have the post request already. And let's see. Oh, you know what? I can actually have the we already have the auth middleware, right? So I can bring that in already. So let's require go into our middleware, auth middleware. Perfect. So for create post, of course, we are going to need to be logged in before we can create a post. What else? For edit post, of course, we need to be able to be logged in first before we can edit, and also for delete auth middleware. Okay, so now let's come back here and let's try and then test this route. Let's hit it and we get unauthorized. Of course, we are not logged in, so I have to log in as one of the registered users, and that's John123. Let's log in, get the token, come back here and bearer token, pass that in, and then send the request again. Okay, and then we get create post. We hit the controller, the create post controller. Okay, now the next, let me actually save this route. There is going to be create post, and that should be the posts. Now the next one is going to be get all posts, so we should be able to get all the posts, and we don't need to be logged in to do this, so that should work. We get all posts. I'm going to save that as well. The next is going to be get a single post, and then an ID of a post, right? So let's just pass a sign, and then we get single post. Let's save this as well. I'm going to rename this get our post. I want it to be camel paste. And now what else? Let's see. You have to be able to get posts by category as well. Posts, categories, and then a category. For now, we don't have any category. So yeah, we have that as well. Get posts by cat. Oh, cat is good. Cat is okay. We have to get posts by author or user as well. Posts. For now, let's just use a random ID. I'm going to save this as well. And the last two are going to be edit and delete. Okay, so for edit is going to be patch and base URI. And for that also we have to be logged in. Okay, so unauthorized because we don't have any token. So let's see. I think I have the token in my memory already, so I'm just going to paste it. And now we have it. Okay, let me save it quickly. And the last route is going to be the delete post. I should be able to delete a post. And then the ID of that post we want to delete. Of course, this also requires a token, and we get the delete. Okay, so all the routes are working. And before we can work in the controller, we should have a model for our posts. Okay, so Let's create a post model.js, and let's bring in schema and model from mongoose. Right, and we can go ahead and then create our schema, new schema, and then pass in the objects. Right, so first of all, we need a title for every post, which is going to be a type of string and required. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this a few times. So we need a title, a category, which is going to be a string, but instead of the required, we are going to remove that and have enum. Okay, now here we are going to have an array of the categories we want our users to write articles about or to blog about. Agriculture is going to be number 1, business. In case they don't choose any of these categories, we are going to have a message, which is the value they entered. Value, which is the value they entered, is not supported. It should come into the quotes. Okay, so we will just say the value they entered. So value is not supported. So in case they choose a category somehow that isn't supported or that isn't in this array, that's the message they are going to get. Okay, so we have title, category, we need description or the body of the blog or the post. We need a thumbnail. It's going to be a string and it's going to be required. And lastly, we need creator of the post. And this is going to have a type of schema types, object ID, and a reference of user, the model, the user model. Okay, now one thing, I'm going to have timestamps set to true so that we have created ads and updated ads for each post that we create in our database. Okay, now let's make sure this is exported. We create our model. We are going to call it post and have the schema in here. Okay, now I'm going to bring in some things in our controllers before we even start. Let's bring in our post model that we just created. Let's go into our models and post model. Let's bring in the user model as well. We are going to make use of it. Let's bring in path. Let's bring in file system, Uuid. So const v4. I'm going to change the name to Uuid. And I'm going to require that from Uuid. I'm going to bring in our error model as well. So this should be very fast, and of course we are going to have this in a try catch, and in case we have any problem we are just going to return next and then new http error, passing the error. Okay, now first thing first, we need the title coming from the request body, the category as well, the description, and we should make sure they are not empty. So title, category, description, and request files. We should make sure none of them are empty, and if they are, then we should return next, new http error, and say fill in all fields and choose thumbnail. You can't create a post without a thumbnail, right? But if we pass, if everything was entered, then we can go ahead and then get a thumbnail from our request files. And let's go ahead and then check the file size. So if thumbnail dot size is greater than 2 megabytes, that's going to be 2 million bytes. If it is greater than 2 megabytes, then we're going to return next new HTTP error and say thumbnail too big should be less than 2 megabytes. Okay, but if it is less than 2 megabytes, then we can go ahead and let file name be equal to thumbnail dot name, file name be equal to the file name that we have dot split, and we're going to split by the dots. Okay, so once we split it, let's have a new file name which is going to be the splitted file name. We're going to have a UUID to give us some unique characters. We're going to have our dots and then the extension, which is going to be the splitted file name, the length -1, which is always going to give us the extension. So once we have that, we should go ahead and then upload the thumbnail. Okay, so thumbnail.mv, their name, we go up one level into our uploads, and then we add the file name, the new file name. Okay, now this is going to take a callback function as we saw during the avatar, and this should be a sync. Okay, we are going to have an await inside, so this should be a sync passing the error, and in case of any error, then we are going to return next new HTTP error and pass in that error. Okay, if not, then we are going to go ahead. Let me actually have an else here. So else we are going to go ahead and create this new post. So let's await post.create. Title is going to be title, category is going to be category, description is going to be description, a thumbnail is going to be the new file name, and lastly the creator is going to be request.user.id. If you can remember, we get this request user from the authorization middleware. Now if the post wasn't created, that's if we encountered any problem, then let's return next new HTTP error, right, 422 for the status, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so of course, once we create a post, we should increase the post count for the user, that particular user that created that post, right? So let's find user and increase post count by 1. So const current user is going to be equal to await user.find by id request user.id, and once we have that user, we can go ahead and user post count is going to be equal to the current user dot posts plus 1. So we get the current user, we increase the post by 1, and then we send it back to the database. Okay, so let's await user dot find by id and update request dot user dot id, and the post is going to be the user post count, right? So we save this, and for the response we are going to return a status of 201 because a new resource has been created, and let's have the new post. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and then test this out real quick. So we should be able to create a new post. Of course, for us to do that, we should be logged in. And you know what, let me just close all these. Too much tabs open. Let me first log in as johndoe@gmail.com. The password is going to be john123. Let's log in, get the token, copy that token as our bearer token, and let's create our post. So to create the post, let's go to body, and we should have a title for our post. We should have a category, and for now I'm going to enter a category that isn't in our array. Okay, remember, inside the post model, the category should match any of the elements in the array here. Okay, now this doesn't match any of that, so let's see what happens. We need a description, or the body. I call it a description, but you can name it body if you want. And lastly, we need a thumbnail, right? Of course, we can change this to file and then upload a thumbnail. I'm going to use thumbnail 1. Okay, now let's send this and see what happens. And let's see. Okay, as you can see, we get this is not a valid enum value for the path category. Okay, so we should make sure we enter a category that is in the array. Okay, I'm going to have education, and now let's try this and see what happens. Okay, we have another error. Of course, I'm going to restart the server. Okay, and also make sure we have the authorization token as well. So I'm going to paste the token and then send this, and now we have our first post. Okay, and as you can see, the creator is John Doe. Let's check whether this ID matches John Doe's ID. So the last is BC0A. Let's come to our database, and if I refresh there, you should see that since we have a post model now, we should have a post collection as well in our database. Okay, so let me refresh this, and right here you can see we have it. Okay, so we have the posts. There's the ID of the post, and the ID of the creator is this, or ends with BC0A. Let's check, and that should be John Doe's ID right here. Okay, and the post count right here in the users, the post count of John Doe is now 1. So John Doe now has 1 post. And as you can see, for the post we have the title, the category, description, but we do not have the thumbnail for some reason. There's no thumbnail. Well, let me check whether the thumbnail was uploaded. Yeah, and it was. Okay, the thumbnail, I clicked the send twice, so that's why the thumbnail has been uploaded twice, but for some reason we don't have it. Okay, I'm going to make sure we correct that before we proceed. Okay, I don't have thumbnail here in the models. Okay, so we showed yeah, this should be thumbnail. My bad. All right, so now actually I'm going to go ahead and delete the thumbnails that we've already uploaded and delete the other two. And I'm going to delete these 2 posts and also change the post count for this user. I'm going to change that to 0. Okay, now let's start afresh. Oh, come on. All right, so now we should try that again. We have everything here. I'm actually going to change the post thumbnail. I'm going to use block 2, and yeah, let's send this. Okay, so we have a post. As you can see now, we have the thumbnail. It should be uploaded, and it showed right here, and it should be in the so let's go to posts, and it should be added in the database as well right here. Okay, so now everything is working exactly as it should. Let's actually create another post. So now the post count should be 1 here. We don't have any post for Jane Doe, so I'm going to log in as Jane Doe. So jane@gmail.com. Jane123 is the password. Login. I'm going to copy this token, come here by Jane. That's my title. For the category, I can choose art, and description. This is the body of Jane Doe's first post. And for the thumbnail, I'm going to choose block 20. All right, so let's send this. Of course, the authorization token should be Jane Doe's token, right? So now let's hit this, and now the ID of the creator should be Jane Doe's ID, which is 9903. If we come back and then check the users, you can see that Jane Doe's ID is 9903. But if we come here, we should have a new post by Jane Doe right here. So the category is art, and the title, everything is working exactly as expected. If we come back to the users, Jane Doe's post count should be 1 now. And if we check our uploads, we should have the thumbnail. So everything is working amazingly as planned and as coded. So now we can move on to the next controller, which is going to be get posts. And this is going to be very easy. Let's have everything inside a try catch, and of course here we are going to return. Posts is going to be equal to await post.find, and that's all we need. Okay, but I actually want to sort it by the most recent post. Okay, I want the most recent posts first, so we are going to sort it using the updated at. Now once we get the post, let's send that as the response back to the user or back to the client. Okay, so this is all we need for get posts. Now let's go ahead and test this out. So I'm going to close this, and we don't need to sign in to test this, so let's just go ahead and fetch the posts. And as you can see, we have the 2 posts that we've created right here. Right, so we have the recent one first, as you can see here in the, it should be updated at, and that's why we should have the recent one first. Remember, this is the second post that we created, so using the sort that we have here, we should have the recent one, which is this one, should come first before the second one. So I made a mistake here. It should have been updated at, and let's go ahead and send this again right here. So we have Jane Doe's post first. Okay, that's it for get all posts. Now let's move on to get single post. Let's have our try catch. I'm going to remove this. First, we need to get the post ID, and that should be coming from the request params. and we are going to fetch that post by ID. We are going to find by ID. We can just send it as a response back to our client. Okay, but if we don't get it, then we should return next new HTTP error and say post not found. Right, but if we get it, of course, as I said, we are just going to send it to the client. Okay, so that's it. So let's go ahead and then try and fetch one of these posts. I'm going to copy this, so that's going to be the ID we send, and now we have that. Okay, if I come back here, copy this ID, we should be able to fetch that. Right, and if the ID doesn't exist, we should have the error message. And you can, of course, you can be specific. Okay, you can go on and be specific here to have a meaningful message, but I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, now let's move on to the next controller. Let's have our try catch, and we are going to extract the category from the request params. And once we have it, let's find that, or let's fetch that from the database. Let's await post or find, and then pass in the category. Of course, here too, I'm going to sort it to have the most recent posts first, but I'm going to sort this one by the created at. Right, if you want, you can use updated at. And once we have this, we can just send it to the client. The status is going to be 200 cat posts. All right, we save this, come back to Postman, and we are going to fetch post by category, and let's try and fetch by a category that doesn't exist, and we get an empty array. All right, so I think one of the categories we've created a post, or we've assigned a post to is education, and yeah, so we have John Doe's post, and that was yeah, that was it. Okay, that's the post and the other post is what at, yeah, so that's John Doe's post. Let's try and then fetch that as well. So if we fetch, we get this. Okay, and I hope that makes sense. Now let's go ahead and let's fetch the users or the author posts. Let's have our try catch, return next new HTTP error. Let's get the ID of the user whose posts we are trying to fetch. Post.find, and the creator is going to be the ID that we got. Okay, now here too, I'm going to sort by created at -1. Okay, so once we get that, we are going to send that to the client, and yep, that's it. Okay, so let's come here, and I'm going to copy the ID of this person, and that's Jendo. Come here. If you try to fetch a user that doesn't exist, or the post of a user that doesn't exist, we get this, which is an error. But if we have a real user, let's try and fetch, and then we get this. Okay, so far we have only one post by Jendo. If we go ahead and then create a post for Jendo, let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to real quick have a title, a thumbnail. I should change this to file, and I select a thumbnail for this post. I'm going to use this. Let's see. I'll use this picture, and that's it. Okay, so actually the description. Okay, so this should be, I made a mistake here. The title should be here instead, the body. Right, so let's go ahead and then create this post. So now we have two posts for Jane Doe, right? So when we come back here and then try to fetch post by Jane Doe, we should get two. Let's see what is happening. Let's check the database and see. We should have two posts by Jane Doe. Right, we have it. So what's wrong? Okay, is this okay? So this Jane Doe's ID. If I copy that, come here and then paste it, let's fetch again and see what happens. And for some reason I'm only getting the first post. That shouldn't be. So interesting. Okay, I probably didn't. Let's check the database real quick. Okay, so right, so I was logged in as John Doe before during the creation. Okay, when I created this very recent post, where is it? Right here, this very recent post that I created, I was signed in as John Doe. Okay, I've been signed in as John Doe already, and I did not log out. Okay, so when we check the creator ID for this post, this is John Doe's ID. Okay, so now if you come back and then try to fetch the post by the user, and this is John Doe's ID, right? If I try to fetch, I'm going to get two posts by John Doe. This is actually working, but I just forgot to sign in as Jane Doe, right? And I hope that makes sense. So we can now proceed to the next controller, and that's going to be edit post. Let's have our try catch. And here I'm going to have some variables. And we can go ahead and get the ID of the post you are trying to edit. Okay, so I'm going to call this post ID, which will be coming from the request params. Now let's get the new title, category, and description of the post that is coming in. So, and then the description, and that's going to be coming from the request body. And I'm going to make sure we don't get any empty fields. Okay, so the category shouldn't be empty. And lastly, the description. And actually for the description, I'm going to check the length. Okay, since we are using React Query for the description, that's the body in React. Okay, remember if you watch the front-end video, remember you used React Query, and it usually comes with some elements already, you know, with some empty paragraph tags and all that. Okay, and some break tags as well. So depending on the height that you give it, you may want to check the amount or the number of elements in it before you can decide if, or before you can make the check to see if that field is empty or not. Okay, so for my styling, I have to check the length and see if it is less than 12 characters. If so, then that means that field is empty, right? And I'm going to return next, new HTTP error. Right, let me have a comment here. So once that is done, we can go ahead, and what I want to do is to be able to update a post without changing the thumbnail. For now, I'm going to check if we have a thumbnail selected. Okay, so if we have any file in the request, if so, or actually I'm going to check if we don't have any file in the request. If so, then we can go ahead and then just update the post. That's using the category, the title, and the description alone. Okay, so updated post is now going to be await post.findById and update, and we are going to use the post ID and pass in the title, category, and the description, and set it to true so that we get a newly updated post. Right, else, that's if we have a file in the request, then that means we should take care of the previous thumbnail in the system that's in the database. We should delete that and then replace it with the new thumbnail coming in. Okay, we should upload the new thumbnail and then send that name, the file name, to the database. Okay, so we have to get the post, we have to get old post from database before we can proceed with this. So const old post is going to be equal to await post.findById, and we are going to pass in the post ID. Right, now once we have that, let's go ahead and delete the old thumbnail. Okay, so file system on link, we have path already, so path.join their name. Let's go into uploads, that's one step above, and into the uploads folder, and add the name of the thumbnail, that's the old thumbnail. We are going to have an asynchronous callback function here, and let's make sure we have no error. So if there's an error, then we are not going to proceed, right? We're going to return next, and pass in the error. But if there is no error, then we can go ahead and upload a new thumbnail. Right, so const, let's get the thumbnail from the request files. And of course, let's check the file size here as well. So if thumbnail, come on, the size is greater than 2 megabytes, that's 2 million bytes. Okay, we are going to return an error message and say thumbnail too big, should be less than 2 megabytes. Okay, but if we pass, then we can go ahead and upload that thumbnail. But of course, we have to format the name to make sure we don't have any clashes, just like we did for create post. Okay, so right here, I'm going to have the file name be equal to the thumbnail name, and let's split it. So splitted file name is going to be equal to the file name dot split, and we are splitting by the dots. We've done this twice already. So the new file name is going to be equal to the splitted file name, get the first part of it, and then add the unique characters that we need, that's using Uuid, and add the extension, which is going to be the splitted file name dot length -1. Now that we have a unique name for it, we can go ahead and upload it into our uploads folder. So thumbnail dot move or mv path dot join their name, go into our uploads folder and add the file name. Right, and we should have an async callback function here, and make sure we don't have any errors. So first, let's check if we have any errors. If so, then we are going to return next new HTTP error and pass in the error. Now, once we are done with the file upload, we can go ahead and update the new post details that we have. We can update that in our database. Okay, so updated post is going to be equal to await post dot find by ID and update post ID, and then we want to update the title, category, description. The thumbnail is going to be the new file name, and of course we want to set new to be true. Okay, so let's go ahead and then check to make sure. Okay, so I have a problem, guys. All these shouldn't be in here. Okay, so I'm going to format this real quick. Right, so everything here, I'm going to cut it. Okay, it should be outside of this on link. Okay, it should be outside of this block. Okay, so once we have this, let's go ahead and then make sure or check if we were able to actually update the post. And if we weren't able to update it, let's have a new HTTP error. But if we are able to update the post, then we can go ahead and then send that to the client, and that's going to be the updated post. I hope that makes sense, guys. So make sure you didn't make the mistake that I made earlier. So we have to delete the thumbnail and then we will continue. Okay, perfect. So now let's go ahead and then test this out. So let's see. This post right here, this should have been a post by Jendo, but unfortunately we were signed in by John Doe. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to copy the ID of this post and then edit it. Right, so edit post right here. First of all, I'm already signed in as John Doe, so let's go to body form data. Let me paste the ID of the post we are trying to edit. So the title, and upload a file. Wait a minute. First of all, let me check the thumbnail for that post. Where is it? Should be okay. So that is blog 2, I think, or blog 26. Let's see. So blog 262f. Let's check that file. Blog 262f. So this should be okay. This right here. So once we are able to update, this should be deleted and replaced with different thumbnail. Okay, so far we have 3 thumbnails, and this is what we are trying to update. So let's go ahead and choose a different thumbnail. I'm going to choose this, and now let's hit send and see what happens. Okay, so it's been updated. Let's check, and okay, we have a problem, and that should be, yeah, I didn't have the dot before the extension, right? So that should be an easy fix. Let's see. Okay, so right after the UUID, we should have a dot and then the extension. Perfect. So let me manually edit this. Right, so we actually have it, just that we messed up with the alteration of the name. Of course, as I said, we should be able to update without the thumbnail. Okay, so I can check this out, and I'll say second post by John Doe edited. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to change this to @ and then send. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that's done, and we should be able to keep the previous thumbnail. Now the last controller that we need to work on is going to be the delete. Okay, the delete post controller. Let's have our try catch. Of course, here we need the ID of the post you are trying to delete, and that should be coming from the request params. And let's check to make sure we actually have that post ID. If you don't, then we're going to return an error message. But if you do have the post ID, let's go ahead and then fetch that post from the database, because we want to fetch it, get the thumbnail, and then delete that thumbnail from our files before, that's from our uploads folder, before we can actually delete the post from the database. And then post ID, right? So let me actually have the file name be equal to post thumbnail. Okay, so now let's go ahead and delete thumbnail from uploads folder, and we're going to use the onLink path.join their name. Let's go up one level into our uploads folder and add the file name. Right, let's have an async function here and pass in the error in case there are any errors. And if there is any error, then we are going to return next new HTTP error and pass in the error. Else, that's if everything went well, then we can proceed to delete this post from the database. So find by ID and delete, and pass in the post ID. Right, perfect. Now once we delete a post, we should decrease the post count of the user or the creator associated with this post. Okay, so I'm going to find user and reduce post count by 1, and that's going to be the current user. We are going to find that user by ID, and that's going to be request user ID. We find the user, and the user post count is going to be posts -1. Right, now we are going to await user.find by ID and update, because we are going to update the post count of that user. Let's pass in the ID of that user first, and we are going to update the posts, which is the post count. Right, so when that is done, we can return a JSON and say perfect. So let's go ahead and then try to delete some posts, and I'm just going to copy this. I don't have a delete route, so I'm going to create that real quick. Let me actually close all these and create a new route for delete. The method is going to be delete, of course, base URI post and the ID of that post, right? And let me save this real quick. So now I should paste the ID of the post that I'm trying to delete, and actually let me fetch every post. Yep, FB, and let me delete this one instead. And this is the first post, and that is by John Doe. This is the ID of John Doe. So let's go ahead and then delete that post. So let's see what happens. Unauthorized, we are not logged in, so that's not going to work. Let's go ahead and then log in. Let's go ahead. We are logged in. I can copy the token, and for the authorization bearer token, we're going to paste the token in. So now we are trying to delete this post. Let's go ahead and try again. And now post with this ID deleted successfully. Okay. If you can see here, there is no thumbnail, and that's because I've been able to delete all the posts using John Doe as a login. Okay. Or being logged in as John Doe, and that shouldn't be possible because John Doe shouldn't be able to delete Jane Doe's posts. It shouldn't happen, right? So let's get back into our controller. So before we do any deletion, that's before we delete the thumbnail, we have to check first to make sure the current logged in user, that is from the auth middleware, is the creator of that post. And once we have that, we can go ahead and delete the thumbnail and then go ahead and delete the post itself from the database. Okay. But if that user is not the current logged in user, then we are going to have a problem. You are going to have an error, right? So that's it. Make sure you have this. And also, even in the edit post, you should have that as well. So right here, you should make sure the current logged in user is the creator of that post, and wrap that around everything in here. Okay. So once you have that, everything should be set and you are good to go. So it should be in the delete and the edit post controllers. Now let's go ahead and test everything out. And as you can see in our uploads folder, we only have the avatar for Jendo and John Doe. And in our database, we have no posts. Okay, if we check our users collection as well, the posts count are 00. Okay, so let's go ahead, create a brand new user and then create some posts as well. So let's register a user. A user needs a name, an email, password, and a confirmed password, which is password 2, if you can remember. And the name is going to be Ernest Achiever, and I spelled Achiever wrong. Email achiever@gmail.com. Password achiever123, and confirmed password is achiever123. But let's intentionally make a mistake here and try and register. Let's see what happens. Passwords do not match, of course. Let's try and then register an existing user. So in this case, john@gmail.com exists. We get email already exists. Okay, so everything is working. And now that we have everything correct, let's register this user. We get Achiever registered. Okay, so let's log in as Achiever. To log in, we need an email and a password. The email is achiever@gmail.com, and the password is achiever123. Let's log in. And invalid credentials. Did I spell anything wrong? Achiever@gmail.com, achiever123. Let's see. Let's sign in again, and now we have our token. Okay, so now we can go ahead and create a new post. And to create a post, we need a title, we need a category, we need a description, that's the body of the post, and a thumbnail. So for the title, by Achiever. Category, I'm going to do entertainment. Description, and lastly the thumbnail, which is going to be our file. Let's upload a thumbnail here. and I'm going to use this image, and let's unauthorized because I didn't pass in the bearer token. I'll just paste it, and now we should have our post. Okay, so let's check to see, and we have the thumbnail right here. Let's check our database real quick, and now we have a post. Perfect. Okay, so if you try to fetch all posts, let's see what happens. Get all posts. Let's send that request, and we have that. And let's quickly go ahead and create another post. Okay, so let me create another post for the body. I'm just going to change this is the second post, and you know what, I'm going to keep the old thumbnail. Okay, and you're going to notice that although they had the same name originally, they are going to be authored before they get stored in our database and also get saved in our server, in our uploads folder. Okay, so let's go ahead and then create this, and that should work. Now if we get all posts, we should have 2 posts so far, and you can see that the thumbnails are different. Okay, the name for the thumbnails are different, right? Which is perfect. Now let's go ahead and log in as one of the earlier logged in users, one of the earlier registered users. So this is going to be John123. Let's sign in, and let's try and then delete the post that we just created. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to delete a post that was created by an achiever, but with John Doe's token. Okay, so this shouldn't work. Let's see what happens. And we need the ID of the post you are trying to delete. Okay, so let me copy an ID here and come back to delete post, paste that ID, and let's see what happens. Post couldn't be deleted. Perfect. Okay, so, and I don't know if I showed you this. That's for the delete post. Make sure this response is in here. Okay, it shouldn't come down here, it should be in here. Right, perfect. So that wouldn't work unless we are logged in as the creator of that post. So in this case, that's going to be an achiever or achiever123 for the password. The email is achiever@gmail.com. We copy achiever's token, come back to delete, and now the token is going to be the actual creator of that post. So now we send this request, and the post has been deleted. So now if we fetch all posts, we should have only 1 post. Okay, if that makes sense. And for the edit, let's try and then edit this post. So now for the thumbnail, I'm going to change to this, and actually I'm going to change this to agriculture to match it. All right, so now I'm going to log in as a different user again. So this is going to be John Doe, just to make sure we have everything working perfectly. Okay, so the authorization bearer token is going to be John Doe, who is not the creator, so they shouldn't work. Let's try and then send this, and we have an error. Okay, we have an error here. Agriculture. Okay, so what's the error about? Oh, of course, we should pass in the actual ID of the post. So edit, let's pass in the ID and send this request. Couldn't update post. Okay, so there's the check that we had. This is the last check we had for the edit post. You should make sure the creator of the post is the one trying to update that post, right? So now let's log back in as the original creator. That's Achiever 123 is the password. Let's log in, copy this, come back, and the authorization token. Oh, come on, I did Control C instead of Control V. Let me copy this again, come back, and then paste it, right? So now this should be edited to the new form that we sent. Okay, and now you can see that the thumbnail is also updated. Alright guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video where we are going to connect our React application to this API that we just created. So in the last video, this is where we ended, and of course we created our controllers and everything to do with the API. Everything was working perfectly. And in the first video, that was the front end, we created all the pages for the project and some components as well. Right now, looking at the whole project, I think in this video, the one thing that we should start with is going to be the user registration. So right here, we had all the controllers that had to deal with the user. And the first controller that we had was the user registration, right? So I think we should dive right in and then register our users. Of course, we need the name of the user, the email, password, the confirm password. We do some checks, as you can see here, to see if the email already exists. We check for the password, the number of characters for the password. It should be more than 6. We check to see if the password matches the confirmed password and all that. Okay, and once everything is checked, we go ahead and then we create an encrypted version or a hashed version of the password, and then we save that to our database, right? So that's it. And yeah, so we are going to start with the registration of our user, and that's going to be inside the front end. So let's go to pages and then registration or register page right here. I'm going to use Axios to make our requests. So let's first seed into our clients and let's install Axios. You can use fetch if you want, but I'm going to use Axios. Let's bring that in real quick. Let's import Axios from Axios. Right. I'm going to bring in use navigate as well. Use navigate, and that's coming from React router. I'm going to have another state variable here, which is going to be error, and that is going to be this error message that we have. Okay, now remember when we were creating our controllers, we had some error messages. In case of any problem, we pass in an error message, right? So in case we get any error basically from the server, this is where we are going to get it. Okay, we are going to put it in this variable and then display it wherever we need to. In this case, in the register page, is going to be in this paragraph tag. So let's have the state updating function as well. That's going to be set error, and that should be equal to use state, and it's going to be empty by default. Now let's have navigate be equal to use navigate. Now all we need to do is to create a function that is going to submit this form to our API. All right, so on submit, I'm going to call a function called register user. Come on, register user. Yeah, perfect. So let's create that function right here. Register user should be equal to, this should actually be a sync function, and a sync function, since we are going to use an await inside. Okay, there's going to be asynchronous. And as I said, in case of any error, we need to show the paragraph tag and then display that error inside. So that error is going to be this message right here. Perfect. All right, so for the register user, first of all, let's prevent the default submission of the form. We should take an event, and let's set error to be none initially, right? Now I'm going to have a try catch in here as well, just like we did for the backend in the controllers. And I'm going to set error. That's in case any error occurred in the API, we get that error. I'm going to call this ERR instead. So error response data and then the message from the error. Now what we are going to do here is to make that request. So axios.post. Okay, remember for the register, the method is going to be post. That is going to be in our routes right here. User routes for the register method is post. Okay, so we should make sure this method matches what we have here. So this is a post request, and I'm going to put the host of our API as an environment variable. That's going to be .env. Let's have a .env file here in our clients as well. Now remember, we used a .env in our server as well in our API, and we had a port of 5000, right? So for our front end, let's have React app base URL, and that is going to be equal to http localhost, and the port was 5000 right here. That's the port for our API. And if you come to the index, as you can see, we used that here. Okay, and let me actually use that here as well. So app.listen to this port, or we manually give it 5000 here. Okay, so this is how it should be. Perfect. So back in our .env here in the client, I'm going to add /API. Now I'm going to duplicate this to have another environment variable, and that's going to be for the assets. Let me make it plural. Okay, I'm going to remove this /API from that. Okay, so these are the two environment variables that we need for our client or our front end. And let me quickly go ahead and actually have this project running. So for the client, I'm going to do npm start, and I'm going to have the server running as well, and that's going to be npm run dev. Okay, so we have it on port 5000. Perfect. So our server is running, and right here our front end is also running. Now let's go to the register page, which is what we are working on, and let's come back to our project. Right, so now we can go ahead and then use the environment variable that we just created. So that will be process.env.react app base URL. Now we are going to add the path to the register page that's in the controller. Remember, in the index we had /API, which we already have, but we had users and then /register, which is inside of the user routes. Okay, so we should match this path that we are trying to hit. So we should have /users and then register, and this is the route we are trying to hit, right? Now once we have this, we should add a payload, and the payload is going to be the user data that we have here. All right, so let's go ahead, and that's going to be user data, and that's it. Okay, now let's get the new user that is registered, and we can go ahead and log that in the console. If you don't have any user, or if this didn't work, then we are going to set error, and we say couldn't register user, please try again. But if everything goes well, we just go ahead and then navigate to the / or the home page. All right, so this is all we need for the register user. Let's come back to our React project. I'm going to open the console. All right, now let's go ahead and then try registering a user. Okay, remember in our database we already had some users. Let me go to our database real quick, and this our database. In users, we already registered some users when we were creating the API. That was John Doe and Jane Doe, okay, and also Ernest Achiever, right? So these users already exist, right? Now let's try registering those same users and see what happens, right? So I'm going to enter John Doe. The email is going to be john@gmail.com, which already exists. The password, I'm going to do something very random, which will not match. And let's see what happens. We get email already exists, okay? So the error that we pass in case of any problem is being shown here, right? Which is perfect. Now I'm going to go ahead and make sure I register a user that doesn't exist. So Daniel Vigno, the email is going to be daniel@gmail.com. It should be Daniel. In this case, everything is good, but the passwords do not match, right? So let's try, and we get passwords do not match, right? So the password I'm going to do Daniel 123, Daniel 123. So now that everything matches, let's see what happens, and boom, we've been registered. Of course, after registration, we should be taken to the login page instead, okay? But everything worked for the registration, so let's see what happened in our database. So I'm going to come back here and then refresh our users collection, and boom, we have Daniel Vigno, okay? So Daniel Vigno is now a registered user in our database or in our application. Perfect. So that is all for registration. That is all for registering our users. Now let's move on to logging in our users. And before we work on the login, I'm going to go ahead and then create an upward state for our user. Okay, so when you log in, you have to have a state that can be accessed in the whole application, right? So I'm going to use the context API for that. So in a source, I'm going to create, actually, let me create a folder, context. And inside that, I'm going to have user context.js. Okay, now I'm going to import create context, use effect, and use state from React. Now let's create our context. User context is going to be equal to create context. Let's go ahead and then create our provider, user provider, and I'm going to destructure the children prop, since that is going to wrap around the entire application. In this case, it's going to wrap around our layout, okay, which is the parents of everything we have on our application or in our application. So in here, I'm going to return user context dot provider, passing the children prop, and of course we have to give it a value. But first, let's have a state. Oh yeah, right. So let's have a state here, and that's going to be the current user state, and the state updating function set current user, and that's going to be equal to use state. And initially we want to fetch the current user from our local storage, okay? Of course, once the user logs in, we are going to get the response, that's the token, the ID, and the name, and then save it into the local storage. So we want to check initially whether that user has anything in the local storage, right? So that will be JSON dot pass. We want to pass anything that's coming from the local storage, because everything that we save in the local storage is going to be a string. We are going to stringify it during saving. So when we are getting it back, we have to pass it, right? So local storage dot get item, and we are going to call it user. Right now, let me actually pass in the value real quick, and the value is going to be an object with the current user and also set current user. Perfect. Now let me have a use effect. I'm going to have a function here, local storage dot set item user Jason dot stringify current user. All right, and that should happen whenever the current user changes. Okay, whenever the current user changes, that's in the login page or on the login page, we are going to set the current user once the user logs in, right? So when that changes, I want the user to be saved in the local storage, right? So the dependency array here is going to be the current user, and that's all we need here. First, let me go ahead and then export this before I close the file. I'm going to export default user provider. Perfect. So now let's come back to our index.js in our client and wrap the layout with our user provider. So user provider, and I'm going to put the layout inside of that, and that's all we need. Perfect. All right, so let's come back to our login. I'm going to bring in use navigate from React Router DOM. We are going to use Axios here, so let's bring in Axios as well, and I'm going to bring in the context that we just created, and we exported the user context right here as a named export. So let's bring that in, const user context, and that should be coming from context and then user context. Perfect. What's wrong? Import. Perfect. All right, now I'm going to have an error state variable here as well. Why can't I type? So error set error is going to be empty initially, and let's have navigate is going to be equal to use navigate. Let me bring in the values from the context. Okay, now that's going to be the current user and the set current user, right? So the state and the state updating function, that's the value that we passed, which is an object. So I can go ahead and then destructure that using use context, which is coming from React. So let's bring in use context, and I can go ahead and destructure set current user from use context and then pass in the user context, right? So we are going to get this in here. Perfect. Now for the error, of course, in case of any error, then we are going to show it, and let's pass in the error right here. And on submit, we are going to call login user, which is a function that we should create. So const login user. There should be a sync function as well, of course. They should take in an event so that we can prevent the default form submission. So either prevent default, and let's set the error to be empty initially. And let's have a try catch here as well. And in case of any problems, we are going to set error here, and that's going to be, let me make it error instead. Response data and then the message. And looking back in the user controller, that is going to be, I just showed you that, but let me show you that again. Any of these messages in case of any error. Okay, that is what we are trying to get in here. All right, so let's go ahead and send a request. Remember, that is also going to be a post request for the login. Process.env.react app base URL. You have users and then login. Right, that's the route to our login controller in the API. Okay, now we should have the payload, which is going to be user data, and that's it. Okay, so once everything goes well, we should have a user, right? And once we have a user, then we can navigate to the home page. Perfect. If you want, you can navigate them to the profile page, but I think the home page makes more sense. All right, so let's go ahead and then try logging in the user. But then if we have a user, that's if the user really got registered. Remember in the user controller, or is it? Come on. We sent back the response we sent back was an object with a token, an ID, and the name of that user who just logged in. Okay, so we should save that in the context, right? That's going to be the current context value, the state value of the context. Okay, so let's go ahead, and that is why we brought in the state updating function of that context right here. So let's go ahead and then use that to save the current user. And once that is saved right here using the use effect, we are going to save that user in the local storage, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's go ahead and here let's set current user to be the user that just logged in. All right, so let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to, you know what, let me view this on the mobile. That looks better. So let's go to applications and local storage. Right now we have a user because I've been testing this with the completed application. So let me go ahead and then delete this. Okay, so we don't have any user. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the login page. If I send this, we are going to get fill in all fields. Let's log in as Jane Doe, but with the wrong password. Let's see what happens. Invalid credentials. And if we enter Jane123, where is the right password? Let's see what happens. Once I log in, I'm going to get the object, and that is going to be saved in my local storage, right? Which is the token. So we get the token, the name of the user, and then the ID of that user. Perfect. And once we are logged in, as you can see, we are redirected to the home page, which is really, really nice. All right, so that is for the login. Now let's go ahead and work on the logout functionality as well. We should be able to log users out. Now let's go to logout. And in here, I don't really need to return anything. I'm just going to return the fragment, a React fragment. And let me bring in some stuff. I'm going to bring in use context and also use effect. All right, let me bring in our context as well. User context. And also I'm going to bring in user navigate, which should be coming from React router DOM. What I'm going to do here is very, very simple. I'm going to set the current user to now. Okay, I'm going to set it to now, and in turn here is going to set it in the local storage as well. It's going to set it to now. Right, so set current user should be coming from use context and then the user context. And once I have that, actually let me have navigate equal to use navigate as well. So once I have that, I can set current user to be now, and that's what we need here to log a user out. Once I log you out, I want to take you back to the login page. So let's go ahead and then try logging a user out. Let's see what happens. Okay, I hit this log out and we get now. Okay, so now the user is logged out. logging the user in again. Let's see what happens. For now, of course, we can go to the profile page and all that because we don't have the access control right now, but we're going to work on that. Okay, so let me get back to the login page and try logging in. I have Achiever registered, so let's log in as Achiever. So achiever@gmail.com. The password is going to be achiever123. We log in and we have the token and the name and the ID of the user, right? Once we log out, that should be now. Okay, and we are redirected to the sign in or the login page. Okay, now let's go ahead and work on the access control real quick. But before that, I want to, the links that we have in the navbar, these shouldn't be showing. That's the achiever or the name of the user, and the create post shouldn't be showing when they are not logged in. Okay, so we should have that, and then we work on the access controls. Now on the create post, of course, you shouldn't access this page if you are not logged in the profile page as well, the dashboard as well, and a lot of the other pages, edit posts and all that. Okay, you shouldn't be able to access those pages if you're not logged in. So yeah, let's first work on the header. I want to show some links only if you are logged in. I'm going to bring in my user context, and let me destructure current user from that. And of course, I should bring in use context from React. So that is going to be use context and then pass in the user context. Right now, if we are logged in, then we should have the user ID, right? So if the current user.id is available, then we should show this an added list, right? Otherwise, we want to show something else. So let me quickly duplicate this. And I'm going to check if we do not have that. If so, then we are only going to show two links, which are going to be the login and the authors. Okay, if that makes sense. It should say login, right? So yeah, as you can see. So let's go to the login page, and I'm going to log in as Jane Doe. So Jane123, let's log in. And now we should have these links instead, okay, which is cool, right? So before we access this page and the other pages, like the create post page, we should be able to be logged in. And right now, even if we copy this link and we log out, we can still access that page. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the access control. Now there may be a better way to do this, but for me, you know what, let me first close all these files. For me, I'm going to get the user context. I should bring in use context as well. So I'm going to go ahead and then grab the current user from the context. So use context, and then we pass in the user context. Once I have that current user, I can get the token. Remember, this is an object, right? With the token, the ID, and the name of the logged in user. So I can go ahead and then get the token from the current user. Okay, and once I have that, I can decide to log this user in. Okay, now if you are logged in, that is when you have the token, and if you are logged out, you do not have that token. So here I'm going to say redirect to login page for any user who isn't logged in, right? If that makes sense. So I'm going to use effect here and pass in a function. So if you do not have the token, then that means you can't be on this page. Okay, you cannot be on this page, and so we are going to navigate you to the login page. Therefore, we should bring in use navigate, and that should be coming from React router DOM. I don't have that, so let's import use navigate. from React router DOM, right? So if you do not have the token, then that means you should be logged out, or you should be taken to the login page instead to sign in, right? And let's see what happens. So now that's for the create post. As you can see, we cannot access that page without being signed in. Okay, now I'm going to let's quickly log in as John Doe. John Doe is registered, right? So John 123, let's sign in and see. Now we can access that page, which is the create post page. Okay, I'm going to copy that again. That's the route, and then log out and try accessing that page again and see what happens. You are redirected back to the login page. Okay, so that is the access control. And as I said, there may be a better way to do this, but this works as well. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this and then paste it on all the pages that we want this restriction. So let me copy from here. So the create post is done, at least for the access control. I'm going to do same here, and we should bring in the user context. Come on, that should auto import. What's happening? We should bring in the user context and the use context. Very sad. I have to bring that in manually. User context should be coming from context, user context, right? Let's go to delete posts. I should have that here as well. Oh, did I bring in use navigate? I did not. So I have to bring in use navigate here as well. And here, of course, I have to bring in use navigate, use context, and also user context. Let's go to edit posts. Then we can go ahead and paste. Yeah, that's it. Right, so we come back to our application and use effect is not defined. Dashboard, interesting. So let's go back to dashboard. Use effect. What else? Delete post. We did not bring in use effect. I think here too. And maybe here as well. Right. Now let's check out the application and everything should be working. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to sign in as achiever@gmail.com. Achiever123. Let me mess up. I get invalid credentials. Now I'm signed in and I have my details here and I can access these pages. Okay, so the profile, the dashboard, even edit page and all of that. Right, I can access all these pages, but once I log out, I'm going to copy the edit page. For instance, once I log out, I cannot access these pages again. Okay, so if I go back, I'm going to be redirected. Right, so if I try accessing this page, it won't work. I'll be bounced back to the login page. All right, so I think we can move on to the next thing, and that is going to be fetching the posts from the database. All right, so that is going to be here in the posts. Now, since fetching data or fetching our post is going to be asynchronous. That means it's going to take some seconds or fraction of a second for the post to be fetched. Okay, so I'm going to have a very simple loader or a spinner, and that's just going to help us visually for the users to know what is happening. Basically, I'm going to do array fce here, and I'm going to bring in an image, a GIF or a GIF, loading GIF, and that's going to be from our images, and I have loading GIF there. Okay, now this is going to be inside a div. Let me give this a class of loader, and let me actually wrap this inside a loader image class as well. Let me have the image, and the source is going to be the loading GIF, and I'm going to leave the alt. Okay, so that is the loader that we are going to be using when we are fetching. So let's come back here. So once the page loads, I want to run a function, and I'm actually going to put that function inside a use effect. So let me have a use effect here, put a function in it, and I'm going to call this function fetch posts. It's going to be asynchronous, of course, but first the initial post is going to be an empty array. So this dummy post, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to have another state variable here, and that's going to be is loading. So the state updating function is going to be set is loading, and that's going to be false initially. Right, now once we start fetching, I'm going to set is loading to be true so that we get that spinner. And so let me actually bring in the spinner that we just created, or the loader. Right, so I'm going to bring in loader. If it's loading, then return loader. All right, so in here I'm going to go ahead and have everything inside the try catch, and in case there is any error, then we can just log that in the console. And this request is going to be get, of course. Now the route is going to be process.env. If you can remember, that is where we fetch all the posts. Okay, this right here, this way we fetch. So the method is get, and we get all the posts from the controller, the post controller. So when you come to here, you get API/post. So once we have the post, we are going to set the post to the new post that we just fetched. Okay, so response data, right? And that's all we need to do here. And once everything is done, we can go ahead and then set is loading to be false again. First of all, this should happen only once the page loads, basically, and then we call fetch posts. Okay, we instantiate fetch posts, and let's see what happens. And cannot read property of length, really. I think this should be description. And yeah, so we're actually fetching from the database now. So let's go into post item and then continue from there. This should receive some props. Author ID should be equal to the author ID, and also created at is not defined. Interesting. Okay, maybe we didn't pass on that prop. Right, so let me get that right here. Created at. Of course, I should extract that here as well. Perfect. So now We still have more bugs. Created that is not defined in here. Interesting. Okay, so let's go into post author and bring in or get created at. And we're actually not using it here, so what's the problem? Okay, everything is working now. All right, so interesting. We only have one post, right? Let's check. And yeah, we only have one post. Okay, now as you can see, the images are not working, and that's because we have to change the path for the image, right? So right here, .env, the React app assets / uploads, and then we have the thumbnail. Okay, and remember also that we have them inside of the uploads folder. That's why we have this uploads. Okay, so now if I save this and come back to our project, we should have the thumbnail. Now I think we are done in the post item. We pass in the author ID and the created at to the author of the post. So let's go ahead and then work on this. Let's bring in the author ID as well. Okay, so we should fetch that author, the creator of that post. Let's go ahead and have a use effect here. And I'm going to have in a function get author, which is going to be asynchronous try catch. Let's await axios.get process.env.react users and then author ID. Actually, let me have a state here. So once we have the author, then we set author to the response that we got. Of course, let's go ahead and then instantiate the function that fetches the author. And down here, remember the path now to the image is going to be process.env. We go into our uploads folder in the backend and then we get the author.avatar. So now let's try and then check. And we have a problem. Use state is not defined, of course. We should bring that in. What else? Axios. Of course, let me remove this avatar and then bring in Axios. Then we are getting some issues, and that should be coming from the posts JSX. First of all, we should be getting the underscore ID, the ID from the database. That's the object ID by MongoDB is underscore ID. So we should get that and then rename it to ID. Okay, and that is what we are going to use here. So the warning for the key is now going to be resolved because of the ID that we just brought in. Okay, so yeah, that should be resolved. If I refresh, we shouldn't have any problem with the unique key. So let me refresh this, and now that is gone. But I still have an issue, and when we check our response, you can see that our object ID is undefined right here. Okay, so the value is undefined, and I think that's because of this. We should get creator instead of the author ID. In the database, we call it creator. Okay, so we check the posts. Each post has a creator, not author ID. So we get the creator and then we pass it in as a prop. Okay, but the prop name is going to be author ID. So we get that here in the post item right here, and then we pass it further to the post author, and that is what we are going to use here. So if I refresh, so if I save this, come back to our project, we should now have this coming from the actual database. All right, so this should be coming from the database. Now I still have a problem, and that is with the image, and I think that's because we do not have an image or an avatar for the creator of this post. That is why the avatar is undefined. So let's quickly come to Postman, go to users, and I'm going to log in as Ernest Achiever, who is the creator of that post, so that I can go ahead and then upload an avatar. So to log in, of course, we only need an email and a password, and the email for that creator is achiever@gmail.com, and the password is going to be achiever123. If you watch the backend video, you should know what's going on here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this token and then come to change avatar, authorization bearer token, and I'm going to paste the token I just copied. Right now for the body, let's go to form data, and for avatar, I'm just going to change this to file and then choose a file. So let's just use, I'm going to use this person, or let me actually use this, and then I send, and we should now have an avatar. So if I come back to my project and then refresh, now everything should be working. All right, so back here I'm going to get the name from author.name, and for the time you're going to use a library called time ago, so that it tells you how long the post or the article was posted. Okay, instead of the actual time, it's going to tell you maybe it was posted just now, or 10 minutes ago, or a week ago, something like that. Okay, so let's install that package real quick, and that is going to be inside of our client. Let me actually open another terminal and then cd into the client. So let's install React time ago and JavaScript time ago. Okay, that's done. So let's come back here and then import React time ago. And I'm also going to import time ago from JavaScript time ago. Now I'm going to import two more things. That's en from JavaScript time ago /local/en.json. Let me duplicate this and import ru from JavaScript time ago local and then ru.json. You can of course read more about JavaScript time ago and then React time ago, so that I understand everything about it. Down here I'm going to do time ago dot add default local, and that's going to be the en, and I'm going to duplicate this and then pass in the ru as well. All right, that's all we need here. Now let's come down to where we want to display our time ago and then bring in the React time ago component. All right, now this takes two props. The first is going to be the date, and that's going to be our created at. Okay, so I'm actually going to create a new date from that and then pass in the created at. And the second prop is going to be the locale, and that's going to be en-us. Right, so we save this, come back to our project, and now we have 1 week ago. This post was actually created a week ago. Right, now ignore these errors, ignore the errors. Okay, so let me actually, since I'm logged in the Postman as Ernest Achiever, let me try and then add a new post. Okay, so let me go to create post and form data. I'm going to pass in the token from the login. Okay, so let me copy that and then pass in the bearer token, of course. So back to the body. To create a post, we need a title, we need a category, we need a description, and lastly we need a thumbnail, which is going to be a file. All right, so for the title, let me say second post by Ernest Achiever. Category, let me do art. I know I made a mistake with description, but that's fine. And let's choose a thumbnail, and I'm going to use I don't know, let me use this. Let's create this post. Okay, so we have another post. Now if we come back and then refresh our page, we should have that new post. Okay, and that was posted just now, right? So that is working. You can see the categories, ads, and everything is working perfectly. So that's all for our post author, and now we can move on to a single post. Okay, so we should be able to, of course, we should be able to click the title so that we get the details, or we see everything that this post entails. Okay, so let's go to post detail, and back in post author, this should be add locale. Okay, yeah, right here, add locale, and then you pass in ru, right? But this one should be add default locale, right? So back in post detail, we should go ahead and then work on this. But in our project, of course, once we click any of the titles of the posts, we should be taken to the post detail page, and we are getting this error because of the post author that we have it on here. Okay, so I'm going to comment that out for now, and now we should have our post detail page, right? But then this shouldn't be available if we are not the creator of that post. Okay, if we are not the creator of this post, this button, that's the edit button, and the delete buttons shouldn't be available for us, right? So we are going to do something here. First of all, let me bring in use context. I'm going to bring in use effect and also use state from React. Okay, and let me actually go ahead and bring in some more stuff. I'm going to bring in user context. That's the context that we created. And also I'm going to bring in delete post. All right, so that is what we need for the imports. So down here, I'm just going to remove all these. That's for the description. Just going to remove that. For now, I'm going to leave it empty. Yeah, so if I come back, this context. Okay, so we have that already. All right, so let's go ahead and then make our API request so that we can fetch the post from the database. Now, as you can see, we have the ID of the post, so we are going to use this to fetch that post from the database. So I'm going to get the ID from the params. So I'm going to bring in use params from React Router DOM and get the ID of the post that we are trying to get. And I'm going to have some state variables here. Post, set post. I'm going to duplicate this a few times. So we have posts. I'm going to have creator ID. You can name it author ID like before. Error. And lastly, I'm going to have is loading. Set is loading. And this is going to be false. Now, as I said, if I'm not a creator, then this button shouldn't be showing or shouldn't be available for me. So first, I'm going to get the current user, and that's going to be coming from our user context. So use context, and then we pass in our user context. And also, before we even render this container div, we should make sure we have something in the post. We should make sure our post is not null. I'll just close this here. And lastly, I'm going to make the delete button a component. Okay, so and in here we are going to have a link which is coming from React Router DOM. Let's give this a class name of btn sm and then danger. And that should be it for now. Okay, this should say delete. Right, that should be it for now. So back here, should make sure that is imported and we have it. So I'm going to render our delete post right here. And it's actually going to take some props, but let's leave it for now. For us to be able to edit or delete a post from the post detail page, we should be the creator of that post, right? So what I'm going to do here is to check that. to make sure the reader is the creator of that post before he or she sees those buttons. Okay, so I'm going to check if the current user ID or the ID of the current user is the same as the ID of the creator of this post that we are fetching from the API. Okay, so post creator, if they are the same, then of course we can go ahead and then show these buttons. If not, then these buttons are not going to show. Okay, so that's why we have the user context and then we destructure the current user from that. I hope that makes sense. All right, so now if we come back to our project, still we don't see it because we are not logged in as an achiever, who is the current user. I hope that makes sense. But if I go ahead, let me quickly go to login. If I go ahead and then log in as an achiever, so in this case the email is going to be achiever@gmail.com and the password is achiever123. If I log in, current user ID post. Okay, we are not fetching the post from the database yet. Okay, that's why we don't see it. All right, so let's go ahead and then fetch the post. But before that, we are going to have a loader. That's the loader or the spinner that we created. We are going to have that component. Okay, so now let's go ahead and then fetch the post from the database through our API. Okay, so that is going to be inside our use effect and be passing a function, and it's going to run once. It's going to be an async function. I'm going to say get post should be equal to async, and first I'm going to set loading to be true, and I'm going to have everything in here inside a try catch. In case we have any error, I'm going to set error and then pass in the error that we get or any error that we have. So now response is going to be await axios process.env post ID, passing the ID of that post. Okay, so once we have that, we are going to set post to the post we just got, and that's going to be response data, right? And also I'm going to set the creator of that post. I'm going to set creator ID. So set creator ID is going to be response data dot creator. I hope that makes sense, right? Because we are going to make another request, or we are going to pass that in to this post author component so that we can fetch that creator as well. All right, so once everything is done, I'm going to go ahead and then set its loading to be false, and I'm going to call the function we just created so that the request gets fetched. Okay, so now we should be able to fetch that request, right? So let me come back here, and now since we are the creator of this post, we are seeing everything in here. Okay, we are seeing it. We are seeing the post, at least the title right now. Okay, so let's remove the hard-coded title and then bring in post.title and the thumbnail as well. The thumbnail is going to be post.thumbnail. So we save, we come back, and that shouldn't work because of course that's not the actual route for our post thumbnail. It should be process.env.react app assets URL and then the thumbnail. But first we have to go into our uploads folder, and there should be thumbnail like this. All right, so now let's see, and thumbnail. Okay, it should be post.thumbnail, right? So we save, and now we have the thumbnail of that post. Okay, of course we should show the description or the body of the post, and that's going to be inside the paragraph tag, and we should make sure we give this a prop of dangerously set HTML. Okay, without this it's not going to show, because remember in the React we are using React Query to create the body for the post. Okay, and that's going to include, or that's going to have some tags. And yeah, so you should just know you should have this before this works. Okay, so that's going to be post description. All right, so we save this, and now we have the description of the post. Okay, and I think that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Of course, for the delete post, let's go ahead and then add post ID as a prop, which is going to be the ID of the post, which should be deleted. We are going to work on the delete post real soon. And for the post author, we should add author ID, and that's going to be post.creator, right? So we didn't even need to set creator and all that. I'm going to remove this. Hope that makes sense. And I'm going to add created at, which is going to be post.created at. All right, so we save this, come back, and we have this. Perfect. All right, and we have a problem with our loader. I think we missed a class, so let me quickly go back to our loader. And I don't know if I had any styles for this loader before adding those classes, but I'm not sure if I had any styles for it. So let me quickly go ahead, and then I'm going to have some styles for our loader. I'm going to position it fixed, give it a top of 0, left 0, height 100, viewport height, width of 100, viewport width. This should be width. I'm going to display it grid and place items to the center. Loader image, give it a width of 4.5 rem and a height of, I'm just going to do aspect ratio of 1:1. So now let's see. Okay, it's smaller, but I'm actually going to give this one a background of color BG. All right, so now, yeah, this should be perfect. Okay, let me close this. I mistakenly clicked on the author, and now we are not fetching the author ID, so of course we should have an error. But as you can see, we have a perfectly working loader. Okay, perfect. All right, so now let's move on to fetching our category posts and our author posts. Okay, we should be able to click on the author to fetch all posts that belongs to that author, or click on the category to fetch all posts that belongs to that category. Right, so let's quickly move on to that. Before that, for the edit link, this should be, yeah, so we should have the ID of that post, underscore ID, and then the edit. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let me have a comma here in case of. So now let's move on to fetch the category posts and then the author posts. Okay, so let's do author posts first. I'm going to close all the files that we don't need, or we are not using, and this is going to be very similar to the posts, or fetching the posts in the home page. So I'll just copy everything from here, including the return, and then paste that in here. I'm going to remove this dummy post import. We don't need it. And what do we need here? Of course, we need to bring in the loader. The route here is going to change, so it's going to be post/users and then the ID of the user or the author of the post that we are trying to fetch, and that's going to come from the params. So let's bring in use params from React router DOM and get the ID There's going to be a get request as well, and I actually think that's all, guys. So let's try and then click on any of the authors. Let's see, we need use effect. What else? Axios, of course. And that's it. Okay, so I'm going to click this author, and for some reason we have a problem. Click. Interesting. Okay, yeah, right. So let's go back to our posts. That is where we clicked that link. Actually, that should be post item. The author. Okay, that should actually be inside here. We should be getting the author ID, right? So now if we save, come back to our project and we hover, this should be the actual ID of the creator of this post. Okay, so if you click, you should get all the posts that belongs to that user. Right, now I'm going to go ahead and sign in as a different user real quick. I'm going to sign in as Jane Doe. So jane@gmail.com is the email. Jane123 is going to be the password. I'm going to log in, copy this token so that I create a new post. So I'm going to say first post by Jane Doe. There's going to be education as the category. There's going to be the description, and I'm going to choose a different thumbnail for this. Just going to use this one. So now we should have another post, and oh, I did not pass in the token. God, my bad. So I created a post, but the token was an achievers token. So yeah, that makes sense, right? I'm going to copy the token again, and this is Jendo's token, right? Come back here and then paste it in the authorization bar token. So now in the body I showed this should be Jane Doe, and I'm going to send this, and now we should have a post by Jane Doe. Okay, so as you can see, this is coming from Jane Doe, right? So if I click this user, we should have only one post by Jane Doe. If I click this one, we have 3 posts by an achiever. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that's all for the author posts or fetching posts that belongs to an author, and it's going to be very similar to fetching posts that belongs to a particular category. So right here, author post, I'm going to copy everything and come to category posts. I'm going to highlight everything and then paste the author post. So I'm going to change this to category posts, and we're just going to change some things around. The route is category set in the category we are trying to fetch. So we should bring that from our parameters, and let's see. Let's try. I think that's all. Let's try and then see what happens. So I'm going to click this, and you can see we have 2 posts that belongs to the same category. Okay, and I have 2 thumbnails, or 2 of the same thumbnails, because when I was creating Jane Doe's post, I didn't change the thumbnail, right? I hope that makes sense. All right, so for the ads category, we click and then we get only 1 post. We can also click any of these, and it's not working for now. So let's go ahead and in our footer, so this should be going to post categories. And the use effect, the dependency array is going to be the category, right? So let's see. So now once I click, it should make a new request. For ads, we have only one post. We don't have any post for entertainment. For education, we have 2 posts. For agriculture, we have 1 post. For weather, we have no post. Okay. Actually, for the author posts, I'm going to do same. I'm going to pass in the ID of the author as the dependency array. All right, so I think the next thing is to move on to the authors. We should be able to fetch all the registered users from the database through our API. Right, so let's move on to that next. And that is going to be authors right here. I'm going to remove this dummy array and remove these avatar imports as well. So this is going to be an empty array. I'm also going to have it's loading. Let's bring in use effect and create a function here to fetch all the authors. So use effect, I'm going to have a function inside of that, and it's going to be an empty dependency array. And let's have set is loading. I'm going to have everything inside the try catch. I'm actually going to put this inside a function called get authors, right? Because this is going to be an asynchronous function, and we shouldn't pass in an asynchronous function directly to a use effect. Okay, so here I'm going to paste what I just cut, and I'm going to make our request using Axios, and this is going to be a get request, right? Process.env react app base URL users. Okay, we are fetching all the users that's registered to our application, and then once we have them, we are going to set authors to the response data that we just got. All right, and that's all we need to do here. And once everything is done, I'm going to set its loading back to false and get authors. Everything should work as early as expected. So now let's see what we get. All right, of course, these are the registered users that we have in our database. If I go back and then show you, we have only 4 users in our database. We have John Doe, Jane Doe, Nestachiva, and Daniel Vino, which are these people. Okay, now of course we should make sure that the image is rendered well. Okay, so that's going to be process. We go into our uploads and then the avatar. So we save that. Now we have the avatar for all of the users. And I think Daniel Vino does not have an avatar. That's why, yeah, of course, he doesn't have an avatar. That's why we have no image yet. Okay, so we have the count of the post as well right here. And next achiever, of course, has 3 posts, and then Jendo has 1 post. The rest have no post. And that is all we need to do. We don't have the is loading. So if we are now loading, and that's if is loading is true, then we are going to return loader, which we don't have. Okay, so let me go ahead and then bring in loader from, it's going to be inside the components loader. Yeah. Okay, so we go to authors and then loads for a fraction of a second before we get them. Perfect. Okay, so of course we can click, or we should click any of these so that we get all the posts that belongs to the author. So we should make sure that works as well. Inside of the link, post users, this should be underscore ID, so we can give an alias of ID. Okay, so now it should work. It should be underscore ID, but we can give it an alias of ID. Alright, so now we come back, and if we click, we should be able to fetch the posts that belongs to the author, right? And this person has no post, as well as John Doe. So everything is working now. Okay, so I think we are done here, and the next thing we need to do is to be able to create, edit, and delete a post. Okay, we should show the actual details of the logged in user here in our profile page as well. And also for the dashboard, we should be able to show the posts that belongs to the current logged in user. So I think we should move on to create posts next, and then we will move on to edit post, and then finish up with the user profile and the dashboard. So let's go to create posts, and we have a form. We have a form down here, and on submit of this form, we want to call a function called create post with a lowercase c. So let's go ahead and then create that function. And that's actually going to be an asynchronous function. I have to prevent default, so I'm going to pass in an event and say e.prevent default, right? So that we prevent the default submission of the form. Right, so we have title right here, we have category, we have the description and the thumbnail. Okay, so we should have all these and then send it to the API as a post request, right? So let's create a form data from that. I'm going to say post data is going to be equal to new form data, and post data we are going to set first our title, which is going to be the title that we got from the form, and I'm putting them all in a state variable. Okay, so I have title, category, description, and thumbnail, right? If you watched the front end video, then they shouldn't be new to you. So I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times. It's going to be category, and that's going to be category. We're going to do description, and these names that I'm giving should match what we are trying to accept, or what you're trying to get from the API. Okay, so it should match, else that's not going to work. And I'm making sure they match as well here. Since I created the API, I know what I'm doing, right? And lastly, we are going to have our thumbnail, which is going to be equal to the thumbnail state variable. Okay, now once I have that, I'm going to have a try catch here, and let's send our request, which I said is going to be do we have Axios here? Let me make sure that it's imported. Axios from Axios. So let's send our request, and this is going to be a post request. Posts. We make a post request to this. So we have the route. Next, we are going to pass in the payload, which is going to be post data, this, which carries every detail that we need in the form. And lastly, we have options. Okay, now it should be logged in before you can create a post. And here we are going to set with credentials to true. And also I'm going to set headers. I'm going to set some headers here. And the only header that I need here is authorization. I'm going to have Navbar token. Okay, so if you are trying to reach this route, I want there to be a borrower token in the header. If everything goes well, we should get a response status of 201. And once we have that, we know everything went well. So we are going to navigate to slash, which is the posts page or the home page, which is going to have all the posts, right? But if we have any errors, then we are going to show it in the error paragraph that we have here. Okay, so do I have a state for that? I don't think I do. So I'm quickly going to go ahead and create error and set error. And that's going to be equal to use state, and it's going to be empty initially, right? But in case we have any error, then we are going to show it. There's going to be a paragraph tag with a class of error, and then we pass in that error. Perfect. So in case we encounter any error, we are just going to set error to err response data and then the message, the error message. So I think that is all we need here. And so let's go ahead and then try creating a post. Okay, so let's come here. Let's try to create a post. And I'm logged in. Let me actually log out and log in as John Doe. And that's going to be john@gmail.com. The password is john123. Right, so I'm currently logged in. Let's go to create post. Wait a minute, why do I have an achiever here? Of course, in the header, I should show the name of the currently logged in user. So I'm going to show the current user dot name, and now we have John Doe. Of course, I should remove this. Perfect. So let's go to create post again. For the title, I'm going to just copy some stuff from Lorem Ipsum, right? So copy this for the body, and I'll grab something for the title. I'm going to set this to investment and then choose a thumbnail for this post. I'm going to use this. Now let me choose something else. I don't want any copyright issues. So go into my images and I'll choose this image right here, and let's submit and see what happens. And now it works. Okay, so John Doe now has a post, right? We can of course click the author, and we only have one post for John Doe. We can click the category, and we have only one post for the investment category. We can of course click the title to read more about the post. And since John Doe is the creator of this post, we have edited and deleted, right? Perfect. So that is working. And if we check our database, we go to posts, we should have one post by John Doe right here. Okay, check the ID BC08. That should be the ID of John Doe, BC08. Right. So our create post is working, and let's try to submit without filling the form. We get this error, but the error is not well styled. The class name should be form error message instead. Okay, so I save this, and now that's what we have, right? So fill in all fields and choose a thumbnail. I'm going to fill the form. Let me leave it at uncategorized. So I have a description, the title, and the category. Without a thumbnail, let's try and then submit and see what we get. We still get the same thing. So I'll just choose a thumbnail for this next post, and I'm going to use this and then create a post, and we have it, right? Perfect. Interesting. We have a problem. The paragraph tags shouldn't be here. Okay, we shouldn't have these paragraph tags. And let's go to post item. That is where we show our paragraph. We are going to have dangerously set HTML and set HTML to short description. Okay, so now we shouldn't have those paragraphs, right? Perfect. So everything is working, guys. Everything is working. We should be able to log out. And right now, John Doe has 2 posts. Okay, everything is working exactly as expected. So now we should be able to edit posts. Okay, so if you're a current logged in user like achiever@gmail.com, you should be able to edit all your posts. Okay, so of course, since I'm not the creator of this, I can't do that. But if I come to my posts, I should have access to these buttons to be able to edit my posts, right? So let's go ahead and edit our posts, which I think is going to be very similar to create posts. So let's go to edit posts. To edit a post, we need the ID of the post we are trying to edit, right? So let's go ahead and then get that from the params. Okay, so I'm going to use params from React router DOM and get the ID of the post right from there. Okay, and once we have the ID, we should make a request to get the post from our database, okay, through our API. So right here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this inside a effect. And of course, there's going to be an asynchronous function. So let me get post as an async function, try catch. In case of any errors, we just log that to the console. Response is going to be await axios.get the post we are trying to edit. So that will be /posts/ the ID of that post. And once we have that, we are going to set title. So we have title and category, description and thumbnail. The user has to manually change the category, but the thumbnail is also optional. Okay, so we are only going to set the title and the body or the description of the post. So set title is going to be response data.title. We're going to duplicate this for set description, and here is going to be description. Okay, perfect. Now we have to instantiate get post, the function we just created. Right, so we get the posts and the form is going to be filled with that post. So for instance, if I come back here, actually it's not defined, of course, let's bring that in. So let's bring in Axios and come back here, and now we have this. Okay, if I go back to any other post by an achiever, this one for instance, we go to edit, we have this. Okay, so we get the title and the description, but we should be able to change or choose the category manually. Okay, and of course we don't get the thumbnail as well. Of course, we should be able to update without the thumbnail, or we can of course choose a new thumbnail to update this post. If you watch the API video, then you understand how we went about the controller for this function. Okay, for this functionality. All right, so let's come back here, and for this I'm going to just remove it and paste in the error message in case we have any error. And of course, let's have a state for that error, set error, use effect, use state, and it's going to be empty initially. In case there is anything in the error, then we show it. Otherwise, it won't show, of course. Perfect. So on submit of this form, we should call edit post. Okay, so let's create that function real quick. It's going to be an async function. Let's have an event in here and then prevent the default submission of forms. Right. And just like we did for the create post, there's going to be very similar. So I'm just going to copy everything here and then paste it. Okay, so we get the title, the category, description, and in case they choose a new thumbnail, of course we should get that as well. And send the request, and the method for this is going to be patch, and it should be the same route right here. We should have the token as well, and in this case it's going to be 200. Okay, so if the request status is 200, then that means everything went well, so we can go ahead and then navigate to the home page, right? And I think that's it. So let's go ahead and then try editing this current post and see what happens. This post has been edited. All right, I'm going to set this to weather. This is the description of the edited post, and I'm not going to choose any thumbnail. Let's see what happens. Not found. Okay, interesting. So this is the wrong route for the edit. Of course, we should pass in the ID of the post we are trying to edit. Okay, and that's going to be ID, right? The ID we got from the params. Okay, yeah, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to go back, click on this, try and then edit it again. Let's see what happens. This post has been edited. Change this to business, maybe. This is the, come on, this is the description or body of the edited post. All right, and I'm going to edit this without a thumbnail. Let's see what happens. And it's been edited right here. Where is it? Right here. Okay, now if you want, that's from the database, you can choose not to make that the first post, or we sorted by updated. Okay, that is why the newly updated post comes first. Okay, if you want, you can sort by created post, and it's still going to remain where it should be. That's below here, but it doesn't really hurt anything. Okay, so of course, as you can see, the post has been edited, and this is the description of that post. The category has been updated as well, and of course that's it. We can go ahead and edit the thumbnail as well, and I can actually use an avatar for this thumbnail, and you can see that this works. Okay, so we are done with the edit post. We are done with the edit post. Now I'm going to try editing without some fields, and I get this. Okay, if I enter the title without a description, I still get filling all fields, right? Perfect. So that's for the edit. Now let's move on to delete post. And there are two places where we can delete posts. So on the detail page, that's the post detail page, you can delete if you are the creator of that post, or here in the dashboard you can also delete from here. Okay, so the delete component that we are going to, or the delete function that we are going to have, should be able to take care of the post or delete that post wherever we delete it. Right, so here I'm going to bring in use location as well, right? And let me bring in Axios. On click of the delete button, we should have, and then pass in the ID of that post that we are trying to delete. Okay, so remember in the post detail page, we have this delete component, and then as a prop, we have post ID of the post that we are trying to delete, right? Perfect. So let's create our remove post function, which is an asynchronous function since we are going to communicate with our database through our API. So let's try catch. And for the catch, I'm just going to console log. And for the try, axios.delete post, and then the ID of the post you are trying to delete. Okay, we need some options here. And first of all, with credentials is going to be true, and we will set some headers as well. And the only header we are going to set is going to be authorization, and that's going to be bearer, and then the token. And with this, if everything goes well, we should have a response status of 200. And in that case, let's check the location, right? As I said, we are going to be able to delete from 2 places. That is the post missing initializer. It should be response. If where we deleted the post is the dashboard page, then I'm only going to refresh that page, okay? But if we went to the post detail page and then we deleted the post from there, then we're going to come back to the home page, right? So if the location path name is equal to, if so, then we are on the dashboard page, right? And therefore I want to say navigate 0. That means we want to refresh that page. Otherwise, we want to go to the home page. Okay, we want to navigate to the home page. And I hope that makes sense, right? So I'm going to go ahead, and ID is not defined. Delete post. Actually, the ID should be coming from here instead. Okay, let me destructure post ID. Make sure that is what I passed in. Okay, post ID. I'm going to destructure that and give it an alias of ID. Okay, so that's it, and let's try to delete a post. So I'm currently logged in as Select Achiever. This post that we just edited, I'm going to go ahead and hit delete and see what happens. And I guess I have a problem. Let me come back. Okay, so the post actually got deleted, but we weren't navigated to the home page. All right, let me go ahead and then delete another post by NS Achiever, and nothing happens. Interesting, but the post got deleted, of course. Okay, so it should be response, this right here. Okay, so response.status should be equal to 200. That was a mistake. So now if I go ahead and delete, yeah, we should be taken to the home page. Okay, let me go ahead and then create another post, a very dummy post right here. Choose the thumbnail. I'm going to choose this, create that post. So we have a new post. I hit delete, and we are taken to the home page. Beautiful. All right, so that's for the delete, and now we can move on to the user profile page. Or actually, let's go to the dashboard page. Okay, I'm going to bring in use params because we are going to get the ID of the user whose post we want to show, right? So use params. I'm going to bring in axios. So let's import axios. And also I'm going to bring in our loader, okay, our spinner right here. Come on, from going into our components loader. Perfect. I shouldn't have deleted the previous state. So use state, and it's going to be an empty array initially. Let's have it's loading and set is loading. Use state, it's going to be false initially. Okay, so we should go ahead and then make a request. It's going to be inside a use effect to get the posts that belongs to the current user, the logged in user. So actually I'm going to have the ID. I'm going to get that from our param. Okay, perfect. Let me make sure that is it. I don't know if it is ID or user ID. That is for the dashboard, right? ID. Okay, so we get the ID and we should make a request. So inside our use effect, we are going to have a function and a dependency array. This is going to be empty. Or actually, let me pass in the ID. Okay, we're going to have a function fetch posts, which is going to be an asynchronous function, of course. And let's set its loading to be true initially for the start. Okay, so in that case, if its loading is true, then we should return our loader. So let's have a try catch, and for the try, let's have our request axios.get /posts/users and then the user ID. So we are getting all the posts that belongs to that user, pretty much like author posts. Okay, pretty much like you clicking posts is not defined, dashboard 41. Yeah, it's not defined. Well, this should be plural. Yeah, so pretty much like you clicking the author of any post to fetch all the posts that belongs to the author. Now with this, we are going to have some options. First is going to be with credentials. We are going to set that to true, and then we'll have some headers. And the only header we need is authorization, where is going to be bearer and then the token, which we already have in here. Okay, so if everything goes well, we should have all the posts that belongs to that user, and then we update our state. So if I come back and I go to, okay, let me make sure that's in here, user profile. This link has the ID of the current user.id. All right, so let's go back, click, and we have nothing. What's going on? Let's see. Okay, so of course, fetch posts. Fetch posts, I have to instantiate the function. Okay, right, so now we should have the posts. We should have all the posts that belongs to NS Achiever. Let me come back, click, and this is taking forever for some reason. Set is loading, should be set to false once we have a response. Okay, so once we have a response, yeah, we set it to false. Okay, so we should have the image, and of course we should pass the full route to that image. We go into the uploads, and then we have the post.thumbnail. Alright, so now we should have the thumbnail for that post. Okay, perfect. So let me actually go ahead and create another post for the next achiever. Is going to be the description. The title is going to be, let me copy from here. Let's create this post. So now, and this achiever has 2 posts. We come to our dashboard and we can see it. Okay, so we should make sure on click of any of these links, we go to the actual route that relates to the post. Close this. So on click of this, we should view the post and the post detail page. So back to the dashboard, this should take us to post_id, and this should be _id as well, and finally _id. Okay, so we should be able to view this post. Let me go back. We can edit the post. The title is too long, so I'm just going to remove this. Let me actually shorten it even more, and I'm going to update this, and now it's been updated, as you can see. And even if I go back here, it's been updated, and I should be able to delete it from here as well. So if I hit delete, that post should be deleted, and that didn't work. So let's see. Of course, we should bring in the delete component. So delete post and pass in post ID, and that should be equal to the post dot underscore ID. Right, so now if we come back here, we try deleting this post, the post has been deleted. We should actually have a loader, and okay, for the delete post we should have a loader here as well. Right, so once we are making the request, I'm going to have a loader here. Okay, so let me import loader, and I'm going to set its loading. It's going to be false initially. It's going to be true here, and once everything is done, we are going to set it to be false one more time. We're going to set it to be false again. Okay, so if I come back to the project and I try deleting this, okay, and I didn't even render the loader. So if this loading is true, I want to return the loader. Okay, so let me go ahead and then create another post by the current logged in user, that's CSS achiever, and I'm going to use this. Hit create. The post has been created. I go to the dashboard and try deleting. Okay, so now the loader works. All right, but that was weird, but you get the idea. So that is it for the delete post. And we should move on to the profile page. Okay, we should be able to update the avatar and all of that, and the user details. This is the last page of the entire application. This is the user page. And here we should be able to update the user avatar or the user profile picture, and also the user details, the name, email, and the password. Right, so for the avatar, we should be able to have an icon or a button here, which is going to be the edit button that we can click to choose or select an image, and then this check button will appear so that we can click to actually make this happen. Okay, so on click of this check, we should communicate to our API, and through that we save the image in our backend and also save the name of that image in our database. Okay, so of course we will delete the previous avatar. Okay, so in this case, if I should select a new image, this current one should be deleted from our backend. We should display the current user's name and an h1. This is hard coded, so that should be the current user dot name. Should be the same thing, right? But if we log in as a different person, let me quickly log in as John Doe. So john@gmail.com, John123 for the password, and come back here. You can see that we have John Doe as the current logged in user. Okay, right now I'm going to have a state value here. I'm going to call it is avatar attached, and the state updating function is going to be set is avatar attached. Use state, and it's going to be false initially. Okay, so I'm going to use that to determine whether we should show this icon or this button, this submit button. Right, so down here, that's the check button. This is where it is. So if its avatar is attached, then we want to show that button. Otherwise, we don't want to show it. Okay, so now we should have this button instead, which can be used to select the image. Perfect. All right, so we should have a function that we can call on click of this so that we can change that avatar once it is selected. Okay, so on click of this, we should call change avatar handler. That's the function we are going to call for us to be able to change this avatar. And this is going to be an async function. So on click of this right here, this label right here, which is linked to this input, and that is this icon right here. On click of that, we should be able to select the new avatar. Okay, and in that case, the avatar state value gets updated right here. Okay, so we update our avatar state value. Now this should be empty initially. This should be empty, so I'm going to remove the dummy avatar that we had before. So this should be empty initially, but once we select a different avatar right here like this, once we choose a different avatar, it should be the value, the new value in that state, right? And so once we have that, we can go ahead and click on the button, this button right here, which is going to communicate to our API and then upload the newly selected file or avatar in our backend. Okay, so that's basically what we are going to do. So once we click this label, okay, which is this right here, which looks like a button, once we click it, we actually want to set its avatar attached. We want to set that to true, okay, so that this button appears, okay, for submission of the form. I hope that makes sense. So on click of this, we want a function, an anonymous function, which is going to set its avatar attached to true. All right, so let me refresh this page. If I select an avatar right now, you can see we can go ahead and then click this to submit that to our API or to make the request to our API. I hope that makes sense, right? Perfect. So let's come back here and go ahead and work on the request. So once the request is being made, I'm going to set its avatar attached to be false. Okay, and let me have everything in here inside the try catch. So let's have a post data, which is going to be equal to new form data. and the only post data we need is going to be avatar. Okay, that's the only thing we are trying to change here. Then that's going to be equal to the avatar state value, which will be updated once we click to select an image. Okay, so once we have the post data, we can go ahead and communicate with our API. So let's await Axios, and there's going to be a post request /users/change avatar. And the second argument is going to be the post data. And lastly, we are going to need some options. Okay, the first is going to be with credentials, which is going to be true, and we are going to attach some headers to this request. The only header we need is authorization, which is going to be bearer and then the token. And once we have a response, we are going to set avatar to the response data.avatar. Okay, and I hope that makes sense. And currently we are not even going to see the image once it gets updated. So let me go ahead and then work on that real quick. The route has changed because when we come back here, this is where the image should, or the avatar should show. Okay, so /uploads and then the avatar. Okay, so in this case we will send the avatar as a response back, and we will set it to be the new state value of the avatar, the new avatar state value, if that makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and then try this out. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this page, and I'm going to get, this is John Doe, right? Let me just use a random avatar for this person and then send this. Let's see what happens, and boom, we have it. If I go to my uploads right now, let's see. Okay, so if we check our authors, we can see that we have only 3 avatars, just like we have here. Okay, so everything is working exactly as expected. If I should go ahead and then change it again, right now I'm John Doe, I'm going to go ahead and then change this, and we have a problem. Okay, and here the avatar is not showing because we are not making any request that updates that avatar state. Okay, so what we are going to do is whenever we come to this user profile page, we should fetch the user of this account. Okay, that is what we should do, so that we can fetch the user details and then even display some in this form. Okay, so of course this should change as well. So that is going to be in the headers for that user, this right here, and then the user ID. Okay, so current user.id. So now if we come back and then click, we should have the actual ID of that user. Okay, as I said, we should go ahead and then fetch that user. So let me close this. We are currently working on the user profile. So let me close all these, and let's go ahead and then fetch this user. Get user is going to be asynchronous axios.get /users and then the ID of that user with credentials true. Going to pass in some headers, and the only header we need is authorization, and I'm going to set that to bearer token. Right, so once I get the user, I'm going to go ahead, let me actually just destructure the name, email, and the avatar from the response. Then I'm going to set name to be the name that I just got, set email to be the email that I just got, and then set avatar to be the avatar that I just got. Oh, current user And of course, you have to call get user. We have to instantiate it before this works. Okay, so now we have the current logged in user's avatar. All right, so anytime I come to this page, that request is going to be made, and I'm going to fetch that user's avatar right here. And as you can see, we have the name and the email inside here as well. So of course we can go ahead and then even test this out a few more times. So I'm going to use this person, submit, and I have it. Okay, so if we come back to our project, inside of this, in our uploads, this as you can see, this is the new image and the old one has been deleted. Now let's move on to updating the user details, and this error shouldn't be showing by default. It should be hidden unless we have an error updating our user details, right? So let me remove this. Do I have any error state? I hope I do. I don't. Okay, so let's have an error state here. Set error user state, and it's going to be empty initially. Right, so here, if we have any error, then we want to show this paragraph and whatever is inside that error. For submit of this form, we should call a function update user detail or update user details, whatever. And let me have that function right here. Const update user details. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And of course, we have to prevent default. So e.prevent default. Let's create a form data. So user data is going to be a new form data. We need a name, which is going to be the name. We need an email. We need a current password. And these names should match what we are trying to get in the request. Okay, back in the backend user controller right here. No, update or edit user right here. Okay, so we get current password, new password, and then confirm new password as well. Okay, so we should make sure these names match what we have in here. Okay, let me duplicate this twice. So we have new password, confirm new password, and I should make sure I have variables, confirm new password, current password. Perfect. Okay, so we have everything set for the form, and we can go ahead and then make the request. Okay, so response is going to be await axios, and there's a patch request. So process.env.react base URL users/edit user. The payload is going to be the user data object, and with credentials is going to be true. Also headers, we need authorization, which is going to be bearer token. Nice. And if everything goes well, if the response status is equal to 200, then everything went well. So we can log the user out so that he or she can log in with the newly updated details. Okay, so we will log you out. So we just navigate to the logout page, which will log the user out. Okay, now let me actually have this in a try catch. I'm going to have everything in here in a try catch. Right. So in case we have any problem, then we're going to catch that right here. right, so let's go ahead and try this out. I'm currently logged in as John Doe. I can go ahead and then change the name to John Doe 1. Now, if you can remember, in the backend we had some checks, right? So if I try to update to an email that already exists, for instance, achiever@gmail.com, which is someone's email, this is not going to work. Okay, this shouldn't work. Now let's see. Let's have our current password. Now the new password, I'm going to make it John1234. John1234, right? Now let's try and submit this and see what we get. We get email already exists. Okay, so this email belongs to someone. Okay, now on the current password, let me mess that up and see what happens. I'm going to make this John1. Let's try, and we get invalid current password, right? Now let me make the current password the right one, and then let me mess up with the confirm password for the new password, and we get new passwords do not match. Okay, so we have every check working as we had in the backend. Okay, so now the new email for John Doe is going to be john1@gmail.com, and the new password is john1234. Let's try and then update this, and if everything goes well, we get logged out, and now we need to log back in. Okay, using the new details of John Doe. So if I should use the old details, so john@gmail.com and the password john123, this shouldn't be possible because these credentials don't match any registered user. Okay, so the new details for John Doe is going to be john1@gmail.com and the password john1234. So now I log in and boom, I'm in. Okay, so you can see the name is John Doe 1, right? I can go ahead and change the avatar to this man. And now I have a new avatar for John Doe. I can change these details back to the original one. So the current password in this case is going to be John1234, right? And I'm going to change it now to a new password 123 and confirm password 123, right? So let's update these details again. We've been logged out. Let's log in. Come on, let's log in. John@gmail.com, the password John123, and now we should be back to what we had previously. That's the original John Doe. Okay, so that is all for this entire project. I've covered everything that this application has to offer, and I'm going to end this here. All right, so in the next video, I'm going to go ahead and deploy this application, both the front end and the back end, so that this application works online, so your friends and family can try this app wherever they are. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.